of the order. It is what looks to be a longish tail in the game for Leicestershire, with Rahan Ahmed at the moment listed to come in at 5. Harry Swindle's in no form at all at 6, and the all-rounder Tom Scriven at 7. In goes right and bowls, swings away, but is allowed to do so by Robson, who after each delivery has sort of given a sort of little swing of the right arm, which that's appropriate, I suppose, just the signal that the ball is swinging. I've just seen your window looks a bit
steamy
fogged
windows,
up, doesn't it?
Yes, very Tina
I wonder
Turner.
if we can... Oh, I'm sorry about that. Are you seeing the pitch all right?
I can see
just
the pitch
about.
all right.
Good. We have a decent position for this game. We're not too far off from being behind the bowler's arm. Here, atop the pavilion. In goes right and bowls, and pushing at that one as it swings past his outside edge is Robson. Rather jabbed at that. Lunged almost, rather un-Robson-like.
Absolutely, but it was the first delivery that was pitched there or thereabouts, and immediately Robson was in a spot of bother. The stream has also started. They were obviously excited by that particular delivery from right.
As a cabbage white flutters by our window. There are a few butterflies around. Daddy Longlegs everywhere at the moment. In goes right and bowls. Nice shape to that one as well, but Robson cautiously forward. On off stump. I'll switch the sound off my computer so you don't hear me twice. And he's pushed out into the offside. So right has opened proceedings with a maiden. Mark Stoneman, the other Middlesex opening batsman. A splendid win last time out against Glamorgan.
Absolutely, and another century for Stoneman. It seems to be at the moment that if Stoneman's in form for Middlesex, then they do well. So the man who Leicestershire will certainly be looking to get rid of early this morning. It really was a splendid victory over Glamorgan, and just what the team needed. They were just beginning to lose a little momentum in the race for promotion. They'd dropped from 2nd to 4th, and that win just put them back up into that automatic promotion spot.
Now this will be a bowler who's not familiar to yourself from earlier games between the counties this season. This is Michael Feinen, who Leicestershire have signed from Cheshire on a 2-year deal, but it has started a little bit early this season. Left arm.
Michael Feinen, left arm to left arm, and Mike Stoneman plays the ball gently up to mid-off, pitching it nice and full, trying to give the chance for the ball to do something. Feinen.
He's done well since he came in. He's picked up 7 first-class wickets. At a little bit expensive, but compared to many of the Leicestershire bowlers, not too bad. 38. And he can also bat as well. He's impressed everyone with his fitness as well, considering this is his first full-time contract.
In left arm over, tight to the wicket, and that's a first time the ball has been middled. It's also a no ball, so the scoreboard will now move for the first time.
Yes, on his first appearance, which was against Nottinghamshire 2 weeks ago, he managed to bowl 14 no balls.
Okay.
We thought he got over it because he only bowled, I think, 1 or even 2 in the last game against Durham. Both defeats, unfortunately, for the Foxes. But that's quite an early start to his no ball count.
Well, just starting half a metre back now, one would expect. In again, and that's slightly short, and cut away not altogether convincingly by Stoneman. It was wide of a third slip, and between slip and gully, and it goes all the way to the boundary for 4, but showing perhaps that bowling short isn't the way to go on this wicket. Pitch it up and let it do a little, possibly more productive. But nice shot by Stoneman, and he is off the mark with the first boundary of the match so far, and the first runs from the bat. Ball eventually makes its way back to the bowler.
Might take a bit of drying. There's still quite a lot of there was a lot of dew around this morning. Obviously they put ropes around and cleared the outfield, but on the other side of the rope it's still a bit damp.
Steaming in again, and again he squares Stoneman up on that occasion. Another thickish outside edge. It was all along the ground, but a good stop this time at point ensures that there's no run. Sam Evans there with the fine bit of fielding.
Yeah, saved 4 there, didn't he? Good work.
But also good bowling. Stoneman not comfortable with that delivery.
He's a Lancastrian from Manchester.
He played for Cheshire seconds, did he?
And Cheshire first.
Cheshire first and Northampton
absolutely.
seconds.
Yes,
Northampton
exactly.
seconds, that's right. In again. And that is short and wide, and Stoneman will feel that he missed out on that occasion. He cuts it straight to Sam Evans, who has an easier stop to make this time, even if the ball was hit rather harder. But that was short and wide, and Stoneman's eyes must have lit up, but he couldn't beat the fielder.
A man for Surrey. I'm sorry, for did he play for Surrey briefly?
He did.
Stoneman? Yes, he did. I was going to say for Surrey and Middlesex.
He played for England when he was at Surrey.
So, for once, has drawn a blank against Leicestershire. The stream is still catching up with itself. It's a little bit all over the place. Sometimes it's to do with Wi-Fi issues and things like that, I'm told. But unfortunately, we might have to catch the replay on NV Play, because it's sort of gone beyond itself. We'll get there in the end.
Yes, there'll be another little that will be clipped for us to adjudicate on later. However, the over does continue, and it's Eskenazi who is now facing his first delivery, and it's a very correct looking forward defensive, stayed left arm over the wicket to the right-handed Eskenazi. The end of a very successful over. There was a no ball, there was a couple of loose deliveries, one of which was put away for four, but slightly after that. In once again, and that's a good ball and a shout for LBW, and he's been given. And Stoneman looks Hobson and Eskenazi, neither of them off the mark as yet.
Right, continues from the pavilion end to bowl to Sam Robson, who is leaning forward rather than stretching forward, blocking that one out into the offside. Rahan Ahmed making his second first class appearance for the Foxes. Feels in the covers. Right, I've got a replay up, so let us have a look at this one.
It did swing a little bit.
I think that's fair enough.
Yep.
Round about the knee roll, and it came back just enough to go on to hit leg stump. Right is in. Robson is turning that one off the body out towards mid-wicket. Tom Scriven, young all-rounder signed from Hampshire, is the fielder. He has recovered from injury in recent weeks, come into the side. He's given it a new dimension. You saw him, I think, at Radlett. He was an important factor in Leicestershire going to the quarter-finals of the Royal London Cup, but then got injured, and it changed the balance of the side. And they missed him badly against Kent. In goes right and bowls, and reaching for that one. And Evans, having distinguished himself in the previous over, managed to let that one almost go through his legs. That was a very straightforward stop. Unfortunately, he went down to form the long barrier, and somehow it evaded every part of his body and hands and ran down towards third man. So Robson is off the mark with a couple.
Yeah, we just to go back very briefly to that LBW. The more you look at the replay, the plumber it looks, I have to say. So,
I think so.
If there is such a word as plumber.
Yes, that's a point. Would it be the more plum, I
more
suppose?
Plum. The plumest.
Plumber.
Much plumage. But it was definitely out.
It was going to hit. Thud into leg stump, I think. Right. Elbows jutting. Runs in and bowls. A straight delivery on off stump. Robson works it out towards Leicestershire's captain Callum Parkinson at mid-off. I said to Callum as he went off to get changed for the toss, he's been waiting for the green blazer, the Leicestershire green blazer, as sported by the previous captain, Colin Ackerman, to be adjusted to his size. And he's still waiting, because obviously he only took over in mid-season, but why he's still waiting? In goes right and bowls. That one comes back a fraction to Robson, but he's equal to it, defending it, everything nicely close together, pushed out into the offside right himself. Feels, he says, by the time they'll have sacked me, he says, by the time it's done. With a grin, yet to record a victory as Leicestershire's first-class captain.
So every time there's a change of captain, the jacket gets adjusted rather than a new jacket?
Right is in and bowls. A little bit of shape to that one. Robson almost down on one knee as he blocks that one out into the offside. It was only brought in for Colin Ackerman, really, or I'm sure Leicestershire captains in the past used to wear it, but they managed to find one in this sort of, you see the benches that have been painted, the sort of very lime green, which
the scoreboard is in the same colour, yes.
Leicestershire green, Chief Executive Sean Jarvis calls it. It's a sort of limey green. So they produced a jacket in that coloured material for Colin Ackerman last season. So we haven't. This has been the first change post jacket.
Michael Feinen in again. Oh, and that's edged. And there's another no ball. It was a brilliant stop as well by third slip, because I think the ball bounced in front of him. And well, one of those deliveries where everything was happening. But all it means in the end is 2 runs go on to the board for the no ball. And still there is Stephen Eskenazi, but an absolutely sensational stop by Sol Budwerger.
Who?
Sorry, I've completely made a bish of his surname. Budinger. Only ever say people's names when you can read properly rather than quickly glance. Sol, I apologise.
Sol is a former Nottinghamshire player signed by Leicestershire in the last 3 weeks. He wanted to play first-class cricket. Essentially, hadn't played first-class cricket for Nottinghamshire, and he's getting his chance with Leicestershire. So this is his second game.
In once again, and that is flying away. It pitched and went. It's gone for byes, and it's gone for 4 of them. The wicketkeeper Swindles, very little he could do about that, because that just took off. Off the wicket, started a little wide, but went a lot wider, and Swindles just couldn't get down in time to stop it, and 4 gets added to the scoreboard.
It seemed to sort of seam away almost, didn't it? And it went low as well, but extras doing a splendid job for the visitors at the moment.
Yes, by some way the top scorer. Yes, Sol Budinger has obviously had to move around a bit. Born in Essex, on Nottinghamshire, Sussex's books for a while as well. And that's an inside edge that Eskenazi knew absolutely nothing about. He was looking around to see where the ball had gone. It had gone between him and the stumps to a leg slip position where they actually managed to trot through and get a single. But Eskenazi knew absolutely nothing about that.
Could easily have gone onto the stumps, couldn't it? So easily. Feinen is he's a raw bowler, obviously. You can sort of see that, but Leicestershire have seen enough in him to think that he could really develop into a useful first-class bowler, and showing that again today, all those qualities.
Certainly things happen, and he has been treated with a great deal of respect by Sam Robson with that delivery, who plays one of his rather splee-footed ultra-defensive shots, and now marks his guard again. But yes, there will be a few no balls. There will be the occasional one that squirts wide of a diving wicket-keeper, but there are also wickets, and we've already seen one this morning, and it could so easily have been 2. Eskenazi is still there. That little inside edge past the stump, getting him off the mark. In again, Feinen, and that again takes off and goes wide, but this time enough bounce on it that Swindles diving to his right can stop the possibility of further byes. The score is now 15 for 1, of which Robson scored 2, Eskenazi 1, 4 from Stoneman, 7 extras, 8 extras. So
They've fiddled a little bit with the layout of the scoreboard.
Michael Feinen in once again. Oh, and again he squares up the batsman on this occasion, Robson. Robson actually does very well to get a bit of bat on it. Certainly behind the stumps, they weren't sure he had got bat on it, hence the appeal you heard for LBW. But there was a big clunk of bat that we could hear. And Robson survives another testing delivery, and this is a really good opening burst by Michael Feinen. He's taken one wicket, could have had another one, at least another one. The score 15 for 1 now after 4 overs. Robson 2, Eskenazi 1, and Feinen on fire.
Makes things happen, or seems to. The Mancunian. Right, waits for Eskenazi to take guard for umpire O'Shaughnessy. Steve O'Shaughnessy standing at the pavilion end, first 2 innings of the games. Nick Cook at the Bennett end. Right, over the wicket, of course, to Eskenazi outside off stump. Eskenazi is reaching for it a little bit on the back foot, working it out towards Evans at point. Sam Evans at sort of backward point. Rahan Ahmed in the covers. Callum Parkinson is at mid-off. Ed Barnes at mid-on. Tom Scriven at mid-wicket. Michael Feinen down in front of the electronic scoreboard at wide long leg. 3 slips. Budinger at third. Ackerman at second. And Louis Kimber at first. In goes right. And again, just reaching for it a little bit. Eskenazi outside off front. Getting plenty of bat on it. And playing it on the ground towards point. Again, Evans comes into field. But won't be entirely discouraged. Chris Wright seeing Eskenazi reaching for those. But he's been in... certainly he was in outstanding form in the one-day competition, wasn't he, Eskenazi?
4 centuries in 6 matches. At one stage, just before he was out in one of the games, he was averaging 400 in the competition.
Right, is in. Bowls to him, thick outside edge, that's going to run down through the gap between third slip and backward point for 4. He was just about in control of it. He did rather flinched slightly as it took the thick outside edge of almost the shoulder of the bat, but he kept it down, managed to play it, as they say, with softish hands, and ran it away down to third man for 4, 19 for 1.
Very brisk outfield for September the 20th. The ball flying to the boundary. The 2 boundaries as well for Middlesex so far have both gone between third slip and gully, so it's the only productive position as far as the bat is concerned. I think the other 2 was a misfield in that direction as well.
Eskenazi hasn't, I think through injury partly, wasn't it, at the start of the season, hasn't had as many opportunities in first class cricket with the bat this season. This just his 10th innings in 7 games, 253 runs at 31 with a best of 118. I'm trying to remember if he played against Leicestershire at Lord's in that Ben Mike game we were talking about. Wright is in, bowls to him, he leaves outside off stump, quite an extravagant leave on the back foot, pulls the bat out of the line very deliberately. Something going on in the hospitality marquee over there at the Bennett end, but at the moment the cover's down, surprisingly. I think that on a day like this, a glorious autumn day now, it was quite cold this morning. Went out for a run. It was dark as well. In goes right and bowls. Nice shape to that one. Out swing from middle to middle and off. Eskenazi, tall right-hander. Half forward, getting to the pitch of it just about, pushing it out to Ahmed in the covers. Last chance of the season for Leicestershire to record a home victory. They have one more chance, of course, in the county championship at Derby next week to record a victory of any kind. In goes right and bowl, slightly short of a length on off stump and up on his toes. Eskenazi blocks it out into the offside again. Right, just hasn't quite found his usual customary metronomic line and length so far. Been neat enough, 3 overs, none for 6, but hasn't quite found what he's looking for in the way that Feinen, albeit slightly more inconsistent basis, probably has.
No, you're absolutely right. And I did check. Eskenazi did not play in
He didn't.
that match.
I could have a look back through,
at
but
Lords. So
I didn't think he had.
no, Robbie White was playing then, and Peter Hanscom. So
Yeah, there were a few.
both teams have changed a bit since those April days, as that is allowed to pass by outside off stump from Feinen. Swindles takes. There is no run.
Perhaps the most prominent being, of course, Shaheen Shah Afridi.
Yes. Yes. That does seem a long time ago.
Replaced by Yadav, wasn't he? But
Yeah.
Yadav is injured in India at the moment, not recovered.
Not
apparently.
coming back.
And
no.
not coming back.
No, that's the end of his Middlesex season, sadly, for Middlesex. Put in a good stint as, again, good bounce, but nicely played by Robson, who was on top of that good bounce and just played the ball back to the bowler, who, as fast bowlers are allowed, gives a little bit of a stare before picking up the ball, flicking it to the fielder, who does some polishing and gets ready to come in again.
So strong is the Middlesex seam attack that one anticipates that he probably won't be missed too much.
Well, when you think, yes, as in again, Feinen. Oh, and he beats Robson for fun outside off stump. Robson can try and pretend he was getting his bat out of the way, but he wasn't. And that one. Now they're just checking the front crease. Would that have been a no ball? I didn't see the umpire if he actually marked a no ball on there, but certainly he's warning about running on the pitch.
Don't think so.
No, it's a warning about running on the pitch, and Eskenazi is just pointing out.
Was it a formal one?
I don't think it was a formal warning. It was just saying, just be a bit careful here, and he's just readjusting the line of his run-up accordingly. Feinen is in once again. He does get close to the wicket, and again it's a big shout for LB. Now this will be harder because he's left arm over the wicket to the right-hander rather than the left-hander, and on this occasion he doesn't get the nod from the umpire.
Probably did a bit too much. Probably might have been missing leg, I think. There was enough about it for Nick Cook in that characteristic way that I'm going to miss, actually. He sort of turns his head to one side. No, not close enough. There's another word with him.
Yes, I'm not quite sure. He's done a lengthy chat about something. But he does get very close to the stumps with his action. So unless you bear away very briskly afterwards, you can run into trouble. And that's a delivery that on this occasion Robson can leave happily to go through to the wicketkeeper.
And they will be conscious, of course, Middlesex, that Parkinson with his left arm spin, orthodox spin, and Ahmed likewise would love to have a little bit of rough in which to land the ball sooner rather than later. So I'm sure that Eskenazi will be drawing Nick Cook's attention.
He certainly has on a couple of occasions in this over, as Feinen's in again, and this time Robson gets all the ball, but that was a very good over. It was a testing over. It had fewer of the loose deliveries in it. He beat Robson for fun with one of them, but Robson is still there on 2, not out, from 21 deliveries. Eskenazi has moved on to 5 from 11. The score is 19 for 1. But the more you watch, the more you understand why Leicestershire having won the toss, decided to put Middlesex in 19 for 1.
Good morning to you all on social media. There are, as ever, various ways to get in touch with us, and we're always pleased when you do. At Foxes Cricket 22 is my Twitter handle. As Chris Wright continues, what's yours at the moment, Guy? And as Wright is in and bowls forward on off stump is Eskenazi blocking it out into the offside.
At Guy WSC is
WSC
is my handle, I believe.
You can email me if you like. Richard Ray RAE23 at gmail.com. leicestershire.com. Always very pleased, as I say, to hear from you all, Leicestershire supporters. Obviously, it's been a tough old red ball season. Again, in goes right and bowls. Just outside off stump, Eskenazi is working it just sufficiently wide of Robson. Just sufficiently in front of point to call... of Evans, I beg your pardon, to call Robson through for a single. He moves on to 6-20 for 1.
And these two haven't managed to rotate the strike as much as possibly they'd have liked so far, so absolutely right, and there was always a single there, and nicely judged from Eskenazi.
Right, leans forward as he goes in and delivers the ball, again on off stump, this time to Robson, who is blocking it out into the covers on that occasion, picked up by Rahan Ahmed. Been an interesting old season for Rahan again. With his another 100 deal, plus he's got all sorts of 100, well, white ball competition, whatever they are, whatever he calls them, over the winter as well.
So some 120s as well as the 20s. Yeah.
He is in demand, the young man. Very modern young cricketer. Right is in, bowls onto the legs, just pushed away by Robson towards square legs. Swindles has to run across to his right to field in front of umpire Cook, and does so. The single is taken. The ground staff at Leicester were working on that side of the square throughout much of the morning. It looks like it's kind of been scarified. It was the County Cup was played here on Saturday or Sunday. Sileby were one of the teams in them. Syston Town, I think, were the other. But clearly, I think that might be it after this game in terms of use of the square. So getting its sort of winter preparation already. In goes right and bowls very straight, and Eskenazi slightly closes the face of the bat on that defensive push. Out into the on side it goes, picked up again by Scriven coming in from mid-wicket. Has a sort of bearish look. The outfield has completely changed colour in the last, probably 3 weeks ago. It was almost brown and dusty and dry and no green at all. The amount of rain we've had enough to green everything up, and it all looks rather lovely out there. Right is in, bowls, lovely shape to that one, but well played by Eskenazi. Everything close together on off stump as he blocks it out into the offside, and he knows it was a good defensive shot as well because he holds the pose for a while. End of the over, 21 for 1. Eskenazi has 6 off 15. Robson, as ever, building his way into his innings, 3 off 23, 7 overs have been bowled. The only man to go, Mark Stoneman, leg before wicket to Michael Feinen for 4. Do you have updates to do for Radio London?
No, they leave me be largely, so...
There will be one for BBC Radio Leicester in a minute or two, but we'll try and get into this Feinen over.
Jump in whenever you need to, and we're just waiting as Robson just readjusts his guard, because Feinen, having run into a few issues about possibly running on the pitch, bowling over the wicket, is now going to bowl left arm around the wicket to the right-handed Robson. And that is shorter and wider and spanked away, thankfully, by Robson through the cover area for 4. So that immediate change of going from
they have
over
picked
to round.
up a wicket. They have picked up a wicket, Leicestershire. They chose to bowl first after winning the toss. And Michael Feinen, the new signing from Cheshire, who's impressed everybody with his left arm pace since joining the club, pinned Mark Stoneman leg before 4-4. 6 for 1 at that stage. However, Sam Robson and Steve Eskenazi beginning to build something of a partnership for the second wicket. They've taken the score on to 25 for 1. Robson has 7. Eskenazi has 6. Leicestershire need to take advantage of the conditions that are in favour of seam bowling this morning. Need 3 or 4 wickets before lunch to justify the decision. Middlesex at the moment 25 for 1.
And that's a better delivery from Feinen as he's switched around the wicket. It's Fuller, and he's dug out a little by Robson up to mid-on, and there is no run. And Eskenazi now looking to see where Feinen is running from around the wicket to see whether he's getting a little bit close to the stumps again. But certainly the umpire, Nick Cook, is happy, has not felt the need to have a word. Left arm round from the Bennett end, and that is wide and going wider down the leg side. And, well, to be honest, Swindles did well to actually get a glove on it, let alone stop it, but it's gone for another 4 byes. Of course, in the red ball game, it won't go down as wide, so it'll go against the wicket keeper rather than the bowler in a slightly unfair manner. And Feinen just having to readjust with this going round the wicket. I can see why he's done it, because of the possibility of running on the wicket, but he was bowling so well, bowling over the wicket, that things have got a little bit looser. In fact, he's gone back to bowling over the wicket after that last delivery, understandably, and he absolute peach beats Robson outside off stump. The ball actually nips back as well, but somehow misses the stumps and the outside edge. Robson is still there, and Feinen, who is back over the wicket, is right on the money once again.
Not quite sure how that missed off stump. I suspect Robson isn't either. He squatted down. It did stay a bit low, but he does sort of skid the odd one through as well.
Feinen's in again, and that's actually nicely played by Robson out to the cover fielder, where Rahan Ahmed does the fielding, and there is no run.
Sam Robson has had a sort of Robson-like season, possibly not quite as consistent as he'd like to, but still averaging over 40, 43 coming into, well, 44 almost coming into this game. 700 runs in 19 innings, 3 centuries, 2 50s.
In once again, Feinen, and he's bowled him round his legs and trying to flick the ball away on the leg side. Robson has missed it and has seen his leg stump jud back, and Robson has gone for 7. Feinen has his 2nd wicket, and Middlesex, having been put in, have lost both openers now to Michael Feinen, and the score is 29 for 2.
Sort of stepped over, just stepped a little bit too far there, and a little bit of extra pace, full delivery. Actually, it wasn't too full, really. It was too much length, but it was good swing, wasn't it? And excellent. Robson lost position a little bit there, stepped across a bit too far, and bonus wicket, really, for Feinen. But deserved, perhaps, for some of the previous deliveries that have been very close. But
he really has bowled well this morning, and has left Middlesex in a spot of bother here. But now coming out to the crease is the South African international, Peter Milan, who has been a reassuring presence in what was a slightly, at times, flaky middle order for as far as Middlesex were concerned. But Milan has been a comforting presence in most forms of the game. Just his 4th? Yes,
county championship fixture.
Absolutely. It took him it took Middlesex some time to get his visa through. It eventually came through, I think, in the final county game before everything stopped for so long. So he played the final match ahead of the midsummer break.
Pat O'Shaughnessy checks Milan's bat with the gauge. You have to be careful these days, as Durham have found to their cost. We don't know exactly what the cost is yet. They're still waiting to announce the punishment, aren't they, on that one? Right, continues into Eskenazi. Bowls full, squares him up a fraction, thick outside edge along the ground. Out it runs towards Sam Evans at that backward point position, and there's no run. Matilda's been in touch from Melbourne, Australia. Why have we only selected 4 batters? Isn't batting the weakest part of our game? Our weaker part of the game? A good question, Matilda, as right is in and bowls outside off stump, edged wide of the diving Budinger, and that's going to run down to third man for 4. A little bit of extra bounce there. Now, whether that went past Budinger on the full, not quite sure. Let's have a look at the... No, it was well wide, and it would have almost been about 5th slip in the end, so not a chance. But it was an outside edge.
And that's more like it from Wright, who's been very much the other bowler this morning so far. But that was a good delivery. And not for the first time this morning. Eskenazi scoring through the 4th and 5th slip area.
Yeah, those 2 Feinen wickets take him ahead of Wright in the sort of averages, so to speak. Wright has only picked up 26 wickets for Leicestershire in the county championship so far this season, 49 last season. Runs in and bowls outside off stump. It's allowed to swing away from wide, going wider by Eskenazi in double figures now with that slightly fortuitous boundary. So although he's kept himself fit, Chris Wright, and managed to sort of get into the Royal London Cup side and play a big role in that, hasn't been quite as incisive as he would have liked. Indeed, he's conceded more than 1,000 runs now this season. And he goes and bowls, feeling for that one. Eskenazi bounces and just swings away. And he had a little fiddle outside off stump and rehearses the leave that he didn't play and should have played.
2 excellent deliveries from Wright in this over. And... Eskenazi certainly being tested.
1, he moves on to 11.34 for 2. Yeah, they experimented with a couple of layouts on the electronic scoreboard, but Leicestershire scorer Paul Rogers has come up with this one, which he thinks gives all the information one needs in a layout that is not entirely dissimilar to the old sort of manual scoreboard on the Milligan Road side of the ground. One of only 2 remaining in county cricket. As Wright is in and bowls, goes past the outside edge again. This time on the back foot. Milan is beaten and comprehensively beaten. Lucky not to get the edge. End of probably Wright's best over.
Yes.
Of the morning.
I would have said so. That really is a score board of beauty, isn't it? The old one with
a couple of clock atop
the clock on the top.
Probably the only. I tend to think it's the only building of any sort of real architectural merit in
but it is
in the Uptonsteel County Ground, really. But it has a pleasing sort of symmetry, and it is actually relatively recent. It's not been there since 1920 or something.
But sympathetically done.
But yeah, and it was courtesy of the Friends of Grace Road, who raised money through selling their wonderful cakes after 2 o'clock, folks. It was thoroughly refurbished at last season.
Well, Feinen, understandably set to continue, but that one flies off just short of the length and passes comfortably the outside edge of Milan's bat, goes through to the wicketkeeper. I was down in Devon last week, and there is one scoreboard that may be even more attractive than that at a ground called Instow, the North Devon ground, as it's actually thatched, which is a rarity, I think you can say. In once again, though, Milan. Oh, and that gets...
chance,
I
I'm
think
sure.
that was off the glove. It really spat at Milan, and Swindles, well, he was having to leap to his right in front of first slip and couldn't get a hand round the ball and ended up just punching it really to the boundary. But well bowled again for Milan, but that is a chance, a tough one, but a chance nonetheless. That goes begging, and Milan has a life, and it will be 4 more byes, actually, of course.
Eskenazi, I think.
It's Eskenazi, many apologies.
I think Swindle's got a hand on that.
I think he did too. I think he punched it to the boundary. Well bowled, though, and Eskenazi looking to punch off the back foot on this occasion. Good stop this time in the point region. Means that there is no run.
It was a tough chance, but it was a sort of chance that I would have made a real 34 for 3. Goodness, that would have been, could have been a really important moment. Eskenazi getting himself in was on 11.
So dropped on 11.
I think so. Tough one.
It was tough. Whether he should have left it for the tall first slip. In again though, and that's down the leg side. Not a good delivery. This time Swindles is across swiftly to ensure that nothing too dangerous occurs. But possibly did have the man to leave it to. We will wait and see if the replay is forthcoming.
Yeah, Brunty on WhatsApp confirms it was a drop.
In once again, Feinen, and that is a comfortable leave on this occasion for Eskenazi outside off stump. Does bowl that delivery that pitches outside off stump and just keeps going on occasion. Feinen can't score off it, but you're not going to get a wicket either, well, unless someone chases it. But at the moment, Middlesex not in the chasing the ball mood at 38 for 2, and it could have been 38 for 3.
And would have been Michael Feinen's best first-class figures as well.
He won't mention that later. And that is on leg stump, and in the end Eskenazi just plays the ball nicely to the vacant square leg position. No power, but there is plenty of time to trot through for a single. Feinen is has to be content with the fact he has just the 2 wickets that have fallen so far, rather than the 3 that probably should have done. And the score at the end of the over is 39 for 2. Eskenazi 16 not out, and he's nicked the strike. Milan, he's only faced 1 ball so far, yet to get off the mark.
I said to BBC Radio Leicester they'd want at least 4 wickets in the morning session to justify the decision to bowl first, really. I think it is usually justified in September almost in every circumstance, isn't it? But the ball is doing plenty. They need to take advantage of it. Right is in to Eskenazi, who steps forward and leaves outside off stump quite elegantly. Not sure about the Middlesex shirts in the county championship. This sort of almost V, sort of flat V stripes, hoops across the front with the sponsor's name underneath. The sponsor's name is fair enough, but I'm not sure about the sort of hoops, so to speak, as in goes right and bowls. Eskenazi is working it a little awkwardly out into the offside, sees Evans getting quickly to the ball, and there's no run.
Just have seen a replay of that drop, and I think the extraordinarily sharp bounce that we hadn't seen so far did for Swindles, because he didn't actually jump. The ball suddenly was at him, and he was suddenly reaching and hadn't actually managed to get a jump in, and got a glove to it, as we were pretty sure he had done, but that was it.
Right is in, bowls very straight. Eskenazi is pressing forward, seeing the ball running into the gap between Evans and Parkinson. Where's Ahmed gone? He'd gone down to third man. So they're looking to plug that gap a little bit, Leicestershire, but it does mean there is a little bit of a gap in the covers. And Eskenazi takes his one, moves on to 17.
Peter Milan to face.
And Ahmed is coming into 4th slip for Milan, who's looked a little bit nervous. The only delivery is faced, and he's squared up again. The ball slips past his outside edge into the gloves of Swindles. Comprehensively beaten again there. Milan yet to lay bat on ball, and the 2 balls he's faced as both have beaten him on the outside edge from Chris Wright, and the volume of enthusiasm from the slips rises a notch. It's usually fairly loud, but it's usually Rishi Patel who's the source of it. Patel left out in this game, but Ackerman has plenty of encouragement to impart to Wright, who is in again, and Milan is getting bat on that one, and he's going to get runs as well as he squeezes it away off a thick outside edge down towards third man. Evans goes running back from point, picks up, throws on the turn, but throws on the turn are always a little bit high and loopy, and Milan takes a second, 42 for 2. We're still only in the 11th over, so it's been a busy and absorbing first 50 minutes of play here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. A few darker clouds have just drifted over. No hint or forecast indeed of any rain as Wright is in. Comes back a little bit, and Milan takes his bottom hand off the bat as he fends that one down towards short leg. Gets an oi from Harry Swindles, but he keeps it out. Milan stays on 242 for 2 after 11 remains the score. The issue tends to be on these September days light towards the end of but we managed to get through against Durham on the second day. We lost a good chunk of the first day to rain, so we had the 8 overs to make up on each of the last, or on the second and third days, and did so we were still playing at sort of 5 to 7.
Oh wow.
Despite being scheduled to finish at 5:30.
Well, yes, because I drove up here last night about 7:15. I wouldn't have liked to have been facing anything in that light as Feinen continues his excellent spell and squares up the batsman, not for the first time. And on this occasion, the ball squirts out into the point region, where it is fielded yet again by Sam Evans. But Eskenazi uncomfortable, as most of the batsmen have been against the excellent Michael Feinen this morning. He really has bowled well. Eskenazi, understandably, just asking for a minute to calm everything down and just do a spot of patting down of the wicket. We've seen one ball absolutely steeple, and that's wide and going wider, and it is so wide it is a wide. The first we have seen this morning, extras continues to climb. And they're doing pretty well at the moment, extras.
Mike Jelfs on Twitter, who needs batsmen? Our bowlers often score more anyway. Which, I'm afraid, in a few games this season has been the case.
In once again then Feinen. Eskenazi, bat held high. And this time he can let it go through comfortably to the wicket-keeper Swindles.
Not many in, it's got to be said. The green seats in front of the Turner Indoor Centre, maybe 40 or 50 over there. The Burrows Terrace alongside us up here atop of the pavilion. A few in probably similar numbers, but maybe 300 or so, maybe 400 in the ground, something like that. We'll fill up, hopefully.
Tough day though, isn't it, after all the weekend drama. As in once again Feinen, and that passes the off stump, and it is the 20th of September, then the start of a county championship match on a Tuesday.
Yeah, a few people have said that's an odd shame it couldn't have been played over the weekend. It probably couldn't anyway, but it wasn't scheduled to. But
no, there has been a great deal of county cricket on days when people can't easily get to it, and Feinen is in once again. Left arm over. Oh, and again squares Eskenazi up a little, but Eskenazi in the end plays it quite nicely. Just drops it down, squirts off into the point area, and there is no run.
I've warmed a lot to Michael Feinen. There's something obviously raw but rather endearing about his sheer determination. He's made the point in interview, you must never give up. You know, your ambitions. Relatively late then into first class cricket.
Yes, he's 26, so he's served his time, but at the moment he is very much taking his chance when it eventually arrived. Oh, and a Extravagant drive outside off stump to a wideish delivery, it must be said, that beats the outside edge of the expansive drive and is taken by the wicketkeeper in front of second slip in the end, I think. It wasn't a wide, but Eskenazi did chase that one.
I almost say wild.
Yeah.
Eskenazi there.
Frustrated, you feel slightly at the moment. 17 off 34. That's down the leg side, and he very nearly gets strangled down the leg side, and also he has to be a bit careful. That's almost exactly how Sam Robson was bowled earlier, by stepping across his stumps to try and flick the ball away from middle and off, missed it, and suddenly saw the ball swinging back in and knocking out his leg stump. As it is, another good over comes to an end. Eskenazi survives it. He is still on 17 from 35. Milan has got 2. And with several alarms, its score is 43 for 2 now. A partnership of 14 between these two.
Got a pat on the back from his captain Callum Parkinson there, Michael Feinen, and he did signal to the pavilion, so it may be that that's his opening spell done. Again outside off stump, Milan is twitching and beaten by Chris Wright. So 6th ball faced, I think, by Milan, and he's played and missed it. 3 of them outside off stump.
I have to say, Wright's got better and better the longer he's bowled so far this morning. He was rather innocuous for the first 2 or 3 overs, but he's hitting his straps now.
7th over for Wright, goes in and bowls and beats Milan again. Milan got forward to that one, but he's playing at everything that's swinging away from him, and sooner or later he's going to nick one through. Tom Scriven is beginning to warm up at mid-wicket. Wright tends to bowl 7. Feinen, who's half a yard quicker probably than Wright, although Wright is sometimes quicker than you actually realise. Tends to bowl 6. Wright is in and bowls. Milan is squared up, but he is behind that one as he blocks it back down the pitch on the onside. Scriven runs in to field. Very boyish figure, Tom Scriven. Every time I see him, he kind of looks like he should still be playing conkers or something.
Well, now would be the time to do it. I
Exactly.
noticed a lot on the ground when I was walking in.
Still a few blackberries around. That's on.
Picked my £7 for my jam the other day.
Right is in. Comes back in and really does confuse Milan. He's going to have to hurry, but although Swindles ran up from behind the stumps as it was dropped down without any intention by Milan, too short leg. He was called through for the quick single by Eskenazi, but Swindles decided to have a throw at the stumps at his end, so to speak, instead of down to the bowler's end, and he missed them. So single taken, Milan moves on to 3, but it's been a somewhat fortunate 3 so far. He's still there though, watching as Eskenazi faces Wright, who is in and bowls on off stump, pushed out into the offside. Evans has to run a few yards to his right, and although he does so and shapes as though to throw the ball at the stumps, he didn't, because both batsmen had gone straight away, and the fact is Milan would have made his ground comfortably. Morning to David Popple. In the Leicester office today, but sadly unable to come down to Grace Road. You can't work remotely, David. Not quite that remotely. As Wright is in and bowls and beats Milan for what seems like the, 10th time, but is actually the 5th time outside off stump. Milan again gets away with it outside off stump. He curtain rails the bat back inside the line, but long after it had gone past his outside edge. 45 for 2 after 13 overs. Continues to swing. It's gone a lot cooler. The sun has gone in. Not unpleasantly so, but haven't had to switch the heater on for months, and may have to do so in this game at some stage.
You are wearing shorts.
I am.
I have to admit, when I saw, because it really was warm, 9, 10 o'clock this morning, and I thought I'd overdressed rather, but I'm getting smugger by the minute. We have a change of bowler.
Yeah, Scriven is
coming on.
Coming on for Feinen. Feinen spell 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 19, and figures that do not flatter him, I don't think. I think he's bowled very well this morning.
No, it was a superb spell. He had a little wild and woolly at times, but when he put the ball in the right place, all the batsmen this morning have been in trouble. Can Scriven keep that pressure on? Well, he bowls at a decent lick. The former England under-19 international.
Oh, update. As Shaka Khan comes into our headphones.
So
Foxes have picked up their second wicket of the morning, and Michael Feinen, the left armer who picked up the first wicket, Mark Stoneman, leg before wicket for 4, has also picked up the second, bowling the other Middlesex opener, Sam Robson, behind his legs with a ball that clipped a leg stump. 29 for 2 at that stage. Could have been 34 for 3 when Steve Eskenazi was dropped by Harry Swindles. A difficult chance off Feinen high to his right when he was on just 11. Eskenazi has now moved on to 22 off 38 balls. At the other end, Peter Milan has 3 off 9. He's been beaten outside the off stump by Chris Wright on 5 separate occasions, but he's still there. The Foxes looking for their third wicket. Ball is doing plenty. Middlesex 49 for 2.
And Eskenazi has just played the shot of the morning, certainly the most convincing one, clipping it off his legs up through wide mid-on for 4. Lovely shot. This time he lets the ball go through to Swindles. The ball dies in front of the wicket-keeper, but he manages to stop it at some pain to himself, I have a feeling, but stop it he did.
Morning to Springsteen. Hope the game lasts 4 days, he says. I might have recovered from the latest bout of COVID by then. I'm sorry about that, Springsteen. Hopefully it isn't too bad for you.
Intriguing name. In once again, Scriven, and that is a comfortable leave outside off stump.
Springsteen.
Yes.
Yeah, no, Bruce always watches the Leicestershire games.
Of course. Born to runs. So, yeah, it will be to continue. Tom Scriven, who hasn't yet managed to apply the same pressure we saw from Michael Feinen. Oh, but then, of course, immediately finds the outside edge that I think might have tickled the fingers of third slip as it flies to the boundary. And Eskenazi, well, he's using up his 9 lives at quite a pace at the moment. He's been dropped on 11 by Swindles. That was desperately close to third slip, but he got away with it, and he moves on to 26. The 50 comes up for Middlesex, 53 for 2.
The third slip's gone out now. He's gone to backward point, and backward point Evans has gone down to third man. Runs might be important.
Yes, though you're always slightly disappointed as a pace bowler to see the slips go out, as that is comfortably left by Eskenazi. So a little bit of a curate's egg of an over as far as Scriven's concerned. There was one glorious clip for 4 from Eskenazi. Comfortably played most of them, but he did find the edge of Eskenazi's bat, and Eskenazi lucky to survive that edge flying past third slip. So Eskenazi 26 eventful runs so far. Milan, who has managed to find himself on 3 despite being beaten for fun, and 53 for 2, and it could be much worse for Middlesex. They'll be quite relieved to have got here.
Right. 8th over of his opening spell is in and bowls, and of course I think you can take it as read that he will beat Milan outside the off stump with an outswinger. He's played at everything, Milan. He doesn't seem to be too concerned about the ball swinging away past his outside edge, or indeed acknowledge the fact that he's actually swinging away from him. He's playing down the line of the ball and missing it time and again. That certainly is 5, possibly 6 times now. Right. Is in. Bowls to him. That one comes back in. He's much more comfortable on that basis. It's worked out towards the sort of gully area, running across to his right from third slip. Budinger makes something of a Horlicks of it, manages to sort of bunt it a little bit further with his hand, but no extra runs accrue to the Middlesex score as a result. 54 for 2. Milan on to 4. Can have a look at the way Eskenazi is playing right, perhaps. 3 slips still in, even for Eskenazi. All hands on knees as right is in. Nice shape too, that one, but it's over pitched and driven through straight mid off for 4. Again, there was swing, but just pushed it up that little bit too far, and Eskenazi didn't have to step out too far, just had to get his weight on the front foot and to the pitch of it. Got a good bat on it, didn't try and overhit it. Punched it away through straight mid off for 4. Lovely shot.
Yeah, interesting from Eskenazi. He's been beaten, he's found the edge. He could have easily found himself back in the pavilion by now, but every ball being played on its merits, and in the last couple of overs we've seen 2 really pleasing drives. Perhaps signs that he's settling down.
On to 30 now. Stevie, as he seems to be quite happy to be known. Right is in, bowls to him. It's another sort of tempter outside off stump, a little bit wider, but Eskenazi wisely, having picked up his 4 from the previous delivery, lets that one go through. Yeah, the blue skies have pretty much disappeared. There's a few sort of light blue areas away to the sort of southeast across Aylstone, but essentially it's mostly light grey now. Clouds overhead. Right is in. Again, nice shape to it, but again, well played by Eskenazi. It wasn't quite to the pitch of it, but he got enough weight in it to place it in almost exactly the same place through straight mid-off. And once you beat mid-off, when the bowling is from this end, the slight downslope and the very hard outfield, as Guy has remarked, doesn't make life easy for the fielders, especially if you're chasing one, and the ball just seemed to gather pace. And neither Barnes nor Parkinson could chase it down. So 2 off-driven 4s in 3 deliveries for Eskenazi, who was beginning to look very dangerous and or promising, depending on your point of view. 62 for 2. Right is in and bowls, and going to the same place, but this time without quite the timing as he got forward to that one. Eskenazi and Parkinson able to get across to his right and in the end make a reasonably comfortable stop, and having done so, Parkinson just swings his arms a couple of times in a manner which suggests Leicestershire's captain, who's been markedly reluctant to bring himself on too soon. He's one of those captains who's sort of a little bit maybe too cautious about bringing himself on. He's swinging his arms there in a way that suggests he's about to bring himself on. Right, 8 overs, none for 27. A mixed spell from the veteran.
Yeah, he got better, but maybe 1 over too many, as you often see in these circumstances when he's the back end of the first 7 overs, his 5th, 6th over, 7th over, probably his best. So you understand why they kept him on, but possibly a little tired and just over pitching on a couple of occasions. As it is Tom Scriven who is bowling to Milan, who plays it up to mid-on, and there is no run. Milan jogs up the wicket to just pat down where the ball pitched and make sure everything is correct in his stance and with the wicket, as he now waits for the bowler to begin to come in again. The right arm over of Scriven, and Milan was an exaggerated leave outside off stump, having taken a step towards the pitch of the ball. Lets it go through. There is no run.
He's not getting the movement. Quite a little bit surprisingly that Feinen, or indeed Wright, obtained Tom Scriven, which, given he's slightly slower than both, you would think he'd get a little bit more, but he isn't.
No,
at the moment.
No, not getting the ball to. He got one to shape away in the last over, didn't he? Scriven is in again, and there's an edge, and it's through the slips. That, I have to say, looked from here as if that was a chance, but it's gone through first and second slip, who stare at each other and try and work out exactly what happened. But as it is, Milan has his first boundary, as many of the Middlesex boundaries have been this morning. It's off a thick outside edge and pretty close to the slip cordon. As we just watch the replay now.
It just went through Ackerman's hands, low to his left, but he got them there, and he just didn't grasp it at all. It carried, no question. Milan on 4, sorry.
It's an interesting, but on this occasion, it is no run. It's looking to just push the ball out onto the leg side. There is no connection. And Milan stays on 8. The score remains on 66 for 2.
Can't do this, Leicestershire. They don't create enough chances to
waste them.
To waste the ones that they create.
In once again, and he pushes that, and there is an edge. There is an edge, and the breakthrough has come. Milan has not made the most of his life, you have to say. He played an indeterminate push outside off stump, probably a ball he didn't even need to play. He edged a feather through to Harry Swindles, who will never take an easier catch at wicket-keeper as long as he plays. And finally, the third wicket has come. Not before time. Milan, though, has gone for 8. The score 66 for 3 now, Middlesex. And as I mentioned earlier in commentary, can sometimes not be the most robust middle order, Middlesexes. They do rely on their top 3 for stability in innings, and with 3 of the top 4 now gone, it could be interesting times as far as Leicestershire are concerned.
8 of 16 balls for Peter Milan. He never, ever looked remotely comfortable, did he, out there? Max Holden comes out to replace him. But Leicestershire, and particularly Ackerman, will be hugely relieved, I suspect.
Yes, you feel that, though Leicestershire will also still be pretty annoyed if we get to lunch and Eskenazi is still there, having been put down by 11, because that would have made it the perfect morning. And Richard, you had said they needed 4 wickets minimum in this first session to make sure that the decision to bowl first was the correct one. Well, they had 3 of them, and they've got more than 3/4 of an hour to try and dig out a 4th. So things going their way at the moment, Leicestershire's. It was a good toss to win, and Middlesex in a bit of bother here. Max Holden now in. And averaging just over 27 in his first-class career. Probably Middlesex would have hoped he'd have kicked on by then, though he's averaging 32 this season. 37 indeed. So that's pushed out into the covers. There is no run. That is the end of Scriven's over. Nick Cook, the umpire, just flings him his cap from a distance of 3 or 4 yards. He takes a decent catch. The cap is now placed on top of the head. We are going to see spin for the first time as the skipper does bring himself on. Callum Parkinson with the score 66 for 3. Eskenazi holding things together, 34 not out. Holden yet to get off the mark.
This is going to be very interesting. Parkinson bringing himself on he was conscious of the criticism of the lateness at which he brought himself on against Durham in the last game. He brought himself on in the end and took 3 sort of quick wickets essentially, and so he's certainly bringing himself on in good time. In terms of the condition of the ball, it should be nice and hard. Still just 16 overs old, and it'll be very, very interesting to see if there's anything for him in this pitch at this early stage. Leicestershire, remember, I've also picked Rahan Ahmed. Parkinson jogs in, but Eskenazi wasn't quite ready, so as is his right, he steps back, holds up an apologetic left hand to Parkinson, who calmly turns, walks back to his mark, and goes in and bowls, and forward went Eskenazi. Might just have straightened a fraction, but it was just a fraction. Eskenazi looks quizzically back down the pitch, wanders down, gives it a little prod. There is a slip, of course, for Parkinson, also a short extra cover. He goes in and bowls outside off stump, and Eskenazi lets that one go through safely enough. It wasn't the one that goes on with the arm. Swindles took it. Kimber is the short extra. Evans is quite close in at mid-wicket as well. Parkinson is, and that's a little bit more bounce and turn, better delivery from Parkinson, a little bit more loop to that one. Boltonian, of course, if that's the right description for people who come from Bolton. In he goes and bowls Fuller this time, driven back down the pitch to him by Eskenazi. Parkinson falls rather than dives to his right and makes the stop in front of Max Holden. Yeah, Holden, best part of 600 runs in the county championship this season. 5 half-centuries, but hasn't been able to go on convert yet. Parkinson is in. Nice loop. Bit of bounce and turn, but away from the right-hander. Eskenazi lets it go through. Nothing spectacular as yet. A little bit of something for Parkinson. How many to come? Eskenazi asks. 1. Says umpire O'Shaughnessy. Parkinson tosses that right up. Indeed, it's full pitch by the time it gets to Eskenazi, but he's being cautious at this stage. Got forward and looked to stroke the on-drive. Came off a thick bottom, sort of inside edge, and trickled rather than rolled quickly out towards mid-on. So a maiden to start with for Callum Parkinson. Decent exploratory first over. No more than that. No great pronounced bounce or turn for him as yet. Be interesting to see if Ahmed, with his leg spin, gets a bit more as and when he gets his chance.
Yeah, there's just the one ball that sort of had a bit of bounce, but you're absolutely right, Richard. It was very much a test over, as it is Scriven who has decided to come round the wicket to the left-handed Holden. And the first delivery carries through to the wicketkeeper. No run.
There's a bee just hovering right in. I think that's a bee, isn't it? Just in front of our commentary position.
It's a bee, not a wasp, isn't it? Yeah.
Our colleague from BBC Radio Newcastle, Martin Emerson, was convinced they were little hornets.
Oh, really? In again, and that's wide-ish. Not wide enough to be called one, but certainly wide enough to be left well alone by Max Holden.
Who went a long way down the wicket there. Shuffled. I wonder whether Swindles will think about standing up to Scriven.
Tough ask, isn't it? Why Scriven might not be quite as pacey as the opening 2, it's still a decent speed at which to try and stand up. Scriven, right arm round again. Struggling to get his line right since coming round the wicket. Was a little bit of away movement on that occasion, but it was so far wide that it was a comfortable leave for Holden. There's a bit of sun comes out again now, and a few shadows from the players. Very comfortable September day. Shirt sleeves, I don't think we'll need the heater quite yet. And that is a better delivery, but comfortably played by Holden. Up to extra cover where there's no run. There are 3 slips in at the moment. There's a point, extra cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket. And we have fine leg.
Sileby Town were the winners of the County Cup, I'm informed. They beat Seiston. Thank you, Ryan.
In once again, and that is flicked away, not entirely possibly the way he meant to play the shot. It was up in the air for a little while as it went out around the square leg area. There was no fielder there though, and they comfortably trot through for 2 well taken runs, and Holden is off the mark from the 6th delivery he's faced so far in his innings, and the score goes on to 68 for 3, and first runs we've had since Holden came to the crease indeed, with the Callum Parkinson bowling a maiden over from the pavilion end in once again, and deciding that that's where the ball can go, out into that square leggish area. This time they can only take the 1, but 3 runs coming from that over in the end of Scriven, all to Holden, who's pinched the strike at the end of the over. He is now 3 not out. Eskenazi, he's been on 34 for a little while, he's still there on 69 for 3 for Middlesex.
Yeah, Ryan, a member of the Sileby club, says he's just about got over the hangover. Good to know. Parkinson is going to go over the wicket to the left-handed Holden, with Feinen having been bowling for the most part from the Bennett end. There isn't much rough outside Holden's off stump for Parkinson to land the ball in. He goes and bowls a little bit short, so Holden can go back and work it comfortably off his legs down towards deep backward square, where the aforementioned Feinen comes in from the boundary to field. Holden takes 1, moves on to 4, 70 for 3. Parkinson will go back round to Eskenazi. This guy said hasn't seen too much of the strike in recent overs. Parkinson is in to him, outside off stump. He tries to cut. Probably was there to cut, but he missed it. Simple as that. And taken by Swindles. A little bit more bounce than Eskenazi anticipated. He wanders down, again pokes at the wicket. Clearly it was all the pitch's fault. Takes guard as Parkinson is in. Little attempted paddle sweep, and he almost Q-ended the ball back down the pitch to Parkinson, who looks a little askance having fielded the ball. A slightly level look. What are you trying to do there? Back he goes, in and bowls, tosses that one up nicely. Eskenazi is much more respectful with that delivery. Plays a very conventional forward defensive, back down the pitch. It rolls. Parkinson now favouring the very, very short hair, sort of downy covering. In he goes and bowls outside off stump, and Eskenazi's already pulling out of that one as he sees it going wide.
Is there any hair?
Just a very faint covering of a fair hair. I think Matt, his twin, has retained a little bit more than Callum so far, who tosses that one up. It's driven out into the offside, but puff of dust as Rahan Ahmed, at fairly conventional extra cover, falls to his left on one of the used wickets to make the stop. One off the first ball, wasn't there? I think.
Yes, Holden.
So 1, yeah, beg your pardon. Not quite a maiden for Parkinson, just 1 from 2 though.
Bowled nicely. Eskenazi again getting into one of those I think I'll have to play an extravagant shot because I'm slightly bored mode, where he played the interesting rampish sweepish shot and spent a long time looking at his bat afterwards as if it was entirely that was the instrument of his destruction rather than anything he did. But it will be Holden to face. And there's a lengthy chat before we see the latest over from Tom Scriven. He's going to continue to come round the wicket to the left-handed Holden. He was struggling to get his length and line right last over. But once again, has a word with the fielders around him. I think that's his skipper next to him. Just with the final suggestion. And in he comes now, Scriven. And immediately draws the false drive from Holden, who practices it again, but he missed it. And just as Richard suggested, because he's coming down so far down the wicket, Harry Swindles is standing up to the right arm pretty quick. So brave from Swindles, but he did see that Max Holden was trying to put the bowler off his length by coming down the wicket. Now he's having to stay very much on the crease, and that again is outside off stump and nicely taken by Swindles at about pad, top of the thigh pad, so a little bit on the low side, but he was down very quickly to take it. He doesn't have a lot of reaction time when you're standing up to a quick bowler. And Scriven in once again. Holden tucks this nicely on this occasion up to mid-on, but it is a defensive shot and there is no run. Comfortably fielded, a bit of ball polishing goes on. The sun continues to come out, which is pleasing for the fairly at the moment sparse crowd, but let's hope that a few more decide to make the most of a sunny day. The corporate tent seems to be doing good business. That seems to be fairly busy. As in once again, and that's wide outside off stump. Good take by Swindles, left hand grab, and flings it out to the man at mid wicket.
What do you think that Max Holden would change about the structure of the county game?
I don't know.
It's a bit of a trick question because it's absolutely nothing. He loves it the way it is.
Really?
Hey, there you
really?
go.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, fair enough. In once again. Oh, and it's an edge, and it's short of first slip, and they think about a run, and in the end they don't go for it. But well bowled, and this decision, the wicketkeeper to stand up is putting pressure on Holden. He can't get out to the bowler as he likes to, and on this occasion trying to force things a little outside edge, but it did drop short of first slip.
It did, but Ackerman is standing quite close to first slip and a good yard ahead of him. Could he not have got down to his right? He's rehearsing it. He didn't really react.
It's a funny thing though, the first slip, so far we've seen the wicketkeeper dive across him to put down one catch, and Ackerman dive across from second slip to drop another catch. So maybe they were deciding, oh, we'll leave it finally to first slip, and that is taken again nicely by Swindles. End of a good over on this occasion from Tom Scriven. Certainly the wicketkeeper standing up changed the dynamic. Holden didn't look at all comfortable. He's still there though on 4, having edged just short of first slip in that over. Eskenazi still marooned on 34 on the score, with the scoreboard barely ticking at the moment, 70 for 3.
And that will obviously please Leicestershire. Got a little bit of control. Run rate just dropped back from around about 4 to 3.5. So Parkinson will feel at the moment that Middlesex aren't going anywhere, but half an hour to lunch. They'll one more before lunch. They'll feel it has been their morning. He is into Eskenazi, who goes back to slightly short of a length delivery, works it off leg stump behind square and jogs a single. 71 for 3. Eskenazi onto 35, dropped on 11 by Swindles off the bowling of Michael Feinen, and the score was 34. It's already proving an expensive miss. Leg slip has gone in as well as a conventional slip. Over the wicket goes Parkinson, bowls to Holden, who goes back and works the delivery off his legs backward of square, down towards Feinen, who comes in from the deep square boundary And another comfortable single bowl there all day. Holden will be feeling. I'll just work it away and pick up my ones. Parkinson, both his first two deliveries a little bit offline, goes in and bowls outside off stump. Eskenazi steps forward and leaves. Foolish delivery. Outside off stump. Oi, says Swindles as he takes the ball. Good cow. He follows up with, in he goes, Parkinson, and bowls. That's a good delivery. Straight on middle and off. Didn't really do too much. Eskenazi is forward. Not getting to the pitch of it, but playing it off the pitch. Able to adjust a very slight suggestion of turn. Parkinson in. Bowled a little bit short and wide. Eskenazi goes back and cuts. Doesn't put his full weight into it. Makes sure he gets plenty of bat on it. Steers it as much as thumps it out towards Feinen on the point boundary. Much more pleasant now with the sun having broken through again. Lifts the temperature markedly. A few more coming in as the morning has gone on. Parkinson back over the wicket to Holden. Ooh, quicker, flatter, short delivery, and Holden can play those all day again on the back foot. Just blocks it out into the onside. Not quite the rhythm in that over that Parkinson would have liked. Didn't ask quite enough questions of the batsman. Didn't go for too many, just a couple of singles, but they were comfortably played by Max Holden and Steve Eskenazi. Middlesex 73 for 3 after 21.
Yes, it's ever so slightly too short, that over. It was difficult to score off, but it wasn't going to take any wickets.
Yeah, exactly that. Kind of a little bit of a waste of the hard ball.
You can see why the spinner might want to do that early in the innings to try and get the extra bounce. A couple of fizz, but nothing happening in that over. Now, Scriven, who for things are happening, bowling to Eskenazi, so he's back over the wicket to the right-handed Middlesex batsman. And Eskenazi crouches down extravagantly before playing the ball out to a wide mid-on for no run. And you do feel at the moment maybe Eskenazi is seeing the ball a little better, just the two slips for him, but again, second slip standing desperately, well, in a very tight line to first slip. You wonder how much first slip can see sometimes, but that's the way they're going.
Fango Fox in Melbourne, wondering why Eddie Barnes is playing. Barnes, the next seamer, useful bat, but essentially he's a bowling or well, he's a bowler who can bat a little bit. At the moment, it looked to be more promising than that last season, but he struggled a bit with the bat. But I guess he'll get a chance eventually, but it's a good question.
Scriven in once again, and Eskenazi plays a most extravagant defensive shot that trickles up the wicket and goes into the stumps at the other end, just gently knocking off the two bails, which Nick Cook, the umpire, has to replace. The ball eventually makes its way back to Scriven.
But 4 seamers and 2 spinners. And just 4 frontline batsmen. Ooh, updates time. Scriven is in, defended on the back foot by Eskenazi, back down the wicket on the on side. I'm going to rudely nip ahead of Guy, so I can update BBC Radio Leicester. The Foxes have picked up their 3rd wicket of the morning, that of Peter Milan, who struggled against the swinging ball before being edged to Harry Swindles, Leicestershire's wicketkeeper, off the bowling of Tom Scriven for 8. That was a ball after he'd been dropped, indeed, by Colin Ackerman at second slip off the same bowler. 66 for 3 at that stage. Middlesex, and they haven't gone much further since, 73 for 3. Eskenazi, Steve Eskenazi, is 36 not out. He was dropped on 11. The Foxes may yet have real regret about that particular one. Max Holden is with him. He is 5 not out. If they can pick up one more wicket before lunch, they'll be satisfied with their morning's work. Middlesex 73 for 3.
Scriven is in once again, and again he is treated with great respect by Eskenazi, and the over comes to an end. Good over too, though Eskenazi played it pretty comfortably, and he is on 36 not out from 66 deliveries. Max Holden 5 from 16, and after, well, a brisk start as far as runs were concerned, but also the way wickets were falling, things have settled down a little in this session now. The score 73 for 3.
Parkinson, 3 overs, none for 4. Hasn't looked particularly threatening so far. Over the wicket to Max Holden. He is in outside off stump. A leave from Holden. Steps forward again. No great turn. Barnes is starting to warm up. So it may be that he will replace Scriven. But Scriven looks to be the sort of bowler who can bowl long spells. But we'll see. Parkinson is in. Tosses that one up a little bit on off stump. And Holden is forward. He's got a tall man. Max Holden leans forward. Blocks it out into the offside. I'm looking forward to seeing Ahmed bowl, got to be said. Now wouldn't be a bad time necessarily. The run rate going nowhere. Parkinson is in. Forward again goes Holden. Just closing. Bat face on that one. Off middle out towards shortish mid wicket, who is Louis Kimber. Short straight mid wicket. There for the clipped drive in the air. Parkinson is in. Flatter, quicker delivery outside off stump. Bounces a little bit, but it's almost a seamer, that one. And taken by Swindles high to his left, around about shoulder height. Not a threatening delivery. Did a little bit, but not remotely threatening if the batsman's not trying to hit it, which he wasn't. Parkinson is in, drifts onto the legs of Holden, worked out to mid-wicket where Ahmed is the fielder. Budinger claps his hands together at leg slip. Started with a good half-century in his first innings, Budinger last week. Parkinson is in, gives it a little bit more air and is turned off a thickish edge down towards long leg. It was in the air as it went past Budinger, who sort of flung himself to his right but realised he wasn't going to get there. But leg third slip might have been in the game if there is such a position. There isn't. 75 for 3. Holden picks up a couple off the last ball of the over.
And as you spotted, it is Ed Barnes who's going to take over from Tom Scriven, who's bowled pretty nicely. He's picked up the wicket as Peter Milan as well. And he'll be coming on from the Bennett end. So his right arm over to the right-handed Eskenazi, who just flicks a leg to keep his hamstrings warm. Ed Barnes will do a couple of practice deliveries to the mid-on just to get his shoulder going. He was practicing it. He was working it extensively in the last over with practice bowling action, but now he's ready to do the real thing. High stepping run in. Grunt as he delivered the ball as well, but the ball did a little bit, but far enough outside off stump that Eskenazi could leave it, and the ball has ended up in the safe hands on this occasion of Harry Swindles, the wicketkeeper, who takes a glove off to just mop his brow and correct his cap before putting it back on, ready for the next delivery from Ed Barnes. And that's short and pulled away by Eskenazi nicely, but there is a man out in the deep to do the fielding. They thought about a second. Just as well they didn't go for it. They would have been in a great deal of bother. It was a decent throw that came in from the deep, and Eskenazi just has taken the single. He moves to 37, the score to 76. Things will change for the left-handed Max Holden. immediately Ed Barnes looks if he's going to be bowling. Is he going to... Steve Eskenazi is bowling. Are you coming round or over? And he says, no, I'm going to stay to over for the time being. Thanks. A third slip goes in. And Ed Barnes will now bowl to the left-handed Max Holden. Holden up on his toes, plays a defensive shot up to mid-on. Ed Barnes, who, a la tennis players, does a grunt as he delivers the ball. So he strives for that extra bit of pace.
You can cope with it once every sort of minute or so. It's when it's every... with tennis, when they're doing it on every shot, it becomes a little bit hard to cope with.
Ed Barnes in once more. Oh, that was a bigger grunt. There was a double sound on that one.
Kornikova used to grunt a bit, didn't
she? She did.
Who else? The big grunters.
There was the
well, Connors, I suppose. We were one of the first of the big grunters, wasn't he?
He was. I'm just trying to think. There were a couple of women players, and there was one that got higher and higher as the match went on. That used to.
Selesh used to, didn't she?
Monica Selesh, yeah. No, but Kornikova definitely. As in once again is Ed Barnes, who probably has never been compared to Anna Kornikova before. But
possibly not. No.
That is played nicely out into the covers. There is no run. He's certainly putting the ball in the right places at the moment, Ed Barnes, in this spell as the...
He's a North Yorkshireman, Eddie Barnes, from Knaresborough.
Yeah, started on Yorkshire's books in Derbyshire and now at Leicestershire. Pronounced grunt again, and the ball is flicked out into the leg side. There is no run. There was just the single off the over. Eskenazi is 37 not out. Holden is 7 not out. And the score after 24 overs, 76 for 3.
I wonder if Parkinson will give Ahmed a chance before lunch at this end. I suspect so. For the last game against Durham, Leicestershire left... they instructed groundsman Andy Ward just to leave a modicum of extra grass on at the far end. I'm not sure they've done so on this occasion, but the idea being to give the spinners a bit of grip. Round the wicket goes Parkinson and bowls to Eskenazi, who's forward on off stump, playing it out into the offside. No real turn there. Parkinson is in a little bit shorter, just a fraction wider, and Eskenazi can go back and steer it out towards Feinen, who's down there on the point boundary, and take one. Playing much more circumspectly and sort of correctly now. Eskenazi's got into his innings and holding the Middlesex first innings together at the moment. 38 off 71 balls. Over the wicket goes Parkinson to Holden, who is forward, bat a long way in front of pad, but at middle of the bat, this closes the bat face, pushes it to mid wicket. Brunty wants to see grunting, whenever a shot is played, introduced in other sports. He says, like snooker or crown bowls. In goes Parkinson, and again it's played to mid wicket off the front foot by Max Holden. You can imagine that in snooker. It'll happen probably one day.
I really want to be there when that happens.
Parkinson jogs in. Longest run for a spinner, bowls, and Holden on the back foot this time. Just working it into the leg side, but with real caution and care, as though the ball could leap and spit. At the moment the pitch looks reasonably okay. The movement has been through the air, if anything, and again Holden is forward, taking his bottom hand off the bat as though the ball is going to leap up and strike him on the chest or something. It didn't. Probably slightly higher up on the bat than he thought it was going to be, but I'm not sure that the demons are in the pitch, that the batsmen, well, they're out there, but, and again, Holden's making that gesture as though it's doing all sorts. Is he? I'm not.
It's interesting, isn't it? A couple of times Parkinson's just got it to nip a bit. We've only seen one extravagant bounce, and that was the Feinen delivery that saw Eskenazi dropped, that really did climb from not exactly nowhere, but surprisingly. But otherwise, no, the wicket's played really nicely. And that's a nice drive, but not quite timed from Eskenazi. He looks at the bat because he knows there was the chance to play the on drive, which he placed nicely but didn't time, and the fielder could just trot around and make sure that no runs could be taken. Barnes goes back to his mark. All legs and arms with the run and delivery. He's in now. And Eskenazi plays that out into the covers.
Didn't get up quite as much as he thought it was going to. It looks to be a slightly different bounce from both ends, but it's bounced from this end once, as you say, off fine, and so there's enough there for the batsmen to have doubt in their minds, I guess, and to be careful. And it's also not long until lunch.
It's a good wicket, though. You want there to be something in there for the bowlers, which there is. Barnes in once again, and Eskenazi stepping outside off stump and playing the ball up to short mid-wicket, and there is no run again. Once again, Eskenazi just goes and taps where the ball bounced, and Barnes has been on the money since he came in. Hasn't bowled too many what you probably call wicket-taking deliveries, but he's certainly tying up an end really well at the moment and making life difficult for the batsman. In again, Eskenazi again. All he can do is play the defensive shot out into the covers where there is no run. And Eskenazi early on in his innings, admittedly, if there were streaky fours through the slips, he was dropped. But the scoreboard was ticking over quite briskly as yet another edge flew through the slip cordon. But now he's getting his head down, just seeing these bowlers off at the moment. Again, just short of a length from Barnes, well bowled. And Eskenazi afterwards practices, well, was it high enough to pull? But it wasn't, so he just played the defensive shot back to the bowler.
Ahmed warming up. Hurrah.
Exactly, yes.
Not hurrah, because I think it's just fun to watch, isn't it, essentially?
Yes, even his practice looks good. As in comes Ed Barnes once again. And that is flicked nicely down for 4 runs by Eskenazi. Just strayed ever so slightly. It wasn't much. He bowled middle and leg on that side. Eskenazi was on it incredibly quickly and guided it down through the vacant fine leg area. Well, certainly a fine leg area for 4 runs. And Eskenazi has finally hit another boundary. He moves on to 42. Holden is 7 not out. We've had 26 overs so far this morning, and 81 for 3 is the score. Is Ahmed going to come on now, or is Parkinson going to continue? It looks like Parkinson's going to bowl another one, and then see from which end Ahmed comes on.
Well, if Parkinson's going to bowl another one, he's probably only going to get 1 over from this end. You can't imagine Barnes will be taken off.
It'll be whoever is bowling, there's going to be a short leg because fielders are putting the pads on to go in gun alley.
Given that Parkinson has bowled 5 overs, we should surely have bowled more than 26, but at the moment the over rate is showing as level. Nobody rushing around. Budinger pops his cap into his trouser waistband, puts on the helmet to go in at that short leg position. Parkinson is ready to go. Buttinger isn't quite. It's actually sort of behind square. So short backward square just as Parkinson over the wicket bowls to Holden, who's getting forward to that one, playing it firmly but only as far as Evans, who is at a shortish cover position, extra cover position. Parkinson in bright sunshine again now. Jogs in and bowls. Back goes Holden. Good length from Parkinson. Wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or go back. In the end he stayed just about on the back foot. Was able to adjust, playing the ball off the pitch. Pushed it out into the offside, but to a certain extent beaten by flight there. Parkinson is in and bowls. Holden goes back, works it into the leg side. Ahmed bounces around to his left. He kind of bounces around whatever he's doing, Rahan Ahmed, and fielded. Made one previous first-class appearance for Leicestershire. That was at Worcester, about halfway through the season. In goes Parkinson, a quick flat delivery on to the legs of Holden that's worked out towards deep backward square. Parkinson has his hands on his head, so I'm not entirely sure why. Even if it had beaten the bat, I don't think it would have been an LBW shout in it.
I think it was more with himself.
Hopefully it was disappointment. It wasn't a great delivery. That quicker delivery doesn't often get it right. In he goes and bowls to Eskenazi, who is forward on middle, blocking it back down the pitch. Parkinson fields in his follow through. One ball to go in his sixth over, none for 8 for Callum Parkinson, who is in and bowls, and he goes back to that one and makes a late decision, comes down late on it, and this time Parkinson's hands go to his head because he thought that might just about have snuck through. Eskenazi did play it late, but he was able to play it late off the pitch.
Did that keep a little low?
Did look to perhaps just skidded through a little bit. These two look very intent now on the luncheon interval. 82 for 3, Eskenazi 42, Holden 8. 27 overs have now been bowled. 10 minutes until lunch. 3 more.
Should get the 30 in, yeah. Ed Barnes, particularly, is barely giving away a run at the moment, is certainly getting through his overs in decent nick at the moment. Just the 2 slips now. Deepish point as Barnes comes in once again. Up on his toes is Holden, who plays the ball out to mid-wicket. There is, as we've often said this morning, no chance of a single. Defensive shot. Holden's played very sensibly since he came in. He's played this match on its merits. It is 4 days long. It is pretty tough out there. Leicestershire have bowled well this morning, and he knows it's important that if Middlesex can get to lunch only 3 down after being put in, they will consider that at least level, if not slightly the better of the session.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that.
But Ed Barnes continuing to be right on the money, not allowing the batsman to relax much so far. In again, and then of course he bowls a horrible wide long hop and it gets slapped away for 4. Sorry, Ed, I'd kind of rather put the curse on you there, but that is the first very poor delivery that Ed Barnes has bowled. And again, we've seen this on a couple of occasions when people have just put the ball in a little too short. There isn't really anything there for the short delivery. If you bowl just short of a length, you can find lift, you can find bounce, but there isn't pace on the bouncer. And on this occasion, it was buffet bowling, and Max Holden did help himself to 4 more to move into double figures. He's now on 12. And Ed Barnes, in bright sunshine in that half of the ground, is in again. This time he's back to bowling where he bowls best. Outside off stump, a little bit of movement back into the batsman, and he has to be up on his toes, Holden, to play the defensive shot back to the bowler.
Ahmed continues to windmill his right arm. Whether it's hopefully or whether it's because he's had the word, we shall shortly find out.
I was going to say, when you're 18, he could well be hopeful as much as been given the word. And that is a lovely shot. Glorious cover drive from Max Holden. It was slightly over-pitched by Ed Barnes, but not by much. And Holden was onto it so quickly and just caressed the ball through the covers for 4. And that was pretty close to being shot of the morning so far.
Barnes has let the pressure right off with those 2 deliveries. 90 for 3.
Yeah, Holden, who up until then had scored 8 off 34 or 5 deliveries, was struggling a little bit, but he's just doubled his score with a couple of shots in this over from Barnes. Right arm over once again down the leg side, very nearly coaxes the mistake from Holden, but in the end Holden does let the ball go through to Harry Swindles, who moves to his right to ensure that no further byes get added to the total, which now stands at 90 for 3 after 28 overs. Eskenazi 42 not out, Holden 16 not out.
I'm beginning to think that Ahmed hasn't had the word. He's continued to warm up, but it is still going to be Parkinson. So he'll get this over in, and then one more from the Bennett end. That was a pretty ordinary over from Ed Barnes, I'm afraid. In goes Parkinson and bowls! That's a good leave from Eskenazi. That was a super delivery and off stump that did just straighten a fraction, and Eskenazi stepped forward, then let it go through underneath his bat, and only an inch or 2 outside off stump.
A bold leave.
Parkinson is in again. Good delivery on off stump, a fraction straighter, but Eskenazi probably aware that that previous one was a little bit closer than perhaps he anticipated, was solidly behind that one, pushing it out to Louis Kimber, who's still in there for the lofted drive as Parkinson is in, and that one bounced and turned a little bit from outside off stump and left by Eskenazi. Parkinson liked that one. He stood there for a minute, hands on hips, looking down the wicket at Eskenazi. Better over so far from Parkinson, who is in and bowls. Quicker, flatter delivery outside off stump, foolish as well, steered along the ground, almost off the back foot. Curious shot, but right on top of the bounce, of course, from Eskenazi out to Mike Feinen, or Michael, as I'm sure his mum would prefer us to call him.
Only when she's cross.
He seems to be known as Mikey, like Mikey Holding by most of the Leicestershire players. Short leg goes in for Holden as Parkinson goes over the wicket to the left-hander, who goes back, edge caught.
Brilliant.
Brilliant catch by Budinger. Got his hand underneath it at short leg. Holden took his bottom hand off the bat as he fenced it away into the leg side, again playing as though it was going to spit at him. Did a bit extra bounce, took the sort of top part of the bat, and Budinger, really good work, flinging himself forward, got his hand underneath it at short leg, and an important breakthrough at the lunch interval for Leicestershire.
It's the 4th wicket you were talking about, isn't it, Richard? And in fact, lunch now being taken. Eskenazi walking off, not really turning round to have much of a word with poor old Max Holden, who played really nicely, but it was a super delivery and a brilliant catch. It really was, to dive to his right and just keep the ball from hitting the ground. Superb stuff. And Leicestershire have their 4th wicket just on the stroke of lunch. Remember, they won the toss and put Middlesex in this morning. It's gone pretty much their way. Stoneman first to go, LBW to Feinen for 4, then Robson bowled Feinen in an excellent opening spell for 7. Milan caught swindles off the bowling of Scriven for 8, and then just before the break, Holden was caught at short leg off the bowling of Parkinson for 16. Eskenazi holding things together on 43 in a total of 91 for 4.
I'm a little bit surprised, actually, because there was only one ball left in the over. We didn't play an extra over, finish that over, and I think we'd have got out there before. Anyway, not to worry, they have come off. You'll hear me do an update for BBC Radio Leicester in about a minute's time, hopefully, and then we'll go and get some lunch. Suggest you do the same. 91 for 4, Middlesex. At lunch, after being put into bat on the first day of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Just about Leicestershire's morning, but well, Eskenazi is still there. He is 43 not out, having been dropped on 11, and just how crucial is that going to turn out to be? We'll find out this afternoon, but just for now, from Guy and myself, we'll say good afternoon and be back with you in around about 35 minutes' time. Players have just left the field for lunch slightly early because Leicestershire managed to pick up their 4th wicket of the morning, that of Max Holden, who was really well caught at short leg by Sol.
Well, just starting half a metre back now, one would expect. In again, and that's slightly short, and cut away not altogether convincingly by Stoneman. It was wide. Slightly after that. In once again, and that's a good ball and a shout for LBW, and he's been given. And Stoneman looks slightly...
Right, is in, bowls to him, thick outside edge, that's going to run down through the gap between third slip and back.
To the right-handed Robson. And that is shorter and wider and spanked away, thankfully, by Robson. In once again, Feinen, and he's bowled him round his legs and trying to flick the ball away on the leg side. Robson
is in and bowls outside off stump, edged wide of the diving Budinger, and that's going to run down to third man for 4. Little bit of extra bounce.
In once again, though, Milan. Oh, and that gets...
chance,
I
I'm
think
sure.
that was off the glove. It really spat.
For 4 has also picked up the second, bowling the other Middlesex opener, Sam Robson, behind his legs with a ball that clipped a leg stump. 29 for 2.
We saw from Michael Feinen. Oh, but then, of course, immediately finds the outside edge that I think might have tickled the fingers of...
More hands on knees as right is in. Nice shape to that one, but it's over pitched and driven through straight mid off for 4. Again, there was clouds overhead. Right is in. Again, nice shape to it, but again, well played by Eskenazi. He wasn't quite to the pitch of it, but he got enough
away in the last over, didn't he? Scriven is in again, and there's an edge, and it's through the slips. That, I have to say, looked for... In once again, and he pushes that, and there is an edge, and the breakthrough has come. Milan has not made the most, as in comes Ed Barnes once again, and that is flicked nicely down for 4 runs by Eskenazi, just straight to relax much so far. in again, and then of course he bowls a horrible wide long hop and it gets slapped away for four. Sorry, Edge has been given the word. And that is a lovely shot. Glorious cover drive from Max Holden. It was slightly overpitched by Ed.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. And you're most welcome to join us for the second session on this first day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Middlesex. Ball-by-ball commentary brought to you for this game by BBC Radio's London and Leicester. Guy Swindells and myself, Richard Ray, your commentators for the game, which is about to resume, with Middlesex having been put into bat by Leicestershire this morning on 91 for 4. The 4 men out, Mark Stoneman. Leg before wicket to Michael Feinen for 4. Sam Robson bowled behind his legs by Feinen for 7. Peter Milan caught by wicketkeeper Harry Swindles off the bowling of Tom Scriven for 8. And just before lunch, Max Holden brilliantly caught at short leg by Sol Budinger off the bowling of Leicestershire skipper and left arm spinner Callum Parkinson for 16, 91 for 4 then. And because the wicket fell after 28.5 overs, the players came off and we are starting a little bit earlier than might otherwise have been the case, with a longish afternoon session of 35.1 overs in prospect. Leicestershire will be hoping, Guy, to sort of follow up some decent work this morning and dismiss Middlesex for less than 200.
Yeah, that wicket on just before lunch has just swung things Leicestershire's way. You feel a lot now depends on John Simpson, the wicket keeper. He's batted very well when on certain occasions when needed to this summer. One excellent 100 I can remember. And you feel that he and Eskenazi are the key now to Middlesex putting together a decent first innings total. If he goes cheaply, then I think Leicestershire are bang on top.
Parkinson then to finish his over is in to Simpson. Another left-hander, of course, leans forward and plays it out to short mid-wicket. Yep, Simpson. 821 runs in 16 innings coming into this game. He's averaging 63, which puts him comfortably on top of the Middlesex batting averages. 3 centuries and 4 50s. That is just what you want from your wicketkeeper.
No, he has been in fine form, but the fact that him coming in at number 6 as the wicketkeeper, he is quite often absolutely needed to do that. So this crucial period of the match, you feel, and it looks as though
Feinen,
the star of the show, is going to come back. Feinen, who bowled so beautifully first up this morning with his left arm over, and he's bowling to Eskenazi, who just manages to cuff him to backward point.
6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 19. Feinen this morning.
And quite a lot of those were no balls, so
Three
a
of them.
couple. 2 or 3.
Let's have a
2 I remember, there may have been a third.
scoreboard just catching up with itself. There we go.
4 no balls bowled in total this morning. I didn't notice. And that is, again, just tucks Eskenazi up, but Eskenazi nicely on top of it and decides a single will do, thank you very much, and just plays it out into the onside where there are rather fewer fielders. And they go through for a very, very comfortable single. Now,
2.
2.
Yeah.
He bowled 2.
Bowled also 1 wide. So
Yes, there were a couple of biggish wides. So
just those 2.
just the 2 no balls,
Yeah.
1 wide, and 2 wickets is probably the most important bit of that particular column. But he's coming in to Simpson. First delivery to the wicketkeeper, and it's down the leg side. Hadn't quite got his radar right, switching between the right and left-handed batters. And Simpson goes for a lengthy walk over to square leg. Almost has to trot back to be in his place, ready to face again. little twirl of the bat, looks at the maker's name on the back and waits for Feinen to come in again. Comes in at pace. Really does work, Feinen, and that carries nicely through to the wicketkeeper, but was just starting wide of off stump and going wider. It was a little bit of movement though. Feinen is still finding, but comfortably dealt with by Simpson.
Yeah, his aggregate of 821 is only less than the 904 of Mark Stoneman's.
Yeah. So he has been absolutely crucial, and that is a nice looking drive. And he started the summer fairly slowly. It's been catch up since. It's been a terrific effort, but absolutely crucial. Feinen pacing back purposefully to his mark with the just at the very top of the sponsor's mark on the surface of the ground, and that's wide-ish, and it's a full toss. It's wide-ish and full. It wasn't a full toss, but it was a half volley, and it is coaxed beautifully through the covers for four. Simpson, a man in form, is not going to miss out on that, and he gets off the mark in the best possible way. Lovely cover drive. He moves to 4. Eskenazi 44.96 for 4.
Nice way to get off the mark, but evidence there of Simpson's confidence based on his form. Beautifully put away that half volley. It was swinging a little bit. The Lancastrian, as we've been saying, in very, very good form. Berry man, John Andrew Simpson, born July 13th, 1988.
So does that make him 16 years older than Ahmed?
Yeah. That's quite good. Goes right and bowls outside off stump, leaning forward is Eskenazi. So Leicestershire have gone back to their opening attack. I'm not totally convinced that's the right thing to do, but feels a bit formulaic, if you like. Right. Was okay this morning, but by his standards wasn't particular. He beat Milan plenty of times outside the off stump without swing, didn't he? But different now when the ball is 30 overs old. Right is in, bowls down the leg side to Eskenazi, who is on top of the bounce, steering it out into the leg side, but picks out Evans at mid wicket, which saves Evans a long chase back into a very empty space behind him in front of the Stench and Benno stand, as the Uptonsteel stand is popularly known.
No, he probably feels he missed out on a few there, Eskenazi, with that delivery.
Right is in and bowls. Again, a little bit of shape from leg, middle and leg towards middle, but comfortably played, waiting for it in the crease by Eskenazi out into the leg side. Foxy Phil, Dixon gone Somerset. Is that the head coach there? Don't know. Keeping me up to date with cricket news. Right is in past umpire O'Shaughnessy, bowls a full out, swinging delivery, but too full. And once again, the batter can lean out and put it away with a real degree of competence that makes the bowler's heart crack within him sometimes. Brings up the 100 for Middlesex, 100 for 4. Eskenazi moves on to 48, and that drop early on of Feinen looking increasingly expensive.
Big 100 as far as Middlesex are concerned. They've managed to get to 3 figures. There is damage though, but they have 2 of their better batters together to try and rebuild.
Dangerous period for Leicestershire. If these two, as Guy's been saying, can start to build a partnership, they can very quickly take the game away from the home side as Wright is in and bowls. That's a better length, worked off his legs, almost slightly fell over himself there, Eskenazi. Did he get anything on it? Wait and see. Did it come off the pad? Just the pad, in fact. Umpire O'Shaughnessy raises his right knee to the scores, gives it a tap. 101 for 4. Eskenazi remains on 48. You kind of feel with Middlesex's attack a score of 250 plus, getting on to sort of 300 would be really a good first innings score. Challenging one for Leicestershire, the way they have batted this season. At any rate, they need to keep taking wickets. Right, looking to do that against John Simpson is in. Simpson gets the delivery off stump. You heard the call of no as he defended it off stump on the back foot out towards point it goes. Picked up there by Scriven, and that is the end of Wright's over again. Nothing particularly wrong with it. Well, there was with the out swinging half volley to Eskenazi that he put away to the boundary, but not particularly threatening. None for 31 off 9 for him.
No, you're absolutely right. This is the danger time for any team, really. The ball is not doing quite as much as it was earlier on. It's softening up. The two best batters are in. If they can just... But 101 for 4 isn't great. 101 for 5 and you're in trouble. So Feinen in again. Eskenazi just coaxes the ball out to cover. Ahmed does the fielding. There is no run. And Eskenazi, I think worryingly, as far as Leicestershire are concerned, is looking considerably less skittish now than he was at the beginning of his innings. He's decided to knuckle down, seen what the wicket can do, and if he has to take it in singles and wait for the loose ball, then that's what he'll do. As Feinen is in again. Decent delivery. Just tucks Eskenazi up, but he's been in now for a thick end of a couple of hours, and he's batting very nicely, and he was much more in control of that than he would have been early in his innings, and he just plays it out into the covers.
Just looking at the follow through for Feinen, it looks, well, first of all, it doesn't look particularly badly marked, the pitch. He looks quite light on his toes to start with, but also it looks fairly wide. That it's not as, for example, as obvious as Wright's follow through, so it doesn't look to be an issue.
It's in again. Oh, and that's a decent delivery, and it's quicker than he was expecting, and there was some movement as well.
Umpire Cook.
Yes, he was impressed. He was actually showing the shape that the ball moved to Eskenazi there, the umpire. No, for those of you just joining us, there were a few words between umpire and Feinen, the bowler, about whether he was getting a little bit close to running on the wicket early on in his spell. So much so that he went round the wicket for about 3 deliveries. 8 runs later he came back over the wicket and now seems to be bowling to the umpire's satisfaction, and that was Fuller, but it was really well dug out by Eskenazi, and the ball flying across this really quick outfield. The fielder has done brilliantly to stop it going for a boundary, but they will trot through for 3, and Eskenazi has a really important half-century. Won't be his most fluent, it won't be his best, but he's reached it off 94 deliveries with 9 fours, and just what his team needed. Dropped on 11. A few other edges that flew very close to slip fielders, but Eskenazi has ground out an excellent half-century for his team. 51 not out in a total of 104 for 4. Feinen will be bowling to Simpson as they get on with it. And that was wide, not quite enough to get the umpire to stretch his arms out, but certainly no need for Simpson to try and play it. And in fact, if he had tried to play it, I'm not sure he'd have reached it anyway, so no danger there. As once again, Feinen, when swapping between the left-hand and the right-handed batters, just sometimes sees the raider go awry. In once again. And that's a better delivery. But up on his toes, Simpson punches it out to point, marches swiftly back. The bowler takes his cap from the umpire. That is the end of the 32nd over. Simpson, with one scoring shot in his 8 balls that he's faced so far, is 4 not out. Eskenazi's just brought up a really gritty half-century, 51 from 94, 104 for 4 the score.
Yeah, gritty but hugely valuable for his side. I won't keep saying it, but I just feel that they might have kept spin on at one end, really, Leicestershire. Not that there was necessarily a great amount of turn for Parkinson, as right is in. Bowls a full swinging delivery that's got through Scriven. Looked to be behind it at extra cover. He wasn't in the end, and that has gone out to the extra cover boundary for 4. Just over pitched again from Chris Wright. It wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball, and he didn't put his full weight into the shot, Eskenazi. He got plenty on it, though, and having beaten Scriven somehow, once again, it goes down the slight slope here at the pavilion side of the Uptonsteel County Ground and runs across the boundary for 4. So Eskenazi on to 55.
I'm increasingly... Why did Parkinson take himself off? He'd just taken a wicket. The pressure was mounting.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. But this is clearly sort of part of a plan, as Wright is in and bowls a little bit short, played down into the ground by Eskenazi, and he puts his right hand out towards the ball just in case it was going to in some way bounce back or spin back onto the stumps. Wright got out in an extraordinary way, a bit like that in the last game. He went back to a delivery from Matty Potts, played it hard down into the ground. It bounced 6-7 feet up into the air. He completely lost sight of it, went behind him and landed on top of the stumps. He couldn't quite believe it. In goes Wright and bowls. That one implies Eskenazi with his shot that it stayed a fraction low, but he also says it's still swinging a little bit as well. Whatever, he kept it out, pushed it out into the offside. 108 for 4.
Cloud cover back over us as well, which might help a little bit of swing. Quite dark, actually.
No call for the floodlights as yet. Rice is in. Bowls full again. Played back down the pitch towards him by Eskenazi, and Wright, as ever, puts out his right hand and always tries to deflect the ball onto the stumps just in case. It doesn't work. In his attempt to deflect the ball onto the stumps, that is. I don't think I've ever seen it work with him in 3 years of trying at the Uptonsteel County Ground. He says he's done it once or twice in the many thousands of overs he's bowled over the years. Right is in, and bowl drops a little bit short. Again dropped down into the ground off the back foot by Eskenazi, who again puts out his right hand towards the ball. Though the fact is it's well in front of the popping crease. 108 for 4. Louis Kimber claps his hands together at first slip in encouragement. Righty is the unoriginal nickname accorded to Chris Wright, who is in and bowls a leave from Eskenazi, and that went straight on, 6 inches or so outside off stump. But Wright, sometimes with the last ball of his over, likes to last season in particular did it really well. Hasn't done it so well this season. He developed a delivery that he used to bang in a little bit short, and really did used to jag back in, but as I say, hasn't really done it so far this season, which may explain why he's only taken half the wickets he did last season. 108 for 4.
And it is Michael Feinen who is going to continue from the Bennett end to Simpson. Still on 4. Oh, and that was a really good full quick delivery that Simpson thought was going to be there to play the shot to, but in the end had to just dig it out. Good bowling. We've said that a lot with Feinen today. He's kept all the batters honest. Works very hard. And is in once again. Simpson ready for him. Oh, and he beats him outside the off stump. Give Simpson possibly benefit of the doubt on taking the ball in, taking the bat inside the line, but just short of a length. Away movement from the left-hander. It really was a beauty. Bowling well. Simpson goes and checks the bat and has another one of his trademark strolls over to square leg before preparing again, and that's short of a length and punched away by Simpson nicely. Good timing, but an equally good diving stop by Budinger, who is now finding himself out at point and makes a very decent stop. But great timing by Simpson. Was a pretty good delivery, but fielder up to it, and Simpson remains on strike and remains on 4. Thick bank of grey cloud now hanging over the Uptonsteel county ground here at Grace Road. And that's a bit more effort. You could hear the grunt from the bowler, but in the end he put a bit too much into it and it ended up going down the leg side. Swindles took a comfortable take in the end, but certainly nothing for the batter to worry about at all. And there's much encouragement in the field for Feinen at the moment. As once more he takes his position, running in at pace, big outside stride, and he goes past the outside edge again. Well, he really has got his mojo back in this over. Last one, possibly just getting back into the swing of things, but he's certainly let Simpson know why he was such a handful early on in this innings. Simpson, the informed batter as far as Middlesex is concerned, he's struggling a little, particularly with the movement that he's still managing to get late on.
At a decent pace as well.
At a decent pace, very much so. That, though, probably was a little bit on the short side, but the fielder was in the right place. Simpson played it nicely, the cut shot, but Budinger was there, and a good maiden over in the end. Just the one loose ball down the leg side. Simpson remains on 4, Eskenazi 55, 108 for 4.
Right, we'll continue. Almost updates time for BBC Radio Leicester. I do feel that, obviously Parkinson is a relatively new captain. He hasn't really captained at men's side before. Captained in the Lancashire underage groups. In goes right and bowls to Eskenazi, who's nice and solid as he goes forward to that one. Back down the pitch to right it goes. But it does look like a young captain finding his way. He's not necessarily the sort who doesn't look to be the sort who's sort of prepared to do something different, try anything really to get under the batsman's skin, really take a risk. Not a Shane Warne type captain. I used to love watching when he was captaining Hampshire. And it would have been a great captain for Australia as well. They didn't need him to be captain, so he wasn't. But in goes right, bowls full. May just have dipped back in a fraction, but played solidly enough by Eskenazi. Slightly wide of Barnes at mid-on, who, having fielded the ball away to his right, doesn't bother hurling it at the stumps. But I think he was a brilliant county captain. Never left the batsman alone. Always thinking of trying different things and setting games up and talking to his bowlers and trying different fielding positions, and never sort of used his attack to any sort of real pattern as such. Right, over the wicket to the left-handed Simpson outside off stump. Goes through low to Harry Swindles, who takes it just an inch or two off the ground, and Simpson, having watched that one with interest, doesn't look over impressed and wanders down and prods hard at the pitch around about where the ball landed. Slightly disgusted, Simpson looked there. Pitch is hard, but the bounce just occasionally a little inconsistent. Right is in and bowls. Outside off stump goes through at a better height, or at least a more regular height, if you like, to Swindles behind the stumps, uninterrupted by any attempt on the part of John Simpson to play at the ball. But just coming back to that point, really about Parkinson, whether he'll become a more innovative captain remains to be seen, whether he needs that little bit of extra authority perhaps that he may not feel he has yet. Bowled on off stump by Wright, and half forward goes Simpson, leans into his defensive press out into the offside, fielded by Evans, and there's no run. I would have liked to see Ahmed bowl by now, and I would like to see him bowl before these two get really well set post lunch. Eskenazi is set. Simpson still finding his way to a certain extent.
Must be slightly difficult for Parkinson with Ackerman still in the side as well. Who was
Right is in, swings in, takes a thick inside edge of Simpson's bat. It was a good delivery, and Parkinson's hands at mid-on started to go into the air. It dipped in late. Simpson got a thick inside edge on it and skewed it rather out towards deep backward square. Takes a couple, excuse me, moves on to 6, 111 for 4.
It was a really decent delivery, that, and once again takes him a while to get going in his spell, but then he begins to put the ball in the right places, and in the end, while he got a couple, and he'll be very pleased to get 2 more runs, Simpson wasn't in control of that shot. Eskenazi, though, will now be facing Feinen, who is to continue. Right arm over the wicket. Left arm over the wicket, of course, and that's allowed to pass through safely to the wicketkeeper by the right-handed Eskenazi. Feinen now in his 10th over. Chris Wright's bowled 11. So putting in a stint, but 9.1 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 27. That's what you want from your opening bowler.
He's certainly been the pick, hasn't he, Feinen so far?
Eskenazi then facing. Feinen in again. Again. Ball sort of swinging further, pitching outside off, and Harry Swindles taking it on the ground, diving in front between first and second slip in the end when he got it. In fact, he's asking for a drink, I think, Harry Swindles. No, I'm not quite sure what he's asking for. I think he's managed to get his message across, though. It's a strange bit of signalling. Almost as if he was punching himself. But Feinen is in, and that again is taken between first and second slip. Diving by the wicketkeeper Swindles. And again, he makes a request to the dressing room.
Feinen doesn't hide his feelings. I love the way it's a grunt of disgust after he saw that one speared right across outside off stump.
A couple of loosish deliveries that haven't put any pressure on Eskenazi whatsoever. Quite often he bounces back after one of those less than perfect deliveries. This one is still wide of off stump, not quite as wide. Only had to go across first slip rather than second on this occasion, Harry Swindles. But Feinen just losing his ball tracking currently. To the right-handed Eskenazi. Bowled a beautiful over to the left-handed Simpson last time. But struggling to get back to the right-hander. Has a little bit of word with himself at the top of his run. Not very long word, because he goes about his business in a hurry. Does Feinen. That's a much better delivery. Fuller on or around off stump. And Eskenazi just plays the ball nicely up to mid-off.
No, it is one another of the pleasing things about Feinen. He is brisk about his work, marches back with purpose to the top of his mark. He doesn't wander back slowly.
No, and he just turns and gets on with it, doesn't he? There's not much angst, you don't feel, in Michael Feinen's bowling as he comes in once again and gets some good pace. It's a good lead from Eskenazi. It's a better ball from Feinen. It's a mucky maiden, really, that one. There were 2 or 3 very wide deliveries, but a couple of decent ones. But Eskenazi is still there on 56. Simpson, who didn't face a delivery in that over, is 6 not out still, and the score remains on Nelson. And sadly, the umpire's not going in for the full Tom Shepherd and standing on one leg while we're on that score. David Shepherd,
Right then.
I'll shut up.
Is in and bowling to Simpson outside off stump, who leaves again. Are they looking to frustrate these batters out, Leicestershire? I'm not sure if they are. It's the right policy. Ball obviously isn't swinging half as much as it did this morning. Parkinson talks to right from mid-honours. He walks back to the top of his mark. Still got the 2 slips in. Occasional one that just dips back into the left-hander. Bowls on off stump. Simpson upon his toes is blocking it out into the offside. He's interested in one, but from the other end, Eskenazi seeing Ahmed bouncing to his left and fielding adroitly, informs Simpson that in his considered opinion there may not be a single in it after all. All of which is encapsulated in the bellow no. Right turns. Runs in past the umpire and bowls. Again, slightly short of a length. It's straighter this time, and Simpson on the back foot blocks it out to mid-off, where it's picked up by Barnes. Again, right, not looking particularly dangerous. The odd one, as I say, dips back in, swings back in to the left-handed Simpson. Right turns. In and bowls. That one just shaped back in a fraction to the left-hander, who indicates as much with his left hand, having blocked the ball back out into the offside. It's the 4th over right second spell, bowled 8 overs this morning, none for 27. So he was conceded a further 11 runs in 3.4 overs this afternoon. In and bowls. Grunt of effort from him as well. Banged it in, but didn't really get up too much, and on the back foot Simpson plenty of time to block it out into the offside, but it do Leicester seem as if they're not looking particularly threatening in the last over or two, have at least found the sort of line and length which is preventing Middlesex getting away from them. Run rate back down to 3 as right is in, and bowls goes through Simpson just outside off stump, and is, well, not taken. It's stopped by Swindles falling away to his right, and seems to have hurt himself. Leicestershire's young wicketkeeper is picking himself up now, whether it got through the gloves and
threw the glove off very quickly.
Yeah. Let's see what he's going to rub, if anything. His knee. He's limping slightly, so it got through the glove and bounced off. Looks to be his right knee, so it might have hit him on the inside of the knee as he fell to his right. I'm sure Nick Cook will be saying something comforting, like, if you catch it, that wouldn't happen. Was out there for the toss this morning, which is done with a sort of ceremonial coin with a fox's head and tail on it, which was remarked on by both umpires, Cook and O'Shaughnessy, and think it was some umpire Shaughnessy said something like, "There's too much money around this club," which is his idea of a joke, presumably. And asked Callum Parkinson whether he'd won the lottery, and before Parkinson could answer, he said, "Well, you're a Lancastrian." He says, "You've already won the lottery." He said, "The lottery of life."
Lancashire's very own Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Indeed.
Well, it's Michael Feinen who is set to continue. Whoa, he gets extra bounce there. Really did. You could hear the effort he put into that. But he bent his back and got the ball to fly through at chest height all the way through to Harry Swindle's wicketkeeper, who I think banged his knee in his hand, stopping the last ball. So that one fired in at pace would have also just rattled the right hand a little as he took the take. Feinen in once again. Again it climbs from just short of a length, and Swindles is taking it at shoulder height, some 20 yards back. And just the trouble for Feinen is it's not quite in the right place. First ball was there or thereabouts. Second one, Eskenazi could leave very easily.
Gets good movement as well, Feinen. He's just struggles a little bit to control it.
Good problem to have, as Feinen's in once again. And again he gets big bounce, but it went wide. It was high and has been called wide by umpire Nick Cook, which causes Feinen for some reason to remark the front line of the crease.
He's done it after every sort of slightly loose ball scraped away some dirt, but it looks to me as though he's been told to sort of really bowl as fast as he can almost, and I'm not absolutely certain that that's the most productive.
No, with the ball doing a bit anyway, he's been better when he's pitched it up and let the ball do the work. However, he is finding bounce that no one else can find at the moment, and this time he's past Eskenazi's outside edge with an absolute peach. This time, after the two short deliveries, he pitched this one up, drew Eskenazi into the shot. Outside edge was beaten palpably. Movement as well, taken by Swindles, and Eskenazi survives. Lovely delivery.
He must have taken a lot of wickets for Cheshire and his club side, you would imagine. Movement like that at a decent pace.
He's in once again. Eskenazi defends this one. That was altogether more normal delivery and shot. It was just short of a length. No extravagant movement. And Eskenazi could just play the defensive shot, but certainly keeps batsmen on their toes. They're not quite sure what's coming, and he has the ability to crank up in pace, prodigious movement. In once again, and this is a good leave by Eskenazi as it ends up in the hands of Harry Swindles. The umpire goes off for a word with mid-on.
He talked to anybody about anything. Nick Cook, great length.
But obviously there is something that mid-off needs to correct.
It's the skipper Callum Parkinson out there. But
it's not another chat about running on the wicket, one hopes. And that's nicely glided through the empty third slip area, all along the ground, all on top of the ball. It was nice from Eskenazi, which means that there is no maiden for Feinen's excellent efforts in that particular over, including one absolute jaffer. But Eskenazi survives, gets a single from the final ball, moves to 57 from 114 deliveries. Simpson 6 from 24. It's slow going out there at the moment. They haven't lost a wicket since lunch.
yeah, the two umpires are Well, they're chatting about something which has amused them intensely. I'm just wondering about I don't think they need the floodlights. So they've been on the walkie-talkies as well. But I'd be very, very surprised if they call for the floodlights coming on. There's plenty of bits of blue. It's broken. It's a lot of cloud, but it is by and large broken. Right is in, outside off stump 2, Eskenazi, who steps forward and lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Nick Cook realises it's the right-hander on strike and, well, I was going to say jogs, but should we say a sort of energetic shuffle rather than a jog, I think, from umpire Cook there.
There's a lot of bowling in those legs.
I bet he spends a lot of time at racetracks during his retirement. Loves to talk about horses. Used to look forward to those conversations. Right is in. Outswinger that started wide, went a little bit wider. Eskenazi again let it go through. Digging in here, Eskenazi. 57 off 115 deliveries. Some curious cloud formations up at the moment.
Yes, there's almost pillow clouds at.
Right is in again, outswing, a little bit later this time, so Eskenazi is careful. No great stride, leant forward and rather poked it out into the offside. Then he waves at the pavilion. And that gesture, sort of one hand up in the air with sort of snapping motion, so to speak, usually means I want a new pair of gloves. By Cook a long way back at square leg, comes walking in now. As right is in and bowls, good line and length, and right, almost managed it on that occasion. It was blocked back down the pitch towards him, and he just let it dribble into his hand, and then thence towards the stumps at the non-striker's end. And everybody, umpire O'Shaughnessy and John Simpson, watched with interest from deep within the crease as the ball dribbled past the stumps.
It will happen one day.
It will. Whether it will actually get anyone out is another thing. Right is in, a little bit short this time, and as a consequence, Eskenazi on the back foot is able to turn it into the vacant mid-wicket area. Off his body, Barnes runs across to his right to field, and one is taken. Eskenazi on to 58, 114 for 4. Run rate has dropped to below 3 now. A fair few wickets fell around the grounds this morning. Give you some of those scores. As the day goes on, we're almost approaching Friends of Grace Road cake time. As right is in, outside off stump, swings back in a little bit, but from far too wide, and Simpson lets it go through. End of rights over. Again, nothing too much wrong with it, but again, no real feeling that he was about to take a wicket. So 5 overs since lunch for right, none for 12 in those 5 overs. Nothing too much wrong with them, but as I say, Leicestershire need more than that at this early stage in the game.
Just a few of those scores, you reminded me, Richard, that would be a good idea. In Division 1, Lancashire 122 for 9 against Essex. Warwickshire 105 for 3, Gloucestershire. Kent 55 for 5 against Hampshire. Somerset 78 for 2 against Northants. And Surrey, looking to try and wrap things up at the top of the table, 121 for 3 against Yorkshire.
I bet that's Mohammed Abbas for Hampshire again. Sobs quietly to himself.
Let's. I think we've still got time because they're still talking. Let's whiz through Division 2. Sussex 69 for 5 at Durham. Glamorgan going well, 143 for 1 against Derbyshire. And Worcestershire 135 for 5 against Nottinghamshire. As in comes the persevering Michael Feinen. And in fact, Eskenazi felt he missed out a bit on that. It was a rare, shortish ball that Eskenazi, now practicing the cut shot, realises he probably should have done a little bit better, because he doesn't get many deliveries like that from Feinen, and he's missed out. But he is still there on 58, holding things together, more than half his team's runs. A total of 114 for 4. As Feinen comes in again, you wonder just how long he can keep going at this stage. Certainly he and Chris Wright are putting in the stint.
Yeah, and Leicestershire must be a little bit careful with Feinen, new to the professional game. He's very fit and very strong, but they do not want to break him. This is his 6th over of the spell. No, it's his 7th actually. No, 6th. Beg your pardon.
Yeah, but and he finds another absolute beauty to beat the outside of Eskenazi's outside edge. However, umpire just having another little look about possibly running a little too close to the stumps and on the wicket. Not a warning of any kind, but just a suggestion. If he could find his way to being another 6 inches further outside, it would be a good idea.
It's on the crease as well, isn't it? He's just remarking the crease a little bit, so he must be close to overstepping again.
In once again, and Eskenazi up on his toes, gets on top of the ball. Ahmed, who's a real live wire in the field, flies in to pick the ball up in the cover position to ensure there's no chance of a run Eskenazi wasn't even thinking about anyway. But it's great to see for the other fielders that someone is whizzing around like that.
Nick Cock often talks to Callum Parkinson about left arm spin as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, he's constantly, Parkinson says, he keeps telling me to give it more air, give it more air.
Well, he did play for England 15
yeah,
times.
Absolutely.
It's Feinen powers in once again, and that is on or around leg stump. And on this occasion, Eskenazi can just turn the ball backward of square into the wide open spaces on the leg side as far as the field is concerned, and they go through for a very comfortable single indeed. And Eskenazi gets a break from the pressure of facing Feinen. And Simpson, who hasn't done for a couple of overs, finds himself back down at the pavilion end as far as the batting is concerned. Now takes his guard, Feinen back. And what can he find to the left-handed batter on this occasion? Steaming in. But just over pitches, on or around leg stump. I'm not sure it's going to go all the way for 4, but it's an awfully long way to run. They probably could have run 4 if they'd put the pedal to the metal, but in the end they decide 3 will do. Feinen just looking a little bit weary, you have to say, at the end of that over. He might have finished his spell. He still found enough energy within that over, if that is his last one for a while, to beat the outside edge of Stephen Eskenazi. But Eskenazi 59 not out. Simpson moves to 9 and the score to 118 for 4.
I agree, and it was unfortunate that Wright was the fielder who had to chase that, and his chase was somewhat laboured, as is his walk back to the wicket, because somewhat to my surprise he's going to continue bowling. So it'll be 8 overs this morning and at least 6 this afternoon. 13 overs, none for 39. Can he prove me to be a naysayer by picking up a wicket in this over? If he doesn't, it will surely be his last.
Yes, I feel for him a bit, because his 7th over in his first spell was expensive.
Over the wicket he goes to John Simpson, slightly short of a length. Simpson on the back foot, plays it firmly down into the ground, into the covers. Evans runs across to his left, means that Simpson has to wait just in case he feels it cleanly. He doesn't, but he gets his left hand to it, knocks the ball down, and by the time picks it up again, Simmons has decided there's no point in risking a quick single. 118 for 4, so 27 runs since the lunch interval as Wright goes in, takes the ball, takes the shoulder of the bat of Simpson with a ball that just climbs on him and squirts off down towards third man. And a startled Simpson there. Actually played it probably as well as he could in the circumstances. And manages to pick up a run, moves on to 10. Once again, that little bit of something there for the bowler, though.
That was one of those where did that come from balls. Certainly Simpson looked shocked as he had the ball just fired up at his face.
Right into the right-handed Eskenazi, out swinger. Foolish, but Eskenazi's happy enough just to push it into the offside. Scriven runs on to the ball. Elastic bandage on his left arm. Tom Scriven. Not on his right. Number 88. I have to ask him why he's chosen that particular number. Whether it's the number he had at Hampshire and is indicative of the sheer size of their squad, who knows? I suspect not. Game feels to be just drifting a little bit at the moment as Wright is in and bowls. Again outswinger. Again Eskenazi lifts his bat over the line of the ball.
Yeah, we just had 28 runs since lunch. And this is, the 14th over?
So Leicestershire won't be displeased in that respect, but could do with a couple of wickets, get into the Middlesex tail if they possibly can. The ball is halfway through its allotted life. Apparently, and I don't know whether your experience bears this out, guys, Wright is in and bowls and fiddled into the offside by Eskenazi off the back foot as it bounces and threatens to swing away. The new batch of Duke's balls, or the most recent batch of Duke's balls, players tell me seem to be slightly more durable than the balls with which we've been playing for much of the season. And I would say that in recent games I've seen the ball changed far less frequently than we did at the start of the season.
Yes, no, I'd go along with that. You'd almost be getting 6 or 7 balls an innings.
Right is in, outside off stump, doesn't really swing too much, and Eskenazi's leave is a good one. He remains on 59, 119 for 4, 41 overs have been bowled. Right, 14 overs, 2 maidens, none for 40. And I would suggest that likely it is that his work is done with ball in hand for now. Feinen isn't going to be coming back on anyway because he's running across. He's taking his sweater.
Scriven, isn't it?
It is.
Going to take over.
Similar pattern to this morning.
Yes. So we can expect spin probably from the pavilion end or next over if we do follow the same pattern as this morning. Scriven, who took the 3rd wicket today, he was the man who removed Milan. I'd seen him dropped, but then 2 balls later managed to see him caught. This is a decent, almost Yorker length delivery into the toes of Simpson, who does well to dig it out, and the ball just dribbles up to mid-off. Richard has now stood up, which is weird because I turn around in my chair and I'm just sort of at waist height, so all I can see is an elbow, so I'll have to behave. As it looks as if he's untucking his shirt now, Tom Scriven, before bowling the second ball of this latest spell. And again, it's, well, nicely, it was on the stumps, but was such that It was driven very nicely indeed by Simpson. There was a misfield as the fielder desperately tried to drag the ball back before it went over the boundary rope, but instead it's 4 runs and a very nice straight drive, timed beautifully by Simpson. Hasn't had much to throw the bat at so far, but Scriven just over pitching, and Simpson was on it very quickly indeed. Words are exchanged between mid-on and bowler before Scriven bowling right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Simpson. Gets the ball in the right place this time, and Simpson just plays it defensively up to mid-off, where the captain Parkinson picks up the ball and starts the polishing.
Well, it might not be a spin-up because Barnes has done a few little stretchy and hops and things like that at mid-wicket.
So you're going to continue with pace at both ends, if that is the case. Oh, and there is a good delivery, and it seems to be whoever is bowling, probably once every 2 overs someone's beaten outside off stump. So there is still something there for the bowler.
Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester as the news comes on in my earphones. That was a most un-Simpson-like shot, really. Slightly lazy push. Here's the update. Yeah, 91 for 4 at lunch has become 123 for 4. So the Foxes bowlers are keeping things quiet, but they are not looking particularly dangerous at the moment, unlike Steve Eskenazi, who's moved on to 59. John Simpson, who's been one of Middlesex form batters this season, is beginning to establish himself. He's 14 not out. The Foxes have gone with seam since lunch, when the spin of Parkinson, certainly before lunch, looked a little bit more dangerous, and one or two of the spectators would like to see a little bit more of that. At the moment, Middlesex are looking good and beginning to build now. They're 125 now for 4.
Beautiful shot by Simpson, who just clipped it off his toes and played the ball, well, between deep square leg and mid-on, and it was just a beautifully timed shot. So 2 really nice boundaries in that over for the Middlesex batsman, who takes his score on to 18, and you could almost sense the pressure coming off in many ways after the end of Feilen's spell.
Leicestershire 12-man Roman Walker is coming on the field now. Parkinson, well actually, although Barnes had begun to do some stretching, I think Parkinson has changed his mind. He's calling for the helmet, and it does look now as though he's going to bring himself back on. So it conforms to the format of the attack pursued by Leicestershire this morning.
And we know it's worth having a short leg in there, because that was how he snaffled the wicket just before lunch. It will be the same man going in by the looks of things.
Budinger, with his reflective sunglasses perched atop his green Leicestershire cap. All sorts of pads and helmets and protectors have been brought out to him by Walker, who wonders, having given them all to Budinger, other than a single one helmet, wanders towards Harry Swindles with that helmet. So just would have liked to have seen Parkinson have a couple of overs at Simpson while he wasn't. Well, he was really new to the crease, really, but he opted to go with seam. And those 2 shots of Simpson in that over were arguably the shots of the day, actually. Neither tried to hit them too hard. It was all about timing. Beautifully played. An on drive and a clip through mid-wicket. Parkinson is directing traffic at the moment. He has a short, straight-ish extra cover in Kimber as he did this morning. The field is pretty much the same as he had for Eskenazi before lunch. Round the wicket he comes and bowls to Eskenazi, who leaves outside off stump. The merest suggestion, a polite suggestion at that, of turn, but no more than that. Parkinson jogs in and bowls straighter this time, and rather beats Eskenazi in the flight there. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, and it sounded a little bit tinny off the bat as he poked it out to Louis Kimber, who's also got his red reflective sunglasses perched on top of his cap. Parkinson is in, and that's a straighter delivery. Eskenazi's forward again, bat in front of Pad, the forward defensive. Manages to get it out into the offside. Kimber is the fielder. Over rate remains level. Parkinson is in, brings Eskenazi forward, steering it just wide of Kimber out towards Ahmed, or to Ahmed's left at extra cover. He has to run across to cover, the young leg spinner, and by the time he gets there, one is taken. Eskenazi into the 60s now. Parkinson will go over the wicket to the left-handed Simpson. This is where Budinger came into the game shortly before lunch. Parkinson is in, bowls to him. It does spin and bounce down the leg side. Simpson lifts his bat, having gone forward, lifts his bat out of the line of the ball, but he's getting something from that over the wicket line to the left-handers. Jogs in, bowls, gives it some air, slog swept and effectively by John Simpson out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Well, again, you hardly heard the sound of bat hitting ball there, so cleanly did he hit it. And a third boundary in 2 overs for Simpson, all of which have been hit beautifully cleanly. And he moves on to 22, 132 for 4.
No, you're absolutely right. Usually you hear the thwack if someone hits a 4, but at the moment Simpson is timing it so beautifully that those 3 4s have barely disturbed the sound waves around us, and really nice to watch a batter in such fine form as Simpson currently.
41 the partnership now worth for the 5th wicket.
And it will be Scriven to continue to Eskenazi, who drives him up to mid-on. Again, not fully timed. Eskenazi has been in and out of timing the ball in this innings, but he's done what his team needed. They needed somebody to build the innings around, and he has put his hand up and taken on that role. Scriven over the wicket to the right-handed Eskenazi, but that was on or around leg stump. Eskenazi runs quickly for the first, which means that they can take 2 as he plays it down very nicely to fine leg, or just wide of fine leg, and they trot through for a comfortable couple. But nicely played by Eskenazi. Enjoying watching Simpson now scoring the boundaries, and he will just keep the scoreboard ticking over. He moves to 62. A bit of movement there, but Eskenazi covered up nicely and played the ball out into the covers. Ahmed still hasn't, now in the 44th over, and still haven't had any leg spin. A man who will have a much busier 3rd innings than 1st in this match, I think. As Scriven heads in once more, Eskenazi is ready and waiting. Had his bat aloft and kept it aloft as he let the ball sail through outside the off stump to the wicketkeeper. Has a little tap. As does Simpson at the other end, who is busy walking around all the time. He's on the move as he waits for his turn to have the strike. Now leans on his bat as Scriven comes in. Eskenazi just took a little half step outside off stump and clipped it off his leg. Thought about two, took the first quickly, but it was in the end it was a nice bit of fielding. It was Ed Barnes who kept them down to just the single. And Eskenazi moves to 63. The field, of course, now has to change. Ed Barnes, after that nice bit of fielding, finds he has to run about 60 yards to move from one side of the wicket to the other, which isn't much of a reward for your good fielding. But they need him in the best places to stop runs and affect run-outs, and now round the wicket. And it's short and it's wide and it's just clipped away for fun by Simpson. It did really lovely shot. He seemed to have all the time in the world to just stroke that ball square for four. He moves on to 26, and after a very slow start to his innings, he is now beginning to get a bit of momentum going. These two have now put on 48 for the fifth wicket. Simpson has 26 of them. Eskenazi has moved on to 63, 139 for four.
Yeah, they haven't been great post-lunch. Again, Feinen looked the most likely in terms of producing a delivery that might take a wicket, but otherwise hasn't been great from Leicestershire. It's been great from Simpson and Eskenazi, who's forward to that delivery from Parkinson, plays it back up the wicket to the Leicestershire captain. Turns, jogs in and bowls, tosses it up and flicked by Eskenazi down towards mid-on, and having played this shot, which he didn't really like, he tucked the bat under his left armpit. Steve Eskenazi, body language expressive as Parkinson is in outside off stump, tosses it up, says go on, have a go at that. Eskenazi steps forward with bat raised as they're about to club it somewhere up into the commentary box area and then let it go through. Violence threatened but not delivered as Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Similar sort of delivery, a little bit wider this time and fuller, and Eskenazi does reach forward and make sure he gets on top of the bounce and square drives it out towards Roman Walker on the point boundary. I think it's Feinen who's off at the moment. Mid-wicket's going out now. Parkinson instinctively wants a little bit of cover after that beautifully executed slog sweep in the previous over from Simpson, who's trying to turn that one off his legs and doesn't get anything on it, bounces off the pad. There isn't a short leg now. Could easily inside edge and bounced up, but Budinger, who was at short leg, is now at a sort of close-ish square leg, odd position, as Parkinson is in. Little paddle sweeps and appeal for a catch down the leg side from Harry Swindles. And no, says umpire O'Shaughnessy. Swindles looks utterly convinced, but he was pretty much the only one who appealed, really, and having been turned down, he just throws the ball to Parkinson.
Parkinson wasn't interested, was he? But
Not
obviously
remotely.
Swindles had heard something and there had been a bit of a deviation as the ball went through the batter. It could well have been the top of the pad or something else.
Well, Scriven's going to stay on. He's going to have to bowl rather better in this over than he did in his last. Otherwise this could be a short second spell for Tom Scriven.
Yes, he can find the old good ball though, which is he can be well advised to do, as Richard was saying, in this over for Leicestershire fans, and that is clipped away by Eskenazi looking to get the ball through mid-wicket, but Barnes is there to make the stop, and they have to admit that there is no chance of a single. Sky's lightening above us. We've still got an extraordinary cloud formation. It's like having a duvet of cloud above us at the moment to our left. And then we have blue sky straight ahead with the puffy variety of clouds. And then it's much brighter over to our right. So at the moment, no danger of... Oh, and that is extraordinary. That really is extraordinary. Eskenazi is 2 feet outside off stump, trying to play the ball on the leg side. He left his stumps completely exposed, and all really that Scriven had to do was bowl straight, which he did. And middle stump is pegged back, and Eskenazi has thrown that away. Extraordinary attempted shot. They put on 49 and were looking better and better. But for some reason, he just stepped miles outside off stump, left his stumps completely exposed. Well done for Scriven for spotting it and bowling the correct delivery. But, well, that's a bonus wicket as far as Leicestershire are concerned. 140 for 5. Eskenazi's fine effort, 64 gritty runs, has come to an end in bizarre circumstances. Simpson's still there on 26, but really, what was he thinking?
Couldn't agree more. That's one of the most astonishing dismissals I've seen, certainly this season and for many seasons past. He can't quite believe what he's done himself. He completely lost concentration. That's Steve Eskenazi. I suppose on another day he might have got away with it, even if he missed it. It could have missed the stumps, but, well, partnership of 49, and they look capable of extending that to sort of 149 the way they were playing. But a real, as you say, bonus wicket for Leicestershire. Can the door being opened, can they drive through it?
Yes, well, everyone trying to get their breath back after that rather weird moment. Well done for Scriven, though, for seeing it and saying, fine, I can bowl straight. Higgins has now come to the crease. It's a tough ask as far as he's concerned. Let's see whether he can help things along. Eskenazi just was walked off. He was in complete disbelief for nearly the entire walk. He just couldn't really realise, he couldn't just work out what he'd just done. But he's handed the initiative back to Leicestershire because they were struggling to make the breakthrough, that's for sure. So Ryan Higgins, who was at Gloucestershire before moving to Middlesex, plays for Welsh Fire in the 100. Now has, is an all-rounder, and they need his all-round batting skills now, and he plays the first one safely enough.
Yeah, Higgins has made runs for Gloucestershire against Leicester in the past. I remember him steering Gloucestershire to a remarkable win at Cheltenham. Well, Leicestershire actually have quite a good record over the years. In recent years, there are a couple of wins there, but...
very useful all-rounder because he has a batting average above 30 and his bowling average is 23, and he clips that nicely off his legs into the wide open spaces on the leg side and trots through for a couple to get off the mark.
It's just his second first-class appearance of the summer.
Yes, which is just shows the strength, I suppose, of the team.
Sitting on top of the bowling averages, though. five for 98.
I have to say, that match, with the amount of seam bowlers that Middlesex have had at their disposal this summer, it's not surprising he's struggled to get in the team. He's nice high elbow, plays that out to mid-wicket. There is no run. Barnes does the fielding. He's only really playing now because Yadav, they were hoping, would be fit again, but isn't, and is staying in India. So there is an opportunity, there is an opening. This comes in once again and has to reach for that a little bit, but reaches for it beautifully and ends up a wide half volley, very wide half volley, is just clipped away through the covers for 4. And Higgins has made a very bright start. He's moved to 6 off just 4 deliveries after that bizarre exit for Eskenazi. Bowled for 64. Simpson's still there on 26. 146 now for 5.
When did he actually come to Middlesex, Higgins? Because it wasn't too long ago, was it? I don't think.
He made his limited overs debut for Middlesex in 2014. Then he went to Gloucestershire, and now he's come back.
Just wondering, actually,
when he came back.
Because I think he's... Actually, Fango's just texted that he's been playing for Gloucestershire most of the season.
He has, yeah. He was... So I think he's... it's a recent move.
Parkinson is in clipped to square leg by Simpson, where Buttinger is the fielder. Parkinson, shirt hanging out of the back of his trousers, is in. Nice flight to that delivery. Back foot defensive shot, firmly played by Simpson, out towards shortish mid-wicket, where Louis Kimber's the fielder.
Beginning of the month, 4th of September, he joined for the remainder of the season and rejoins the county on a permanent basis from next season.
Parkinson tosses that one up. It's played firmly back down the pitch to him. In he goes and bowls. Nice little paddle sweep played quite fine by John Simpson. Long leg gets to, well, just about fine, and gets to the ball. He has a very good arm on him and gets his throw away, but because he had a lot of ground to make up to get to the ball, Simpson able to pick up a couple. Moves on to 28. Brunty, is this the bloke who slow hand clapped us last year and then went for a duck to an absolutely wretched shot? In goes Parkinson, bowls, and forward goes Simpson. I'd have to look back through my notes. Your memory, Brunty, is better than mine. Would that have been at Bristol or here? Parkinson in, doesn't deliver. Pulls out in delivery stride and a little pirouette. Runs back round and walks back to his mark. Jogs in again and bowls. Simpson goes back. Everything very correct as he plays it firmly out to mid-wicket off the back foot, where Kimber is the fielder. End of the over. 10th for Callum Parkinson. 1 for 17 for Leicestershire's captain. Rishi Patel's on the field as well at the moment, so is Walker still out there as well, but does mean somebody else is off. Find out who, but Scriven, having picked up that bonus wicket of Eskenazi, still shaking my head about that. If you do get the chance to see the dismissal, have a look on Tinterweb. Eskenazi couldn't quite believe what he'd done. He stood and leant on his bat with his head down for a good 3 or 4 seconds before turning and dragging himself off the field.
Well, it means Scriven will get another over. We were wondering if he would, because he hadn't seemed to be putting any real pressure on the batsman up until that point, and that's wide-ish and driven by by Higgins outside off stump, but doesn't really time it, and it just goes up to extra cover. I think both the two bowlers who started this session are now having a break, are they? So
it's usually a fair guess, isn't
quite.
it? Just can't see right out there.
I can't see right. I did have a little look. Scriven's in again, and certainly looking to attack at the moment is Rahan Higgins, but again, not quite timed. Probably looking for the off drive near the stumps, and the ball went the other side of it, up to mid-on. A pretty straight mid-on, it must be said, just as well, because that's where the ball ended up. Scriven, who kept his head superbly when Eskenazi tried to invent against him. And again, nicely played out into the covers. certainly at the moment Ryan Higgins is seeing the ball well, you feel. Just no run though.
Feinen is out there at the moment. He's at mid-off, so
He's still doing his work then. Oh yes, there he is. So it will continue to be Scriven. And this one is left by Ryan Higgins. Happy to see it sail through to Swindles behind the stumps. And Middlesex could do with some runs from Higgins. As they look to continually strengthen their squad currently. Higgins a slighter figure than Eskenazi, but mistimes the attempted off drive. All along the ground to mid-on, but there is no run. Looking around the ground, haven't seen a big influx of people since lunch, sadly, but hopefully they'll come along tomorrow.
there's a few more than you actually realise looking from up here, actually. When you get down in front of the pavilion, you realise quite a few are actually, because you're out of the wind, and it's a real sun trap down there, south-facing.
Makes sense. And that is on or around Midland leg, and the ball is played out into the leg side where deep mid-wicket comes into field. They go through for a simple single. That will be the end of Scriven's over. The score goes up to 149 now for 5. Higgins moves on to 7. Simpson 28. And at the moment you'd still have Leicestershire probably ahead in this game with the Eskenazi gone, but can't afford to make too many errors.
Did feel as though it drifted a little bit from the bowling side's point of view after lunch, and that, were it not for that remarkable lapse on the part of Eskenazi, it was hard to see them being parted. Short leg is in for the right-handed Higgins as Parkinson goes round the wicket, bowls to him. He stretches forward, has his best score against Leicestershire, his best first-class score, 199, made for Gloucestershire here on this ground in 2019. Waits with bat raised as Parkinson is in, tosses it up outside off stump, rather slapped out into the offside by Higgins, bounces down into the ground, stopped not cleanly by Ahmed, deepish at cover. Kimber takes a few steps to his left at that short extra position as Parkinson is in, tosses up and caught at, no, not caught at slip. It came off the pad and went straight to Colin Ackerman at first slip, but it did loop to him rather. And Simpson watching on as Higgins looks levelly back down the pitch, and no response from Pro Shaughnessy. No real appeal, in fairness, from Callum Parkinson, who is in again and bowls outside off stump, going for the cut and misses. Higgins could easily have edged that one through into the gloves of Harry Swindles, got away with it. A bit of bounce and turn for, a little bit of something there for Parkinson. Sends Ahmed back at extra cover towards the boundary outside off stump, goes through a little low to Swindles. And it is half past already. Those half an hour is going past quickly. It's going to be an update for BBC Radio Leicester. There's a bit of possibly Bananarama. Yes, it is Bananarama. Talking Italian, that was a Bananarama song, wasn't it? Parkinson is in outside off stump and played firmly off the back foot out to cover, a deep cover, where Rahan Ahmed is the fielder. End of the over, 150 up for Middlesex. Simpson has 28. Higgins now has 8. Here is the update between overs, pleasingly. 150 for 5 now, Middlesex. Leicestershire have picked up their first wicket of the afternoon session. It was a real bonus as well. Stevie Eskenazi, that is, was playing really nicely. Had gone to 64, and Leicestershire looking as they were running out of ideas, rather, when he stepped right across the crease at a delivery from Tom Scriven. Tried to work it onto the leg side, missed it and lost his middle stump. A real remarkable lapse of concentration from Eskenazi, who looked very good for another century, but he was gone for 64, 140 for 5 at that stage. John Simpson looks in good touch. He has gone on to 28 off 45 balls. Ryan Higgins has come out to join him. He is 8 not out. 150 for 5 then, Middlesex. If Leicestershire can dismiss them for around about 200, 210, they'll feel they have had a pretty good day, but a lot of work to do to take the 5 remaining wickets. Middlesex 150 for 5. Back with you on commentary. Missed just one delivery from Barnes that Higgins tried to pull into the leg side, didn't time, was stopped at mid-wicket.
So Barnes back into the attack. I imagine Tom Scriven got that extra over because of the wicket of Eskenazi, but didn't really seem to be putting too much pressure on the batters. It certainly looked very comfortable, Ryan Higgins, when facing. Right, Higgins gets on top of the bounce, looks to cut that ball away, which is short of a length, but diving at point is a decent stop, particularly as he's wearing his pads still for his short leg duties at the other end.
Again, no Ahmed.
Yes. One feels he has to bowl at some stage, but again, it's for the Middlesex second innings that presumably they think more is going to happen. But at the moment, continuing with Seam, and Barnes forces yet another really good piece of fielding from Sol Bundiger in that deepish point position. Because if it gets past him, it's 4. It's very simple. But it's not getting past him at the moment. That's 2 he's managed to stop as Higgins remains on 8. 150 has now come up. It's the 5 wickets next to it that Middlesex won't like so much. And the fact the run rate is slowing quite considerably. In again. That's down the leg side and is flicked away, but straight to Ahmed, who's down there at fine leg. He gets a really nice throw straight over the stumps. They were only ever going to take a single, but that showed why that was the case. And Ed Barnes will continue. This is 4th over so far. None for 14 as yet. That's a average in first class cricket of just under 40. Best figures 5 for 101. Barnes in again, and that is just up on his toes. Simpson, the left-hander, just plays that out into the covers. There is no run. Simpson, who's started with a 4 in the first couple of balls he faced, then hardly hit the ball off the square for about half an hour, then hit 3 or 4 more boundaries in rapid succession, and he's now appearing to be being put back in his shell as far as the bowlers are concerned. As Barnes is in again. Nice looking defensive shot. That will be the end of the over though, just the 1 run from it. Simpson remains on 28, Higgins has moved on to 9 from 20 deliveries in a Middlesex total after 50 overs of 151 for 5. Two
batters even have a chat in mid-pitch. Higgins likes to be aggressive. He is a forceful batter. 9 off 20 for him. On strike now, short leg and slip as Parkinson round the wicket bowls to him. Outside off stump, he's cutting again. Again, he's not timing it though, and it trickles out rather to Rahan Ahmed. And must be wondering Why he hasn't had a bowl yet. I certainly am. Parkinson is in on off stump. Nice delivery. Defended on the back foot this time by Higgins. I guess Leicestershire can point to the scoreboard and say 150 for 5, but post lunch it's 60 for 1. The one was a bit of a gift. Parkinson is in 2 Higgins, who's stretching forward. Good over so far from Parkinson, who's beginning to get back into his red ball bowling. Disappeared to the 100. Barely played Callum Parkinson in the 100. Jogs in and bowls. Tosses that one right up. No ball. Says umpire O'Shaughnessy. Parkinson, not much excuse for that. Overstepped. Fortunately, not a free hit. Just 2 to the total. Jogs in and bowls on off stump. Oh, was that a catch that Swindles wasn't able to take? What is the signal from umpire O'Shaughnessy? No, it's a bye. So as well for Callum Parkinson, whose hands went to his head. He went for a big booming drive there. Higgins didn't get anything on it. It bounced, maybe flicked the pad quite high, not taken by Harry Swindles. Bounced off him, past Colin Ackerman at slip, and the bye was taken. Parkinson over the wicket to the left-handed Simpson down the leg side. Helped on its way. No, I don't think he got anything on it. But again, Swindle's not able to take the ball cleanly, and that is another bite. It's fine and completed the fielding at long leg.
There were 2 tough takes for the wicketkeeper. I know he'll be cross with himself and they'll count against him, but neither were easy.
Parkinson to finish his over is in on off stump and waiting in his creases. Higgins playing it without getting forward, but didn't really bounce or turn, so able to push it out into the offside end of the over. 155 for 5. 51 overs have been bowled. Innings very much in the balance. Leicestershire should still have ambitions of bowling out Middlesex for 200 or even less. Middlesex, with these 2 at the crease in particular, can still be thinking in terms of 250 to 300.
I think if they get anywhere close to 250, they'll be pretty pleased with their day's work. I'm certain they would have bowled first if they'd won the toss this morning.
Yeah. Agreed.
It is Ed Barnes to continue. Right arm round to the left-handed Simpson.
Ooh.
Who plays it very late but very nicely down to third man. It was a bit wide, it was a bit full, and just stroked away by Simpson, but only for a single. Oh, the umpire puts his arm, Nick Cook, the umpire puts his arm around the bowler. I'm not quite sure what he was comforting him for. Did you see, Richard?
No, I think probably the fact that he reached it probably would have been signalled wide otherwise, and Nick Cook was saying that it could have been worse.
Tactile umpire who will be much
he is
much
in this
missed.
match, yeah.
In again, and that's it, wide to the right-hander this time, and he's cut away delightfully by Higgins, who does manage to reach it just, and he gets 4 of the best, and the score moves on to 160 for 5. And at the moment, Barnes is struggling between the left and right-handers and bowling wide pretty much to both of them. As it is, 5 have come from the last 2 balls. Could have been more, but certainly that will calm Higgins' nerves. This time a much better delivery. It is treated respectfully by the batter and just plays the ball a couple of yards in front of him.
They're a much quieter side without Patel being out there, Leicestershire. That call of "come on lads, 6 down here" rather broke the silence from Harry Swindles.
Yes, there is no immediate natural chatterbox at the moment. This is the long period, and that is short. He was trying very hard, Barnes, but there was enough width for just Higgins to punch the ball without really middling it past the cover fielder, who then had to run back. He was never going to reach the far distant boundary. We really do have to time it to reach the cover boundary on this wicket ground at the moment, but they could certainly come back for a couple. Higgins moves to 15. Barnes has a word with his skipper, who says, "Do you want a bit of protection? We can move somebody if you think it'll help." Barnes has a think about it, and they're going to move mid-wicket back, take out the second slip, so we're down to 1 slip now, and have a short extra cover and a deep extra cover in, and we'll see what happens. It's largely he's been bowling wide-ish outside off stump, so I'm not quite sure what this fielding change is going to improve. However, Parkinson and the bowler have had a lengthy discourse on the subject, and now Barnes is ready to bowl. And it's a decent delivery that Higgins just plays down in front of him, and the man just placed at short mid-wicket has to trot in and do the fielding. It is a dot ball. The sky continues to brighten above us as the blanket, the duvet of cloud moves away very slowly. There isn't much breeze today. It breaks up a bit. There's a patch of sunlight directly over the ground. And this is just flicked off the hip, not really middled, came off the handle as much as anything else. But they do trot through for a single. The end of a slightly underwhelming over comes to an end as far as the bowler is concerned. Anyway, Ed Barnes. Higgins, though, has moved on nicely to 16. Simpson 29 not out. 163 for 5.
Rahan Ahmed is beginning to do a few sort of little stretchy exercises. Again, I don't know whether that's in hope or expectation of being brought on, but if Barnes continues to bowl like that, I think he can reasonably expect to get a chance sooner rather than later. Sooner being very relative, given 52 overs have been bowled. Parkinson is in from the pavilion end, bowls to Higgins, who goes back to a straight-ish delivery and defends it out into the on side. Evans, having fielded it, then waves at the pavilion. Wright also waves as Parkinson is in, bowls on the leg side, and Higgins can work that one down towards the long leg boundary. Ackerman has to run from slip, but he's not going to get there first. It's going to be Scriven, I think it is out there. Yes, it is. Running down from deep square. Long chase round, and Higgins able to pick up 3. He moves on to 19, 166 for 5. Simpson, after that, as Guy said, burst of 3 fours that he took off Scriven, hasn't seen much of the strike in recent overs one way or another, and has been content to work the odd single when he has been on strike. 29 off 49 for him. Over the wicket goes Parkinson, bowls to him. He stretches forward and defends that one. Parkinson himself feels stepping across the stumps at the non-striker's end. Spins the ball from hand to hand. Turns, jogs in, tosses it up, bowls, and driven, but not timed by Simpson. Again, good flight from Parkinson. Hit it rather down into the ground. Simpson there. Evans moved smartly to his left at Shortish extra cover to field. Parkinson is in. Quicker delivery. Turned into the leg side by Simpson. Then he raises his eyes to the heavens as he sees he's picked out Budinger at square leg. A yard or two either side would have given him a couple probably. Parkinson is in. Simpson is sweeping and he's getting it fine. I'm not sure whether he got anything on it actually. Might have come off the gloves of the wicketkeeper. It did. And more buys and disconsolate looking Swindles. Turns, takes the helmet from the fielder because it is the end of the over. The helmet that was behind him and now will be put behind him at the other end. 167 for 5. Higgins 19. Simpson 29. Extras healthy for the batting side. 20.
Yeah, it's not a bad number 8 or 9, is it? 20 runs. But it is Ed Barnes who is going to continue. See how whether he can crank it up a gear. Be bowling to the left-handed Simpson, who hasn't seen much of the strike recently. Does his little walk over to square leg. He's now ready. The bat is up and poised. And then it's... Oh! Eventually dropped! After 3 or 4 goes. It was shovelled. It was short. It was shovelled to mid-wicket. And after 3 goes, and I was pretty sure he got it on the 3rd one, he actually managed to put it down, the fielder.
Ackerman.
Who will be desperately disappointed. Ackerman, who is usually such a safe pair of hands. But, well, what an opportunity that's been missed. It wasn't a great ball, but it was a worse shot, and it's been followed up by a no ball, and things go from bad to worse. So, 3rd drop so far. Simpson put down by Ackerman on 29.
Well, the Eskenazi drop cost Leicestershire 53 runs, plus an awful lot of effort. What will that cost? Ackerman can't believe it.
Neither could the bowler. He was distraught, understandably. There are times when you think, yes, that was a desperately tough chance. If he could have held on, brilliant. But when you see the one that should be helping your averages go down like that, it really doesn't do you any favours. Ackerman, it was almost as if he wasn't expecting it, wasn't quite concentrating. But it went. Simpson is now just readjusting and getting his head back in the game. Playing a nice defensive shot off that last delivery. So we've had a drop, a no ball and a dot so far. And this is played up to Ackerman, who this time fields easily. But it was such a bad shot as well. Simpson will just feel he got out of jail because he should have been walking back to the pavilion shaking his head.
Massively so. It was a pretty straightforward opportunity. Ackerman can't quite believe it. Barnes, he isn't bowling particularly well, but he is not a lucky bowler either at the moment.
No, that's for sure. He has now seen Ackerman twice field the ball in successive deliveries with rather more elan than he did with the possible catch.
He did have catches dropped off him in the last match as well.
Difficult.
Disheartening, that's for sure, for the bowler.
It really is, particularly if you're not perhaps bowling quite as well as you'd like and you're gifted one. It can lift the spirits enormously. In fact, he's bowling quite nicely now, but Simpson up on his toes plays the ball that's just short of a length out into the offside. Fielder does the business and Simpson goes for another walk. Still can't add to his 29. He's been on for a little while now. But as far as he's concerned, at least he's still on 29. And This is tucked off his hip. Oh, it's another misfield by Ackerman, who again just doesn't look as if he's quite concentrating. And that doesn't cost any runs though, because it didn't run far away enough from him. But that will be an over that Ackerman will want to forget. You feel for the poor bowler, because Ed Barnes should have a wicket next to his name. Simpson, however, will be delighted. He's still 29 not out. Higgins 19 not out. 169 for 5.
Whole side looks a little bit deflated. That sort of incident really doesn't help. 3 chances then. Eskenazi, Milan, and now Simpson have all been put down. Different. Ackerman was also involved with the chance off Milan as well. Parkinson is in outside off stump to Higgins, who steps forward, lets it through into the gloves of Swindles. But I don't think he'll have dropped many more straightforward opportunities than that. Colin Ackerman, who has a good pair of hands that slip, different sort of demands. Parkinson is in outside off stump, goes back and cuts Higgins down towards the unused so far Rahan Ahmed, down at it. Sweeping on the offside boundary. Single taken. Higgins on to 20. 170 for 5. Parkinson will go back over the wicket to the left-handed Simpson. Can he take advantage of that let-off? Parkinson is in, bowls to him, he's back, turning the delivery that did turn into him a little bit, out towards Budinger, that square leg, goes for a little walk. It's funny with batters, sometimes when a batter has been badly dropped, they react a little bit, they kind of know that they shouldn't really be there, and sometimes they get out. In goes Parkinson, bowls to him. I suspect Simpson, a Lancastrian, isn't of that ilk as he turns that one out to mid-wicket. If you're not going to catch it, I'll take full advantage, I suspect will be his attitude. Parkinson is in, bowls to him. Nice flight. Forward on off stump, out into the offside. Parkinson steps across and fields. He's been tight to Callum Parkinson, 1 for 24 from just coming to the end of the 14th over that he's delivered, so not too many loose deliveries today. Jogs in, bowls, back goes Simpson, working it out into the offside, then realises that Evans has a lot of ground to make up to the ball. And by the time he does so, Simpson and Higgins have completed one. Simpson keeps the strike, and he's going to reset now, because out comes Middlesex 12th man with towel, gloves, drink, helmet, and Simpson, as I say, can just reset now. I got away with one. We go again. 171 for 5 after 55.
No, you're right, Richard. There are times you see batsmen who just feel that they're living on borrowed time. In fact, we almost saw it from Milan this morning. He was dropped and then was out 2 balls later, playing an equally limp shot outside off stump. But I think you're right. I think Simpson's made of rather sterner stuff.
There's sort of, sometimes they look, I'm a bit embarrassed still to be here, really. I don't want to get off, but yeah, he looks a bit more hard-nosed, John Simpson. Professional game.
Well, Simpson 30 not out. He will be facing, and it will be Ed Barnes to continue. Right arm round to the left-hander. Tucks up the left-hander, who just plays the ball out to extra cover.
He's looked better since he started going around the wicket to the left-hander, so he's a little bit more control. Basically looking to swing the ball into John Simpson.
No, funnily enough, yeah, nearly got the wicket with the long hop, but it's funny how you do get the wicket with the bad ball, but you need to keep bowling well, and that's nicely played. That is beautifully played. It was over-pitched fractionally. It was on middle and leg, and he just played the ball beautifully up through mid-on. for 4.
In the air though for a bit. There was a few hands on hips out there because Ackerman, had he been at 2 yards straighter, we wouldn't necessarily have caught him
Yeah.
after that previous one, but it'd have been in the game.
They didn't. You could. It could be that the batsman deserves some credit for threading the two fielders there.
Yeah, he hit it very cleanly.
But you're right. It was on the up for a little bit. And well, poor old Ed Barnes is having one of those times at the moment where nothing is going right. Happens to all of us in every walk of life. But you feel for it when you're out in front of people in the middle of a big green field. That again tucks up Simpson. Simpson plays it out to Ackerman at mid-wicket. There is no run. But every time the bowlers fractionally, particularly over pitch, the batsmen have been on it like lightning and the ball has been dispatched. So good wicket, because if you bowl in the right place you've got a chance, and if you don't then the batters will enjoy themselves, which is why we're seeing a run rate of around the 3 and over. Short, punched, not timed by Simpson, who knows he didn't time it. It goes up to the substitute fielder Patel. There is no run.
Brunty, this is the session of the game that will win it for Middlesex. We've let it get away. Again. Feels a bit like that.
A certain amount of fatalism amongst the...
based on experience, I have to say. What is it, 84 for 1 now, this session?
Yes, yeah, okay.
No more than that.
No more than the 84 for 1. Oh, and that looks as plumb as... No, it's not.
I think down leg side.
Must be going down leg side. It was a lovely Yorker length delivery and it took Simpson by surprise. It wasn't the over-pitched ball he was looking for. Really good work. Yeah, it was just going down leg. Hard to straighten it when you're bowling round the wicket to the left-hander. But you could also see why he's excited, because it was a good ball and it did beat the batsman. But not his pads. In once again. Oh, and that's a good take by Swindles down the leg side. And another interesting over comes to an end. It'll be interesting to see whether he carries on. He hasn't had much luck, but runs have come as well from Ed Barnes, and the score is now 175 for 5. Simpson has moved on to 34, of which 24 have come from boundaries, 6 fours so far, and Higgins is 20 not out.
And it's Rahan Ahmed. It's finally going to be introduced after 56 overs. And he's going to be bowling in place of Callum Parkinson here at... Wait and see if there's a slightly ironic round of applause, but I think let's just... Oh, there's a peep on the whistle from Stench over there in the Uptonsteel stand. A little tribute from him. I think that I must ask him, the Vuvuzela must have been consigned to the dustbin at some stage. It has tooted its last. There'll be some who'll be pleased about that, but to be honest, I miss it a little bit, just occasionally. Didn't hear it that often. It was only...
If there's only one, that's fine.
There was just that. Ahmed is in, bowling to Ryan Higgins, who goes back and works the leg stump delivery out towards mid-wicket, jogs a single. This could be interesting though. He's going to be going around the wicket to the left-handed John Simpson, and Parkinson got a little bit of bounce and turn from there. Finger spin. What will Ahmed get? Going around the wicket does have a foothold or two to bowl into. In he goes and bowls. That one stays a little bit low, didn't hit the footholds, just outside off stump. Did come back in a fraction, just with the natural leg spin. Simpson off the back foot, just dabbed it down into the offside. Ahmed is in. Bowles. Simpson is playing a little bit more firmly, still off the back foot, back down towards the 18-year-old. What a summer he's had. Jogs in and Bowles tosses that one up pleasantly and getting forward. Simpson getting to the pitch of it, but just steering it out into the offside. Evans is the fielder. Heavy-ish grey cloud overhead at the moment, but plenty of lighter stuff behind it. Ahmed is in, stays a fraction low on towards middle and leg. Simpson on the back foot plays it out to Kimber. Short-ish mid-wicket. Plenty of cover on the leg side. Barnes is out there in front of the manual scoreboard. Long leg Kimber is out as well. Ahmed is in and Bowles tosses it up. It's driven out into the gap between cover and backward point out to Tom Scriven. Coming in from the cover boundary and one is taken. So a perfectly respectable over to start with from Rahan Ahmed. One of the things that has impressed, I think, Leicester supporters who haven't seen much of him, in fairness, but when we watched him on TV as well, has been he doesn't bowl too many, famous last words, sort of drag downs or full tosses, and he didn't on that occasion. 177 for 5, 2 singles off the over. Simpson 35, Higgins has 21. Ooh. Sorry, top of the hour as well, so there might be an update coming up shortly. So I shall rudely stay on the mic briefly. As Ed Barnes has been taken off and Chris Wright is coming back on. 14 overs, none for 40. Not sure they would have liked to have brought Wright back on at this late stage. How many overs until tea? 7 overs until tea, which should theoretically be at what, 3:20, 3:30. Right, around the wicket. Doesn't bowl. Seemed to lose his run through there completely and then sort of weaved around a bit, didn't he? That was an odd one. Here comes the update. The voice of Jonathan Agnew in my ears, talking about England about to play in Pakistan for the first time for a long, long time. Wright is in and Bowles. Simpson defends on off stump out into the offside. Here's the update. They have, but they need another wicket before tea. 177 for 5 Middlesex. They were 91 for 4 at lunch. They lost Eskenazi, bowled by Tom Scriven. A real loss of head, but from Eskenazi, who stepped right across his stumps and flicked to delivery that went on to hit middle stump. Ridiculous sort of dismissal when he was on 64, 140 for 5 at that stage. Just a few moments ago, they did have the chance to take that extra wicket. John Simpson on 29 was horribly dropped by Colin Ackerman at mid-wicket off the bowling of Ed Barnes. Had 3 attempts to grab at the ball, couldn't hang on. A huge moment possibly in the game. Simpson, Middlesex's form batter, arguably of the season. He's 35, not out. Higgins has 21. Middlesex now 177 for 5. I'm back with you on commentary, and Guy can continue.
And it's the one, the perspiring and impressive in many ways Chris Wright. He's still wicketless so far, and that's driven sweetly, if not firmly, up to mid-off, where they can go through for a nice single, easy single. And Simpson moves on to 36. Wright will now have a chance to bowl to the right-handed Higgins, who's looked pretty good since he came to the crease in place of Eskenazi, whose walkabout cost him dearly as he stepped a long way outside off stump and saw his middle stump disappear. And Higgins just punches off the back foot. They go for a very quick single because it was straight to the cover fielder, but he was set well back and they went very quickly, and in the end it turned out to be remarkably comfortable. They'd obviously worked on that one, spotted it, the two of them. And Higgins moves on to 22, keeping the scoreboard ticking around just to make sure that they can disrupt the bowler as much as possible. And it will be Wright who now has to come round the wicket to the left-handed Simpson. Simpson, who's back and defending, plays it up to mid-off. Parkinson, who gets the ball at his toes. He's on polishing duty as well as captaincy duty. So just making sure it is in the right shape to pass back to Mr. Wright. Chris Wright now has the ball, has a look, makes sure that the polish is correctly done. Apparently it is, because he seems ready to bowl. He just actually had to wait for Simpson to be ready to bat. Simpson is now in position, and after all of that, the ball is left outside off stump, straight through to the wicket-keeper. There is no run. That's the end of Wright's latest over. He has now bowled 15 of them and is wicketless for 42 runs. He's been tidy, but hasn't managed to make his personal breakthrough yet. Simpson, who should have been out for 29, is 36 not out, dropped badly by Ackerman, and Higgins is 22 not out as Middlesex continue to rebuild. Remember, they were 91 for 4 just before lunch. And things did look very dangerous as far as they were concerned at that point. But 88 runs and just the 1 wicket later, things are looking better as far as the visitors are concerned.
Ahmed, after a decent first over, comes in, bowls to Ryan Higgins, tosses it up. Higgins is forward on off stump, pushing it back down the pitch to Rahan Ahmed. As I say, did have one previous first-class appearance this season at Worcester. Outside off stump, driven away on that occasion. Full delivery out towards Barnes on the offside boundary. And there's no run. Didn't pick up a wicket in that game. Just bowled 21 overs. Worcestershire only batted once. 0 for 78 in that game. So still looking for his first-class wicket, Rahan Ahmed, who is in around the wicket to Simpson. That looked to keep a little bit low as well. Simpson dug it out and then looks back down the wicket a little despairingly at the pitch. Ahmed is in, bowls to him. Fuller, more normal bounce if you like, but again back foot defensive shot out into the offside. For a young man about whom there's been quite a lot of hype, it is worth remembering he still doesn't have a first-class wicket to his name. Bounces in and bowls. Forward goes Simpson out into the offside. No run. I don't know, to be honest, how he did in the... I think he picked up a few in the 100. Goes forward. Over the wicket this time to Simpson, out into the offside again. And obviously had some white ball success for Leicestershire in the T20. A lot of white ball success. But I'm sure he'd like to get to break his first-class duck. Not on that occasion anyway. 2 overs, none for 3. 5 overs until tea.
Took 2 wickets in the 100. And that is played very nicely indeed by Higgins for 4 runs. Soft hands, thickish outside edge, but safe.
Yeah, short and wide. It kind of asks for it a little bit. fine of third man.
He moves on to 27 from just 40 deliveries. Right is in again, and this time overcorrects, bowls on leg stump, and Higgins spots that the fielder had a little bit to do and called him through for a second, and got a good arm, Ahmed, but they took it on and they got the two.
Yeah, no, he has.
He'd made actually a very good stop, which I couldn't quite see, and had to dive, and that's what Higgins spotted, that he was on the ground and the ball was in front of him. He'd stopped the 4 but couldn't stop the 2. Sorry, Richard, I didn't mean to charge across you there. And that is another thickish outside edge, but played all along the ground. And this one is stopped brilliantly. And they can only get the 2. Evans did superbly. I had almost bet my house on that going to the boundary for 4 runs. But Evans did well to keep them down to 2, but that's still 8 off the over so far. And they're rattling along now.
50 up for Chris Wright.
First bowler. We've had one batsman and he's the first bowler to reach that. And Higgins on this occasion just punches up to mid-on, and the run cavalcade stops for a second or two. But this is... Higgins has done really well since he came in. He's wrestled back. Things were slowing down even though wickets weren't falling. It was hard work for Eskenazi and Simpson, which is why Eskenazi probably tried to invent a shot that saw the end of him. But Higgins has come in. He's looked to be busy. He's looked to find the gaps in the field, which he does again here. And there might have been 2, but in the end Simpson says, no, we'll just have the 1. So there are some big wide open spaces on the leg side, and he just literally played the ball softly into mid-wicket, and the fielders were having to skittle in from everywhere to try and pick the ball up and keep them down to just a single. They managed it, but intelligent batting by Higgins, who has busily moved on to 32.
Probably were 2, to be honest, because Parkinson had to pick up in his right hand, and he's a left-hander.
But Simpson didn't fancy it. And drivable that, but straight at the fielder. So I think that Simpson will feel he's missed out a little on that one. It was there to be hit. He hit it, but straight to mid off, and there is no run. Simpson remains on 36, and Higgins, who's been really, really busy, has moved on to 32. These two coming together when the score was 140, so they're put on 49 now for the 6th wicket, of which Higgins has 32.
Ahmed under, still with that dark grey cloud that's sort of hanging rather over the ground despite the lighter skies away to the south, is going to be bowling to Ryan Higgins, who goes back and works that one off his leg stump out towards square, brings up the 50 partnership.
First of the match.
Indeed, 49 for the 5th wicket, and now 50 for the 6th with power to add. So really solid middle order batting from Middlesex as Ahmed goes in. Attempted hard sweep from John Simpson, doesn't connect, thumps into the pad. Pitches outside leg though, so absolutely no point in appealing. Ahmed doesn't. He is in and bowls outside off stump. Simpson goes back and cuts him away towards the point boundary. Coming in is Tom Scriven. Gets his throw away. Just a single then to Simpson. Moves on to 37. Dropped on 29. I think it's safe to say he's got over that now. Ahmed is in and bowls on off stump. Higgins is solidly forward. Out into the offside it goes to Louis Kimber. And I think it does feel as though Brunty's called it right. This is Middlesex have got away this afternoon. In goes Ahmed and bowls Higgins out into the offside, which sounds perhaps unduly pessimistic at 191 for 5, but from 91 for 4, and given how much the ball moved around this morning, but in particular as Ahmed is in, Higgins again stretches forward and off stump out into the offside it goes. Another perfectly respectable over for Rahan Ahmed, but no great turn or bounce for him. But given the strength also of the Middlesex seam attack, that they are looking at 250 plus here, and there'll be those Leicester supporters will say 300, might be enough.
But there was also, when Eskenazi went, 250 seemed a very long way away at that point as well. And you feel if Simpson had been taken, then we'd be looking at a very, very different match. A couple of drop catches have proved very expensive for Leicestershire today. But it will be right to continue, and he beat Simpson for fun outside off stump. Beautiful delivery. And Simpson just had the bat hanging outside off stump. Luckily for him, no edge, but got the ball to straighten from bowling round the wicket. Lovely delivery from Wright, but no luck. Wright, who has beaten the bat on several occasions in his 16 and a bit overs so far. And that is played down just backward of square. And in the end, Budinger just moves around and picks the ball up. There was never a chance of a single. Simpson thinks about a lengthy stroll to mid-wicket. In the end, just decides to curtail it and get ready to face again. Parkinson is having a chat and a look at the ball before he pings it back to Wright. Wright is now ready. Is in again. And once again, defending Simpson. Plays it up to extra cover. There is no run. Ball is then flicked back to Parkinson again. Wright has a word with the umpire as he goes back to his mark. Not for the first time. Nick Cook enjoying a chat to a Leicestershire bowler.
Sad to think that it'll be one of the last times, though.
Yes, that is very true. I had a couple of nice memorials or commemorations would be a better word this morning. Also for the late journalist who made his career at the Leicester Mercury, Martin Johnson, affectionately known as Scoop, because he never actually got one. So his fellow West End, his fellow Fleet Street rivals always said.
Did you write some memorable lines there?
Oh, some of the best ever. As we'll run past a few greatest hits. And that was flicked off his toes. And they do get the single. It was pitched up, but played out to deepish mid-wicket. And they go through for a single, which takes Simpson on to 38. Yes, the only three things wrong with the England team: they can't bat, they can't bowl, and they can't field. They did then go and win the Ashes.
Yes, they did, yeah.
So he wasn't always right, but he did come out with a good line.
Was that Gatting's team?
Yes.
They won 2-1, didn't they?
Yeah. He also said about Shane Warne's ball of the century that any ball that can turn the width of Mike Gatting just boggles the mind. And that is played nicely out into the covers for no run. No offence, Mike, if you're listening. 192 for 5. Simpson 38, Higgins 33. Two overs even until tea. Simpson's faced 92 balls in this session. 38. He's worked hard. He had a little burst of scoring, particularly against Scriven when he's hit some lovely shots. But since then, he's had to work quite hard for his runs. The bounce isn't entirely reliable, but there's been no great turn there for
Certainly not for Ahmed. Parkinson found a little. Maybe it's a sort of finger spinner's wicket in that respect. Ahmed is in bowls. Back goes Simpson and forces it away through the offside towards the sweeper on the offside boundary. Takes his single, moves on to 39, 193 for 5. So certainly, given that they're going to go past 100 runs in the session, Middlesex's session, after being put into bat, driven out into the offside by Ryan Higgins, might be 2. Simpson takes the first one quickly, but Barnes is quickly to the ball, running in from the offside again. So just the single. Just singles that have been taken off Ahmed so far. He is in and bowls. Simpson has to be respectful and is. Forward defensive shot back up the pitch to Rahan Ahmed. Polishes the ball quite fastidiously in the bottom part of his shirt before going in and bowling. Back again goes Simpson. Defending. Implies that might have been the wrong one. I don't think it was. It looked to spin back into him a fraction. Ahmed is in on the leg stump. Attempted slog sweep, and there's a very, very belated appeal as eventually Swindles picks it up. I think it sort of rolled off his pad and somehow off his foot, and he grabbed it before it hit the ground, but there was no bat on it from John Simpson. Anyway, Ahmed is in, a little bit short, stays low, but Simpson adjusts well and manages to manoeuvre it out towards deep square, where it's juggled by Eddie Barnes, and as a consequence Simpson can turn and take a second. But the way the ball's kept low occasionally from this end will not, I don't think, entirely displease the likes of the watching Tim Murtagh and people like that. But
it looks as if we're going to have spin at both ends. I think Callum Parkinson's going to bring himself on. Which he is. So a bit of spin at both ends for these batsmen as we head up to the tea interval. Higgins, who's nearly caught up Simpson. It's 34 off 50. Simpson 41 from 97. As Parkinson is in, it's just flicked off his hip by Higgins, but only 2. Square leg, there is no run. We have a short extra cover, a wider extra cover. A few inventions in the field now. A point, a deep sweeping cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, square leg. No fine leg, no third man. And that is played out to one of the 2 extra covers, in this case Ackerman, who walks over and does the fielding as the ball is played defensively. As looks as if Higgins has gone into T mode now. Keep his wicket until the break, and he's just playing forward defensives. That one was slightly cack-handed. The foot was away from the ball, but the arm did all the work that was actually needed. In once again, and that's driven nicely up to mid-on, but straight to the fielder with no real power. An adjust of the helmet as far as Higgins is concerned. He gets back in position very quickly. He's got the wicket-keeper just behind him. This he leaves to go through to said wicket-keeper Harry Swindles. That was a very quick maiden over, which brings us up to the tea interval in pretty sharp time, it must be said. And at tea, it's been a very good session for Middlesex. They've scored 105 runs and lost just the 1 wicket. 196 for 5 at tea. Simpson's still there on 41, shouldn't be. Ackerman put him down a sitter when he was on 29, but he has batted throughout the session. Higgins, who's been a breath of fresh air since he came in, only slowing down to make sure that he kept his wicket for the tea interval, 34 from 56. And the one wicket to fall, that of Eskenazi, who went walkabout, strolled about 3 feet outside his off stump to play some extraordinary shot, and then was spotted by Scriven, who knocked back his middle peg, and he went for 64. The one wicket to fall, well, Richard, another session as your people in correspondence have seen before this season.
I'm afraid rather too often, as far as Fox's supporters have been concerned. The door was ajar at 91 for 4. They weren't able to force their way through, and Eskenazi and now Simpson and Higgins have moved the balance back firmly, I think, in favour of Middlesex. 196 for 5. Doesn't sound that way, but there's been assistance for the bowlers. And remember, Leicestershire have picked a side that is bowling heavy, so to speak. Well, we shall see what happens in the final interval. Games can swing again back the other way, but the Foxes are going to have to work hard to regain the initiative. You'll hear me do an update around about past in about 4 minutes' time, but pop the kettle on and we'll be back with you otherwise in around about 15 or so minutes' time. Good afternoon again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Evening session on this first day of the ALV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Middlesex. A ball-by-ball commentary brought to you by BBC Local Radio, in this case Radios London and Leicester. Guy Swindells and Richard Ray, your ball-by-ball commentators on the game, which is about to resume with Middlesex in a rather healthier position than looked to be the case at lunchtime. They took lunch on 91 for 4. They took tea on 196 for 5. 105 runs, only one wicket lost in the afternoon session. The wicket to go, Stevie Eskenazi, bowled by Tom Scriven for 64. John Simpson closing in. He's not so very far away from his 1,000 runs this season in first-class runs, which is always a decent landmark these days of relatively short numbers of games. He's 41 not out, Ryan Higgins 34 not out. They've added 56 so far for the 6th Middlesex wicket, with having them sleeveless cable knit sweaters, Middlesex sweaters that is.
Yes, he needs another 138 runs for his 1,000 for the season.
Well, he'll have whether he'll have another innings in this match remains to be seen. Yes, it is overly pessimistic at this stage, but as I say, it is based on
born of experience.
I'm afraid this season has not been a good one for the Foxes in red ball cricket. Rahan Ahmed, looking for his first-class wicket, will continue from the pavilion end, bowls full to Simpson, who waits for it and rather jams it out to Parkinson, Leicestershire's captain, at mid-on. The fact that Ahmed is bowling and Parkinson may indeed bowl from t'other end means that we might just get finished not much later than 5:30. Ahmed is in, Simpson is back and playing it down into the ground. Bounces up high, which supports the contention that it is actually quite a hard wicket, although the bounce has been a touch inconsistent, especially from this pavilion end. Ahmed is in, down the wicket is Simpson, and hitting it high, over, long, on. Did that go just over the ropes? It did. Almost not chipped. He was a decent follow through, but he didn't sort of put his full weight into the shot, but he used his feet nicely, lofted it over mid-on and indeed over the ropes at long on for 6. So Simpson on to 47 and brings up the Middlesex 200 and the first batting bonus point. Ahmed in again. Simpson is forward, head right over the pitch of the ball as he stretches forward and defends that one back down the pitch. Parkinson takes a few steps back at mid-on, as does Patel at mid-off, but that's all as Ahmed is in. Simpson is clipping that one off his toes down towards long leg for 1. He moves on to 48, 203 for 5. No turn at all really for Ahmed. It's his 5th over, none for 16. That's the first boundary that has been hit off his bowling. Bounces in and bowls outside off stump. That's the googly. It comes back in a little bit. It was a little bit too wide to start with, and Higgins went back and cut, but didn't get it wide of Feinen at backward point. Feinen made decent stop down to his left. End of the over, 203 for 5. Higgins 34. Simpson 48. Partnership now 63 for the 6th wicket.
First 6 of the day to bring the 200 up for Middlesex. Feel a bit for Ahmed. I think he's bowled rather nicely so far, but it was a good shot by Simpson. Picked it and decided to launch it. Might be the 34-year-old being crossed with an 18-year-old, but as it was a very good shot. And Simpson is on strike on 48 not out. And it looks as if they're going to turn back to Michael Feinen.
Scriven.
Oh, it's Scriven. It's apologies. Shriven,
I think
who's taken 2 wickets.
they'll try and keep Feinen back for the new ball, which is going to be needed now. Didn't necessarily look like that was going to be the case. It did 91 for 4, but certainly will be now.
50 total. The second was available. Second wicket.
Ooh.
And it was a bit late. Halfway play the covers perfectly by Simpson. Again up in the air. It's not all along the ground when Simpson plays a cover drive, but it's good enough to beat the fielders and bring up Simpson's 50 from 103 balls, 7 fours and 1 6.
It looks like he's going to go on the front foot. This could be quite an entertaining session if that is the case, because it's an old ball. A dispirited Leicestershire side.
I wonder if they've had a chat and said when the new ball is available, life will be difficult again. We try and fill our boots a bit in the last 15. Not satisfied out. That's certainly at the moment enjoying life. But he played the fence shot and he's off the middle of bat though. And Nick Cook, the umpire, is just cooling himself down by waving his hat in front of his face. Either that or he doesn't want anybody to see what he's saying. But it did look more the fan movement.
I don't think he's ever worried him too much. Nick.
Well, it is Scriven in once again. And again, it's a bit too wide, but on this occasion, he cannot puncture the field, Simpson. It's a decent stop. And again, he has to settle for a dot ball. Goes for his little walk around. Higgins remains stoic at the other end.
It's Simpson's 5th half century of the season to go with these 3 centuries.
Yes, he's having a season to remember so far. And boy, Middlesex needed him to do that. And that is left outside off stump. There is no run.
There's a gentleman sitting on the Burrows Terrace who occasionally appears at our window, and he's got a long black overcoat and a sort of dark, sort of Panama fedora style hat. It's faintly sinister.
It is. If he had a scythe in one hand, I'd be really worried. But it is Scriven in once again. Oh, and that is... Oh, I thought that was a wide.
I think it was, but Nick doesn't want to be too late tonight, I'm sure.
No, I think Simpson is suggesting he's walked virtually up to the umpire to say how wide does it actually have to be a wide. I suppose it might have just been inside the front of the white lines. But certainly by the time it passed the line with the stumps on it, it was well wide. Scriven in again. That is outside off stump. It's not as wide. It's a comfortable leave. That is the end of the over. Simpson will have to remain on 52 not out. And remember, he was dropped badly on 29. Higgins is 34 not out. And Middlesex going nicely now, 207 for 5.
Yeah, Eskenazi dropped on 11, cost Leicestershire 53 runs. The Simpson drop has already cost them, 23, 23. Ahmed dries his right hand. I can't imagine he's sweating too much out there at the moment on the crease. Ackerman claps his hands at slip. And Ahmed is ready to go. He's in and bowls, toss it on his drive, doesn't really time it. Bounces out towards Parkinson at mid-off. Ahmed is in, cut late and delicately and nicely by Rahan Higgins down towards third man. Feinen escorts the ball down there. It's travelling at a fairer rate, so he doesn't pick it up until about a couple of yards inside the ropes at third man, and Higgins takes 2. Used the bounce and pace of the ball nicely there. Rahan Higgins moves on to 36. Ahmed in. Bowls. Back goes Higgins. Pulls only as far as Evans at mid-wicket though. Falling to his right makes a good stop. First one that Ahmed really has dragged down a little bit on that occasion. It wasn't so very short. He's in again and bowls. Back goes Higgins, working it out towards point. You heard the yeah, as he called Simpson through, seeing that Feinen had a good bit of ground to make up to his right. Higgins on to 37, 210 for 5. The partnership is now worth 70. Parkinson drops himself back towards long on. He's still 10 yards inside the ropes as in goes Ahmed, bowls to Simpson. Onto leg stump, goes back and works it out to Kimber at mid-wicket. Might see him get an over or two before the new ball is reached. Ahmed is in, played firmly back down the pitch to him, hard down into the ground. It bounces up towards the young leg spinner, takes it cleanly. End of his 6th over, none for 19. Hasn't been much there for him. 67 overs have been bowled, 210 for 5. Run rate has begun to move back in the right direction as far as Middlesex are concerned, but it's still quite low, 3.1.
No, scoring was difficult, particularly during the middle session, but taking wickets was equally difficult, so Middlesex will have happily swapped a slightly lower run rate for the 1 wicket that has fallen since the first session. And it will be Scriven to continue. Tom Scriven just getting some reinforcements on the offside sorted out for the right-handed Higgins. He has a deep cover. It looks as if Ed Barnes has been sent out into that area. There is a third man to try and stem the runs from the edge. An extra cover, deep cover, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a wide-ish fine leg. 1 slip in Higgins, 2 mid-wicket, and there is no run. Simpson just comes down, has a little word. I'd say Higgins looks as if he could be a very, very good re-signing as far as Middlesex are concerned. Opportunities getting fewer at Gloucestershire, so happy to come back, and minimal foot movement, but he punches the ball nicely up to mid-off for no run. And Scriven now into his 11th over. He's taken 2 for 41. Not always probably bowling exactly at his best, but he certainly gave Milan a working over before having him caught. He'd already seen him dropped as he comes in again. And then he spotted Eskenaz's brain fade and made sure he took out his middle stump during a period of bowling which probably wasn't going his way entirely at that stage. But this is good tidy stuff. And he's tying Higgins down. Not really causing too many problems, not beating the bat as such, but just keeping the batsman honest. Length and line. In once again. Oh, and that does square Higgins up a bit, who is walking down the wicket to him. When we saw batsmen trying to do that earlier in the innings, certainly Max Holden was trying to do that to Scriven, and we saw Harry Spindles actually go up to the stumps and stand up to the paceman, which stopped that particular walkabout. But in again Scriven, and that is played out to mid-wicket, a wide-ish mid-wicket, and there is no run. So tidy over so far, but nothing really putting too much pressure on the batsman. Higgins, who's looked to keep the scoreboard ticking over at every opportunity, And that's a nice drive, but just slightly mistimed and goes up to mid-on, who runs across, and in the end, decent maiden over from Scriven. It was accurate, it was nagging. Higgins couldn't get him away. He remains on 37, Simpson 52, and the score remains on 210 for 5. Good over.
Yeah, in the circumstances, 68th over of the innings. Take a maiden. I think Parkinson is going to bowl himself. He's taking Rahan Ahmed off at the pavilion end. Let's see if he can get a little bit of a footholds. Ahmed, there was there, if anything, for him. Parkinson first. 15 over, 2 maidens, 1-5 for left arm. The spin. No short leg as he comes in to bowl to John Simpson. Does slip. Ackerman over the wicket. Bowls, tosses it right up. Simpson leans forward, just steers it out to mid-off. Again, that dark cloud still hanging overhead, but I think the sun is fairly close to the breaking out. But I think because the sun is moving rather than the cloud as much as anything, Parkinson is in. Really tried to get some revs on that one. Didn't really do too much though. And the floodlights are coming on. Umpires have called for them to be switched on. They have to go off at 7. But I'd be very surprised if we're still here then. In goes Parkinson, a little bit short, and Simpson able to go back and work it behind square. Budinger runs back in pursuit, picks it up, throws on the turn. Make sure that he's just 1 to Simpson. 53 to him, 211 for 5. Still got his man on the drive, both sides of the wicket, Parkinson, as he goes into the right-handed Higgins. For flattish delivery, goes on with the arm, doesn't spin, and Higgins pokes it out into the offside. Parkinson is in. Higgins goes back, cuts as it does bounce and turn a little bit. Ahmed is the offside sweeper, forms the long barrier, gets a good throw away. 1 is taken. Looks fairly straightforward at the moment. A proposition, batting that is. 16:02, so might be an update if they remember. Parkinson is in, outside off stump. Not connected as he waited to dab that one away on the offside. Well, cut it away on the offside, didn't get anything on it. Cut over the top of the ball, I suspect. Stayed a little bit low. End of the over, 212 for 5. Simpson 53, Higgins 38. Here comes the update. Yeah, they were firmly on top at lunch when they had Middlesex on 91 for 4, having won the toss and chosen to bowl first. Since then, however, just the 1 wicket has fallen. That in the afternoon session. Steve Eskenazi was bowled by Tom Scriven for 64. John Simpson, who has batted very well for Middlesex this season, has notched up another half century. He's 53 not out. Ryan Higgins, whose record score came against Leicestershire, albeit for Gloucestershire last season. He is 38 not out. Make that 40 not out now. 214 for 5, building towards what is going to be a testing first innings score, it looks like here. They've added 74 so far for the 6th wicket. Middlesex 214 for 5. Back with you on commentary.
And Scriven to continue his work on the Bennett end, and that is punched back to the bowler, who fields off his own bowling and does his own polishing as well with this ball with less than 11 overs to go before the second new one is available. Being treated with a slightly less care and deliberation than it was earlier in proceedings. Scriven is in again, and that does have a little bit of movement. Swinging away from the right-handed Higgins and ends up in the gloves of Harry Swindles behind the stumps. So just a little reminder that with this cloud cover, and we've seen the ball dart around a bit, swing around a bit all day, on and off. And Scriven just making it do something again as he comes in again, and that moves nicely into position. It's a no ball, I think. I think I saw the signal from the umpire. No, it was just an arm in the air.
It was that there were two left. They always signal when there are just two to go to the other umpire. He holds out his hand with two fingers.
So Scriven does indeed have two balls left of the over. And the attempted off drive squirts out to mid-on off a thickish inside edge from Higgins, whose eyes lit up when he saw the ball full outside off stump, but couldn't convert. He does some stretching exercises just to keep himself limber and just practices the shot again. Simpson goes for a little wander around his crease before getting himself ready again. And now Higgins, 40 not out from 74, is ready to face Scriven once again. A nice drive goes through the hands of Ackerman, who's just having one of the... Oh, it wasn't Ackerman, I do apologise. It's just who it largely has gone through the hands of. That was Saul Bundager, who misfielded on that particular occasion. But maybe the pitch is there's a bit of a bobble around there, but there've been drop catches put down when there was no bobbling involved at all, and that is the end of an over. 214 for 5. Higgins took a couple off it early on. He moves on to 40. Simpson's 53 not out, and will now have the strike against Parkinson.
In between balls, I'll remind you that the Leicestershire Cricket Society has announced its winter programme, speakers, dates, over the wicket to John Simpson. Simpson confirmed back in the pitch. It goes to membership of the society is £20 or £5 on the door. 6th of October, which actually isn't so very far away now, is the first meeting. Parkinson is in, tosses it up, and Simpson is forward and playing inside the line of that one, not taken cleanly by Swindles. Ackerman cleans up behind him. 6th of October, the first speaker is Paul Farbrace, formerly the England coach, of course. Parkinson is in, bowls, defended on the front foot by Simpson, and of course of Kent.
Good talker.
I haven't heard him, so...
recommend that one.
Okay. 27th of October is John Holder, the former umpire. Parkinson is in, bowls outside off stump, and Simpson goes back, lets it go through. 10th of November is Ben Smith, formerly of this parish, of course, very successful player, and for a short time head coach. Ben, now assistant coach at Northamptonshire. Parkinson is in, Simpson is turning that one off, his legs, goes back and works it down towards fine leg. Runs the first quickly just in case, but Feinen has a good arm, gets his throw away, and it is just one. 24th of November sees Graham Gooch come to the Leicestershire Cricket Society. 12th of January, Bill Athy, Yorkshire and England.
And Gloucestershire.
And of course Gloucestershire. Round the wicket goes Parkinson, bowls, and looking to drive is Higgins. Reaching for it a little bit, doesn't time it, and comfortable stop out there in the covers for Budinger. And then 16th of February, the, I guess we must say now, former Worcester stalwart Darryl Mitchell will be the speaker. And if you want any more details, contact the membership secretary, Mike Siddle, on 07907 892 665, or email Mike Siddle, SIDDALL, at compuserve.com.
Some good speakers coming. Graham Gooch does a very good after dinner. No, Paul Fairbrace used to be the most wonderful person to interview. You'd literally ask him one question and just hold the microphone there, and you had everything you needed to know. Made our life very easy. 215 for 5. It will be Tom Scriven to continue. To Simpson, so he's staying over the wicket. Simpson drives nicely, but good stop. Ackerman got the hand down this time, as I think that Simpson thought that he had pierced the field, but Ackerman stuck down a big right hand and took all the pace off the ball from a full-blooded cover drive. He's not standing a million miles away from the bat, so good piece of fielding on this occasion. Scriven in once again, and that is allowed to sail through to the wicketkeeper, who throws it to said Ackerman. Scriven has a look accusingly at the wicket.
Very nice, Tom, says Callum Parkinson. Has been decent from Scriven.
It's been a good little spell, this one. He's kept a little bit of pressure on.
Hasn't gone for many, has he?
No. In once again. Yeah, 2 off his previous over. The one before that, I think, was a maiden. So yes, just applying the brakes currently. Can then breed frustration amongst the batters. So these two have now put on 75 in pretty good order. Scriven in again, driven nicely straight back to the bowler once again though. Scriven not overdoing it, is he? He's just trying to put the ball in the right place at the moment and doing it very well. Simpson, who started at quite a brisk rate, is now 54 from 123 deliveries, and that includes a 6. And 7 fours, so a lot of dots in there too, and that is again played back to the bowler, who this time decides he won't carry it all the way back himself. He will lob it to his skipper, Callum Parkinson, who has the towel for the polishing duties. And the floodlights are beginning to fill in now, as it does look as if that bank of grey cloud, there's not a...
It's just sitting there, isn't it?
There's not a I'm looking at the trees and there's no hint of a breeze, so it is just sitting over us, and that's a thickish outside edge. It's all along the ground, and it goes out through the vacant point, backward point area. The cover has to go round and field. They take a single. That's it. 216 for 5.
Yeah, the flags are very limp all around the ground. The foxes on top of the cupola clock and away on the pole away to our right are pointing to their noses, their snouts are to the sort of south-southwest, so that in as much as there is a gentlest of breezes where it's coming from, but that's all. Parkinson will continue from the pavilion end. Simpson sort of playing himself back in, having gone to his 50 jogs, watches as Parkinson goes in and bowls to him, and very correct again, not getting to the pitch of the ball, but hoping with what turn there is back into him off the pitch, adjusting. Parkinson is in and bowls. A little bit more air on that one. Simpson uses his feet and tries to get to the pitch of the ball, work it into the leg side, does, but has to check the shot slightly, and Kimber fields to his left at short-ish mid-wicket position. Parkinson bowls, forward goes Simpson. Not such a big stride this time. Thick inside part of the bat. Didn't look quite as clean and crisper a cricket shot as the previous two. Parkinson is in. He's getting position to drive, but then adjusts really nicely. He almost overstepped there, but he waited for it and guided it down with an almost sort of horizontal bat down towards wide third man. Scriven had a fair old run to get to the ball, 15 yards or so to his right. Simpson picks up a couple, moves on to 57. Parkinson is in. A little bit of turn there. Takes a thick inside edge and pad. Short leg. Had there been one. There wasn't. Might very well have been interested there. Sol Budinger, padless, is back at square leg. That idea has long since been given up by Leicestershire. Parkinson is in. Again, that one is just drifting towards middle and leg. Simpson turns his wrists on it and defends it out into the onside end of the over. 218 for 5. A couple from it then, both to Simpson, who remains on 57. Higgins has 40. I've got Simpson's, when he went to his 50, I've got it off 103 balls. Is that what you've got as well?
I've got 102.
Okay. But either way, it means he's faced since then another 28 or 29 balls for just 5 or 6 runs.
Yes.
So he's, as I said, just dug himself back in, really, just started again, Simpson, and it's the innings of a man A, in form, but B, intent on really building a decent first innings score for his side.
Yes, as we were talking about the fact that maybe he was going to launch something of a counter-attack after tea, but after the 6 and the 4 for his 50, you're absolutely right, Richard. He's very much gone back into his shell, though that may have something to do with the bowling as well. As Scriven, you can hear the effort. Oh no, it's we have a change. It's Ed Barnes bowling, hence the grunt. You can hear the effort he's putting in, but again, it was wide and it was an easy leave. Been a few too many of those probably during the day. And Ed Barnes, this is his 8th over. No wicket for 28, so he's been going at 4 and over. Hasn't managed to bowl a maiden as yet. And well, he might do. I was about to say he's not going to this time either, as it was cut away nicely by Higgins, but it was well fielded by Ackerman at backward point, and there is no run. But stroked very nicely. It was just short outside off stump. Certainly Higgins thought that he'd got onto it nicely. Just checks his stumps, looks back, makes sure he's lined up correctly as Scriven comes in once again. And that is blocked out to extra cover, and there is no run. Running around to ensure there is no run is Sol Budinger. It's largely fielded pretty well today. One fantastic catch when he was at short leg to remove Holden just before lunch. But that seems a long time ago now. 218 for 5, then it was 91 for 4. Scriven in once again, and that is played nicely out into the covers. There'll only be a single. Certainly Higgins set off thinking that if there's a misfield he would be going for 2, but there wasn't. It was a nice throw in, and they have to be happy with just the 1. Means the wait for a Barnes maiden will continue. Higgins moves on to 41, and Simpson has 2 balls to face in this over. Just rechecks his guard. Just the 1 slip.
Tough overs these, aren't they?
They
the likes of Barnes. You've
They're the lot. They're the fill-in ones, aren't they?
4 overs before the new ball.
In once again, is on a hit. So is it calling not 3? They do get 3. He did hit the leather off the ball. He did nice, and they do drop through, and they move to 2-2-2 for 5. Higgins 41, Simpson 60. The partnership now worth 82.
I wonder if he said to his captain, so not the new ball then.
Yeah. But Barnes is certainly continuing to try. Oh, and there is a waft outside off stump that could well have seen the end of Higgins. He's a bit lucky. It wasn't the greatest delivery, but as I say, Higgins went for the attempted cut dab shot and could have easily just edged through to the keeper. As it is, he gets away with it. Simpson has moved on to 60, Higgins to 41. There were 4 off the over, so the score is 222 for 5.
He kind of needs a little bit of a lucky break at Barnes. He's giving that impression. He certainly won't stop trying, but just needs a little bit of fortune to go his way in the way that pull of Simpson's should have done. That was spilled by Ackerman at mid-wicket. Parkinson, in fairness to the skipper, he's bowling a few of these tough overs himself. Jogs in from the pavilion end over the wicket to John Simpson. Goes back to a delivery that does turn, but it's slow turn. So on the back foot he can adjust and play it back firmly down the wicket towards Callum Parkinson. Jogs in, tosses that one right up and says drive that to Simpson, who accepts the invitation. Drives it away square on the offside out towards Evans, who's out there in splendid isolation in front of the Uptonsteel family stand. 1 is taken. Simpson on to 61. Round the wicket goes Parkinson to Ryan Higgins, who's playing firmly out towards mid-on. It's intercepted or semi-intercepted en route by Rishi Patel running across to his left. Juggles with the ball, doesn't stop it cleanly, but is close enough to it to make sure the batsmen don't take a cheeky extra single. Parkinson is in forward, goes Higgins on off stump, out into the offside, picked up by Louis Kimber. Sun threatening to reappear sort of temporarily, and I don't think it will cause them to switch the floodlights off if it does. Parkinson in. Higgins, bounces. It looked a bit high to me, that. Parkinson cannot believe it's turned down, and it certainly was straight enough, but umpire O'Shaughnessy was immediately turning his head away. For me, if anything, my immediate reaction was you heard it, was that it might have just bounced a bit too much. But Parkinson, a reaction I suspect born of frustration as well, kept the appeal up.
He still looks pretty disappointed.
Might get a replay on that one. As Parkinson is in, drops a little bit short, and Higgins cuts him away down to the point boundary where Rahan Ahmed is fielding, and Parkinson is still standing with hands on hips, and he doesn't look at umpire O'Shaughnessy as he takes his cap and walks away. Umpire O'Shaughnessy is one of those, is an umpire who has reported Leicestershire and for various offences in the past, so Parkinson knows he has to just bite his lip and walk away.
It was a good over though, and he's bowled well in this period, Parkinson. But it will be. Sorry, Richard.
No, again, I just don't think it. I understand why that one was turned down, I think, but anyway.
We'll try and see a replay if we can in a moment. Oh, and that is forced into hurrying the shot by Ed Barnes on Higgins, but Higgins manages to squirt the ball away for a single.
Parkinson has still got his hands on his hips mid-on.
He was pretty sure.
He
really
absolutely was,
sure.
wasn't he? But it was a fairly isolated appeal, wasn't it? Swindles didn't really give it the beans behind the stumps.
I did just catch it in the corner of my eye out of the monitor, and I can see why he was interested, as that is an absolute beauty from Barnes, probably the best ball he's bowled all day, and it absolutely beat Simpson outside off stump. It was absolute beauty, moving away from the batsman. There was extra height and bounce. Cracker, too good. And well, Barnes giving the batters a taste of what they might be facing when the second new ball is available, which is soon, and that's punched away and hits Ackerman at point, who didn't know where the ball had gone. In fact, it hadn't gone very far from him, but in the end the fielder sweeping out in the deep has to come in and pick the ball up, and they go through for a single. As they'd spotted, he wasn't quite sure where the ball was. Simpson moves to 62 in an entertaining start to this over. Parkinson seems to have got over his high dudgeon now. Flicks the ball back to Barnes. And that's punched nicely off the back foot out to deep cover, and they go through for another single. And Higgins has batted really nicely. He's been beaten a couple of times, but that's it. He hasn't offered a chance. He just batted really nicely. Said he rechecking his notes just in case he had offered a chance, but he hasn't. Simpson, who was dropped on 29, 62 not out. And that is wide and short, and it's cut away. He does have a sweeper down there just as well, and they'll only in fact be able to take a single, but that wasn't the finest ball that Ed Barnes has ever bowled, but he had the right field for it, and Simpson can only add 1 to his score and go on to 63. Ninth over, he's been going pretty consistently at 4 and over, 36 of his 8.5 overs. This is the final ball of the ninth over from Barnes, and it's short and it's pulled away, but again the deep mid-wicket now for the right-hander is there. Barnes looks fed up with himself, particularly as he started that over so well with an absolute jaffer that did for Simpson. But Simpson is still there on 63. Higgins playing very sensibly, very nicely indeed, is on 45 not out, and these two have now put on 89 with a score 229 for 5.
4 overs until Leicestershire can take the new ball, and it's a fair bet that they will, I would think. Parkinson around the wicket to Higgins, tosses it up. Higgins hits it over mid-off, only just over mid-off, didn't get that at all. And Parkinson, hands on hips again. Barnes turned and chased after the ball. He was probably only 3 or 4 yards behind it when it pitched around about 15 yards inside the ropes and stopped rather. Slightly fortunate there, Ryan Higgins, as Parkinson is into him again, outside off stump, inviting the drive. This time he gets on top of it, doesn't try and loft it over the top. Out into the offside it goes. Ahmed is the fielder. 1 taken by Higgins with that 2 and the 1. He moves on to 48 now, catching John Simpson. 232 for 5. Parkinson over the wicket to Simpson, who is forward. Defensive out into the offside. Picked up by Evans, there's not much of Sam Evans, is there? He looks a reed, and quite a small reed out there. His body fat percentage must be fairly low, I would say. Parkinson is in. Fuller this time. It's nice bowling this from Callum Parkinson. Simpson having to treat it with respect. Not catching the eye of umpire Shaughnessy as he walks past, having done his fellow Lancastrian no favours, he feels, down the leg side, though. Just as I say, he was bowling nicely, Callum Parkinson. Simpson doesn't get anything on it, attempts to turn it on down towards fine leg. Swindles skips across to his right to make the stop. Parkinson is in. Bowls on off stump this time. Forward goes Simpson. Back down the pitch to Callum Parkinson. End of the over. 232 for 5. 77 overs have been bowled. 19 remain to be bowled today. Simpson 63, Higgins 48, partnership now 92 for the 6th wicket.
And it will be Ed Barnes to bowl the 78th over of the day. One imagines he's got another over after this one. And then we will move on to the second new ball.
May, and I say may because it hasn't always been the case, be an update, but you crack on.
Absolutely right, shout. And that's wide and driven and well fielded. In fact, Richard, why don't you just, in case, do the next?
4:30 usually means there's a sports update. I think the Tigers have a game tonight in the Rugby Union a cup match. So there may be a bit of Tiger talk first. Barnes is in and bowls on off stump 2. Higgins just dabs it out into the offside. Wide of Ackerman at point. Buttinger has to run to his left to cover, and 1 is taken. Higgins moves on to 49. We'll want to give it away now, that's for sure. 233 for 5. Field changes for the left-hander. Here comes the update. Barnes is in. Bowls outside off stump left. By Simpson. And there is no run. Barnes is in. Bowls outside off stump cut away. They had a good morning. They haven't had a good afternoon or so far evening. 91 for 4. They reduced Middlesex 2 at lunch, but they've missed chances. A couple of really expensive drops, particularly of John Simpson, who was on 29 when he was spilled by Colin Ackerman at mid-wicket off the bowling of Ed Barnes. He's now moved on to 64, not out. Ryan Higgins, who has made runs against Leicestershire in the past for Gloucestershire, now making them for Middlesex as well. He's 49 not out. So far they've added 94 for the 6th wicket and taken Middlesex's score onto 234 for 5. That's a useful score on a pitch which is still a little bit inconsistent and offering the seam bowlers a little bit of assistance. A new ball is on the horizon. It's now just 2 overs away. The Foxes, if they're going to get back into this game, are going to have to take wickets with it. Still 18 overs left to be bowled today. Middlesex 234 for 5.
And it is Barnes in once again, and it's flicked away nicely, really nicely by Higgins, and he moves to 50 with a fine boundary flicked away off his toes, and that is a really good half century from Ryan Higgins. It's come off just 93 balls and included 4 fours, 94 balls and 4 fours, and what a return to Middlesex colours that has been as far as Ryan Higgins is concerned, and just what his side needed. He's brought the partnership up to 98 as well. And when he came in, there was still a great deal to do at 140 for 5. Match was very much in the balance, but Richard Ray and I were talking earlier, then we reckoned anything much over 250 in your first innings, and you could put real pressure on the and 238 for 5 going.
It is swept the air just past Jim's head cleans up and just the one is taken, but Simpson has not been afraid to go aerial in this game, in this innings, and has done so effectively. He has tormented Leicestershire in a way. 3 or 4 shots have gone pretty close to fielders, but all have been hit pretty cleanly. Parkinson is into Higgins now, back down the pitch on the onside, and there's no run. Chris Wright beginning to warm up now, suggesting that the new ball, to no one's great surprise, will indeed be taken. Parkinson is in and bowls outside off stump. Higgins lets it go through. 99 the partnership is now worth for the 6th wicket. Parkinson in, bowls, tossed up. Higgins is forward in solid defence, pushing the ball out to Kimber. I wonder if Kimber might bowl the 80th over with the old ball. Parkinson in, bowls, forward, edge caught. Well, it won't be a century partnership. Ryan Higgins went forward. It did turn a fraction, took the outside edge, and a very relieved Colin Ackerman took the catch two-handed low, about 2 or 3 inches off the ground at slip. Higgins goes. Leicestershire have the 6th wicket, a second bowling bonus point, and goodness me, how they needed that.
That was really well bowled. It would have been easy to have taken your foot off the pedal a bit with the second new ball just about to be taken, but he just kept the pressure on. Parkinson, he had the big LBW shout and then lovely drift on that particular delivery to find the outside edge of Higgins' bat, and a nice pocket at first slip by Ackerman, which after a couple of drops will go well. But he's done a good job for Middlesex, Higgins. 99 runs added. He's got them towards that 250 now. And with Simpson still there on 65, considering they were 91 for 4, we keep talking about it, but they bounced back very well. And thanks to him, they're in pretty good shape, even with the second new ball imminent. And Luke Holman coming to the crease.
Solid figure of a man, absolutely dwarfs Simpson walking up the next in of Annie, a stronger looking man. 491 runs coming into this, which is a turn from just 12 innings, highest of a 4 half centuries, isn't it? Reaching 040, near 40.
Played a very important down. He also been a but
he's a big unit, isn't he, Luke? He's dancing around at the moment, light on his feet, but goodness me, he's a big, solid young man. Left-hander, of course. Another one kicks some dust away. Parkinson waves at the Leicestershire balcony. He wants another helmet bringing out. Keeper's helmet. I'm sure he said keep helmet there. I'm not sure why. There'll be another. Cops has already got one on. I think obviously to the spinner. Short leg is injured. He's got a helmet on already, but a helmet is coming on courtesy of Ricky Pell. For the fielder. Looks like he's going to be put on slip. Finally, on his head. He didn't exactly spear it in, but it was ish. by Parkinson's standards, delivery, and Holden on the back foot just got his back down in time. End of Parkinson's 21st over. Successful one for the Leicestershire captain, 2-4-36, which in the circumstances is a fairly decent effort on his part. 2.39 for 6, 1 over left with the old ball, and it won't be Louis Kimber who bowls it, but it won't be Eddie Barnes either. Rahan Ahmed, which feels a little bit like a gesture, doesn't it, for the young leg spinner? You get 1 over with the oldest old ball.
But he's just going to take a wicket.
He would have seen in this over.
Was up for it and keep the old ball.
I think that's a very valid question, but the answer would be you should.
I don't think more. The spinners are just get a little bit 1-10 and has a little practice run. Decides to fancy that. Get some earth on fingers. The leggy left-handed Simpson, right arm round. But has just pulled that away, and he really done on. Then he the second time done his 1 overs, but both times he has learnt the hard way that they don't tend to miss out in first-class cricket, and that's 4 thank you very much runs as far as Simpson is concerned. Brings up the 40 he's now scored since he was dropped as he moves to 69. Ahmed in again, and that's better. It's flicked around the corner, but the man is there at a very short, squarish fine leg, or a very backward point. And that is swept away, but it was up in the air for a bit. As it is, there was no one at square leg, so it was perfectly safe, or certainly not in near the umpire. Only a deep square leg, so they go through for an easy single. But that does mean that Holden will now have to face the leg spin. 3 balls left to face in this over.
Tough for him, isn't it? The young leg spin has been out there, probably getting quite cold, actually.
Ahmed in again. He's brisk. And that is flicked off his hip by Holden. They might be able to go for 2. And in fact, Holden has called them through for 2. Oh, that was tight, but I think he got there. Swindle's got quite excited.
So does the umpire, which is the main thing. Umpire O'Shaughnessy.
The commentator Swindle's got quite excited. The wicket-keeper Swindle's got quite excited. But nothing actually in the end came of either of our excitement. And Holden is off the mark with a couple.
Yes, I forgot about that ambiguity being available.
And this is nicely played defensively by Holden. Nicely bowled too from Ahmed.
We should emphasise that there is no relation.
No, there is none. There's no nepotism involved in the commentary. Though I do find myself defending him slightly when his wicket kept.
Naturally.
There aren't that many of us. We tend to stick together. And that's flicked nicely off his toes for a single to round off the over. So we don't have the crisis of new ball or not to new ball. I'm pretty sure it will happen. Simpson is 70 not out. Holden has moved to 3. And the score is 247 for 6.
Well, it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Parkinson,
he's going to stay on.
He's going to keep going.
Well, he has just picked up a wicket, hasn't
he? Has. Like that. I'm pleased about that in a way.
And it gives the 2 guys who are going to have to slog through this, I imagine, Chris Wright and Michael Feinen, a couple more minutes to just get the batteries back. And I'll leave you with Parkinson.
Short leg slip and slip as Parkinson over the wicket to Luke Holden, who is forward leaving. A little bit dangerous to turn back in a fraction, but nothing like enough to touch the off stump. Does happen from time to time. Commentating on a very close relation. In goes Parkinson bowls. Holden is forward. I'm thinking of Jake Whiteman, who won his World Championship gold medal at 1,500 metres earlier this summer, and his dad was the station commentator, wasn't he? The not station, the stadium, as you say, commentator. That must have been a tricky one for his dad. In goes Parkinson, bowls. Holman is back, carefully, watchfully, pushing the ball back down the pitch to Callum Parkinson. Swings the bat in his hand, makes it look very small. Luke Holman. Parkinson jogs in and bowls. Holman is forward to that one, stroking it back down the pitch to Callum Parkinson, who again is walking past umpire O'Shaughnessy with his face kept, with his stare very much averted. He is in, tosses it up, brings Holman forward again, pushing out to Evans at extra cover. No run. He's going to have a go around the wicket, he's decided. Necessitates some changes to the field. Point Scriven goes back to deep backward point. Parkinson is in outside off stump. It is cut out there to Scriven, not really timed by Luke Holman. Throw comes in from Scriven to the bowler. Holman has to just take a couple more steps rather more quickly than he would otherwise have preferred, but it is the end of the over. He keeps a strike, moves on to 4, 248 for 6. John Simpson, 70 not out, has added 41 since being dropped. If you add those runs to the 53 extra runs made by Eskenazi, well, getting close to 100 runs right there.
And still no new ball. Ahmed is going to continue. So that breakthrough has just changed the thinking a little bit. Ahmed right arm round to the left-handed Simpson, and Simpson goes back and in the end defends well, but for a moment you thought that's bold, but it was well defended in the end, but you can get yourself in trouble doing that to the leggy. And that is swept on this occasion straight to the fielder. So Ahmed has his first-class wicket. And he's picked up Luke Holman, who must be wondering what on earth he has just done. He tried to play the sweep shot and he has just picked a point and given the easiest catch in the world. And he has gone for just the 4. And suddenly the spin twins are causing real problems. And it's 248 for 7.
Yep. Went big at it, Holman. Top-edged it, and it lobbed as gently as you like, straight into the hands of Chris Wright. At backward square, an easier catch Wright will not have, however long he plays. And Ahmed pats on the back all round. He'll be chuffed to bits. And it's a genuine wicket. It wasn't he didn't smash it straight into Wright's hands. It bounced a little bit more than he thought it was going to. Maybe turned a bit more, took the top edge and looped gently to Chris Wright. Well bowled, Rahan Ahmed, and a couple of late breakthroughs with this old ball. Is it bringing Leicestershire back in? You still feel 248 is a lot. And still every prospect of going somewhere past 300, especially with Simpson still there.
Yes, but it's looking considerable. It's the old add 2 wickets and what does it look like? And at the moment, that's exactly what Parkinson and Ahmed have done. And I think Middlesex, who, when it was going so well with Higgins and with Simpson, well, they'd have been thinking possibly 350. But suddenly, that target looks a long, long way away. Toby Rowland-Jones is a decent bat. He's got an average of over 20 in his career. He knows what he's doing. He's scored valuable runs. But he tends to try and score them quickly. And if that doesn't come off, and we haven't seen scoring quickly look easy on this wicket at all so far, then suddenly, if Middlesex are rolled out for 260, 270, think Leicestershire are very much back in this game. Middlesex have battled well throughout today. Whenever they've found themselves in a spot of bother, can they do the same here? It will be Ahmed to continue to Toby Rowland-Jones, who has inspected the wicket, inspected the field, and is now ready to face his first ball. He goes back and defends correctly. Straight back to the bowler. And Simpson just wanders across, but now Ahmed is ready to bowl again. And this is pushed out nicely by Toby Rowland-Jones into the covers, where a diving Sam Evans stops the ball. There's a little chat to whoever is listening, and Ahmed is in again. And Rowland-Jones this time flicks it off the hit round the corner, but he can only find Budinger, who is in that backward point, very short, fine leg position. Now he's going back a bit. In once again, Ahmed gives it a little bit of air that time, but punched nicely out by Rowland-Jones into the covers. They go through for a single, but that is the end of an over that young man will remember for a very long time. His first-class wicket, dismissing Luke Holman. Simpson's still there on 70. Rowland-Jones has got a single. Middlesex 249 for 7.
I don't think Simpson will change the way he's batting. As you said, Guy, Rowland-Jones in no mean hand with the bat. 280 runs this season in 14 innings, averaging 25 to go with a small matter of 55 wickets. Not too dusty. You'd take that every time, but I don't think that many around the counties would begrudge it of Toby Rowland-Jones, who's had rotten luck with injuries one way or another. Checks his guard with umpire O'Shaughnessy. He'll be facing Callum Parkinson for the first time from the pavilion end. 2 for 37 for Parkinson. Round the wicket he goes and bowls to Rowland-Jones, who goes back. The back foot was slightly dangerous. Didn't really turn. Skid on. Managed to keep it out. Parkinson is in. A little bit more air. This time he gets forward. Seeing that, Rowland-Jones. Forward defensive out to Kimber. That's shortish extra. Short leg is in. As Parkinson jogs in and bowls back. This time goes Rowland-Jones. Defends it out to Kimber again. Leicestershire will be pretty happy with this. That picked up a couple of wickets and the run rate staying about the same as Rowland-Jones is back defending again at 3 or thereabouts. 13 overs remain after this, so it will be a little later than 5:30, unless the two spinners bowl the rest of the overs. Forward goes Rowland-Jones, defends on the offside, back down the pitch to Parkinson, who, having bowled that ball, sends Ahmed, gestures at Ahmed to go back towards the manual scoreboard. Runs in and bowls. Rowland-Jones looking to work it on the leg side. That is going to miss leg stump. He did miss it, but didn't quite turn enough. It was worth the appeal from Parkinson, but it didn't quite turn enough. But Rowland-Jones, a little bit fortunate there that it didn't quite turn enough. End of the over, a maiden from Callum Parkinson. 23 overs, 3 maidens now, 2 for 37, 249 for 7. Remains the score.
He's bowled really well. He didn't look quite as upset about that dismissed leg before appeal. I don't think his whole heart and soul were in it. Ahmed will be continuing though. The skipper liking what he's seeing from the spin at the moment. Funny, just when Leicestershire could have given up hope, Suddenly the spinners are starting to enjoy a little purchase. Ahmed in again. He just hurries Simpson up a bit, but Simpson does well. Also, fine bit of fielding by Chris Wright ensures that only a single is taken. If he hadn't slid in and stopped that, that was 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. So, super piece of fielding.
Another batting bonus point.
Ah, yes, 250 comes up, 250 for 7. And we're going to get with the new batsman in, we're getting a leg slip. I'd say leg slip more than on the 45. Certainly more that than a short leg, and it's punched back by Roland Jones to the bowler Ahmed, who does his own fielding. Decent fielder too. It's quite a fast run in and fast arm action, and Roland Jones allows that to pass outside off stump. Was a bit of turn, and Swindles was interested for a second, but it was well judged in the end by Toby Roland Jones. Ahmed in again, and Roland Jones is down the wicket to smother the spin and play it back to the bowler.
I think we can definitely say he can't pick his googly. I mean, I can't. But obviously I'm further away, but he has got one, and it is a decent one.
No, that gives the batsman a little more time, but it's stroked pleasantly by Roland Jones straight to deepish cover, and he hit it so well that there wasn't time to run for a single. If he plays the same shot now, though, there will, because Leicestershire aren't that worried if Toby Roland Jones gets the strike, and I think that was in the air and very nearly carried to extra cover, who looks pretty fed up that he didn't manage to hold on to it.
Well, Evans was there. I thought for a minute it must be a bump ball, the way it sort of looped through the air, but it clearly wasn't. Evans flung himself forward, and I thought got his hand underneath it but couldn't hang on, so we'll have to check afterwards. But was that a chance? Another chance that goes down. Roland Jones on 1. Question mark.
Yes, definite question mark. But certainly the way Evans was looking, he was looking disappointed.
We will find out afterwards. There is a BBC Radio Leicester cricket show starting at 6. Jack Rafferty will be hosting here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. We will get reaction from the Leicestershire camp after play into Leib Flint when Jack arrives at
the new ball looks if it's Beacon.
Sort of makes sense with Roland Jones, isn't it? But it was fun. Well, I like this. They will be hoping to cause Simpson real trouble as he runs in and bowls down the leg side. He went with deliveries down the leg side. Simpson steps inside the line, gestures at the ball with his bat, doesn't get anything on it. Taken by Swindles. "12 overs to go, less that one delivery, all of which will be bowled with the new ball, so going to probably be about 22, quarter to 6 by the time play is done. Wright is in full. Simpson is leaning forward, playing it firmly down into the ground, stopping on the shot and holding the pose, looks at then turns the bat in his hand, examines the bottom a little critically. Everything seems to be okay. Fielded by Evans. Two slips for Wright behind Simpson as he runs in and bowls. Simpson again on off stump, foolish delivery, leans forward, defends it out to Evans in the covers, and again there's no run. Still looking for his first wicket, Chris Wright. None for 52 for the veteran seamer. does have another year, I think, on his contract, so we'll be back next season, whatever. Injury permitting, of course. Runs in and bowls outside. Off stump goes for the cut, Simpson, and it moves. And I thought for a second he'd edged it off the top edge. Taken by Swindles in front of Kimber at first slip.
Yeah, there was an element, wasn't there?
Seemed to move quite markedly, that one.
It did.
Should do, I guess, with the seam being nice and new and pronounced.
Extra bounce.
Right is in this time. Simpson leaves outside off stump.
Yeah, that was a lesson learned shot.
Nick Cook's feeling his knees a little bit. Long days these for the umpires. Right is in. Bowl straight. This time dropped out towards point, just slightly backward of point by Simpson. And there is a single to be taken. Bit of news in my headphones means that it is going to be an update for BBC Radio Leicester, which hopefully will come in between the overs. Yeah, two breakthroughs affected by the spinners. First, Ryan Higgins, having put on 99 for the sixth wicket with John Simpson, went forward to delivery from Callum Parkinson that just bounced and turned, took the edge and was caught at slip by Colin Ackerman for 53. Then Luke Holman had made just 4, like to pull or turn a delivery from Rahan Ahmed into the leg side. Pull it really. Got a bit of a top edge and it looped very gently to Chris Wright at backward square. That was Rahan Ahmed's first class wicket. The 18-year-old leg spinner celebrated accordingly. 248 for 7 at that stage. Now 251 for 7. John Simpson is still there. 72, not out. Remember, he was bad on just 29. Tolan Jones is with him on the new ball. Hasn't had enough can wrap up this Middlesex innings for the close of play. Well, they feel they move back into the game, but 251 for 7 now, 253 for 6. Still pretty good score, Pitford helping bowlers.
First delivery there from Michael Feinen was short, not as quick as we saw earlier on in the day, and was pulled very comfortably. Terrific piece of fielding in the deep by Sol Budinger, who's fielded just about everywhere in this match so far. He's now at deep mid-wicket, and he managed to ensure that Simpson had to settle for 2 rather than 4. Left armour to left-hander in again, and there's a little bit of away movement, a little bit of away swing, but the ball pitched wide enough outside off stump that it could be left by Simpson. The ball doing its talking after the conversation had finished, really, because it had been left and was going through to the wicket-keeper. And just trying to see what's flying over. I looked up and I can see a bird of some description, but it's not making the noise that I can hear as going over, which sounds like a helicopter. As in again comes Feinen, and he just tucks up Simpson, but Simpson plays it nicely out into the leg side. He wanted to, but the fielders really did converge at pace, and there seems to be a little more energy about the Leicestershire field at the moment. Those 2 wickets have lifted spirits no end, and they keep them down to a single, which means that Feinen will be able to have a go at Toby Rowland-Jones, the number 9 batter, though he does have an average, as Richard was saying earlier, of 25 this season and a career average over 20. He is no mug with the bat. But Feinen, if he can get anywhere near his opening salvo this morning, his first 7 overs were excellent when he removed both openers Stoneman LBW for 4 and Robson bowled for 7 round his legs. So Feinen in once again. He does steam in and just tucks up Roland Jones, who was trying to play it to leg side. In fact, the ball just looped up off the top of the bat perfectly safely, but he was trying to play to leg and it went out into the offside. Again, the cover fielders converged and ensured that there were no runs possible to be taken. But a decent delivery from Feinen, who's just sort of working up some of that early morning pace again, having had a rest this afternoon. And that, though, is down the leg side and is a leave and an easy one for Roland Jones. Swindles has to hop across to make sure that no further byes go against his name, and a few have so far today. With just trying to get the scorecard up, but I know that so far we've had 11 byes so far today in a extras total of 22. As Feinen is in again, and that's nicely played by Roland Jones. Nice move, got the big stride forward and played the ball out into the covers. There won't be any runs, but nicely dealt with, which means that the score will remain on 254 for 7. Roland Jones will remain on 1 from 18 deliveries, but it's all about how long John Simpson can go, and he's 75 not out now.
And how he'll want to go as well. Roland Jones is hanging around, but struggling just to get the ball away at the moment. 10 overs to go. Bit of a balancing act for Simpson. Keep playing the same way, I guess. Right is in, bowls to him. He's prepared to take 1 off the first ball, or is he going to go for 2? In fact, there's a comfortable 2 because he's dabbed it out towards square leg, and Rahan Ahmed running in from the leg side boundary. The pitch is dead central, isn't it? So it's a good 75 yards to the boundary at that side. Ahmed had to run a good 40 to get to the ball. Simpson and Roland Jones quick between the wickets. Made 1 into 2. Keeps the strike. Moves on to 77. 256 for 7. Right. Casting a shadow from the floodlights now, runs in and bowls. Simpson, I think, tucks his bat inside the line of that one as it bounces and moves away a fraction outside off stump. He went on to the back foot looking to defend. Didn't need to as it moved away, and I'm just seeing a replay of that one. Maybe being a fraction generous to him there. But he has played pretty well for his 77 off 159 balls now. Waits with bat raised as right is in, bowls to him. You heard the call of no as he played it tucked up a little bit on off stump out into the offside. Evans quickly onto it. No run possible. Little bit dark out there at the moment, although we're looking at a big patch of blue sky. It is away to the south. Umpires haven't taken a light reading, so every chance at the moment of getting these remaining 9.3 overs this evening. Right is in and bowls short and looking to pull. Takes his bottom hand off the bat. I think it thumped into the thigh pad. Trickles down towards fine leg. Will there be a signal from umpire O'Shaughnessy? No, so got to get a little bit of bat on to it as well. Bottom edge perhaps fending it away. John Simpson moves on to 78. Roland Jones will have 2 balls to face from Chris Wright. Right is in and bowls. Nice shape to that one, but well played by Roland Jones. Right behind it. On off stump. Umpire O'Shaughnessy wanders forward. Just looks at the not follow through of Chris Wright. I don't think I've ever seen him warned. Falls away quite quickly in his follow through. But just his foot mark on the crease. Whether he might be getting close to overstepping. I've seen him bowl a few no balls. Right turns. Charges in and bowls, goes past the outside edge. Roland Jones brought the bat back inside the line, but after he'd had a little feel for that one, gets away with it. He remains on 1, faced 20 balls for that single. 257 for 7. 87 overs have been bowled today. 3 with the new ball.
And the man of mystery has just walked past again in his black overcoat and grey Holden.
I hope he's not listening, but it's kind of like Freddy Krueger's outfit. It's really spooky.
Halloween 57.
I didn't want the door to open behind us there, is he?
Well, it will be Michael Feinen who continues, who hasn't had a horror show today. Bowled nicely. Take a 236 from 13 overs, and that's the first ball of the 14th that he's played back to him by Simpson. And Simpson is still looking to attack whenever possible, but certainly at the moment is being pegged back, and as they did this morning, bowling pretty well with the new ball. Leicestershire opening pair.
21 wickets have fallen at Essex so far today.
Goodness me. That's a nice looking drive from Simpson. He's played that beautifully out into the covers. Ahmed is out there, so he will keep them down to just the 2. That means Yorkshire might actually... Are they Yorkshire leading at the moment then? We'll have to check the scores. We'll do that at the end of the over if we've got a chance. As it is, Simpson now moves on to 80, so he has made sure he has scored more than 50 since he was dropped on 29.
In fact, 21... Goodness me. I'll give you those scores in a second.
Wow. And that's driven really nicely by Simpson. He's just found the gap and on driven for 4. And that's a really, really top shot. Just over pitching a little bit, Feinen. Just trying that little bit too hard currently. And Simpson, who's pretty well set, or as well set as anybody can be on this wicket, has played that really nicely. And he moves on to 84 and the score to 263 for 7. So, yes, Feinen turns, and you don't have much of a chance to update on cricket scores when Feinen's bowling. For a fast bowler, he really does get to his mark, turn round and come in, and that's just tucked nicely off his toes by Simpson, up to mid-on. Saw there was a single, went for it. And now with the field changing, we can get the latest from that bizarre match.
Well, Lancashire are batting. They've started their second innings, as you'll gather from the fact that 21 wickets have fallen. 131. Essex were bowled out for 107, and Lancashire are 0 for 1, leading by 24 runs.
I wonder if the wicket may be reported. And and as a halfer, they wanted to appeal for LBW, but they all knew it was too high. But certainly Toby Roland Jones was hurried by that delivery from Feinen. Good delivery too. Toby Roland Jones, who may have been dropped, we need to check it, and we'll do that afterwards, by Evans on 1. He's still on 1 after 21 deliveries. As Feinen comes in for the final ball of the over. And Toby Roland Jones, looking to play a cover drive, ends up squirting the ball up to mid-on. There is no run. He remains on 1. Simpson playing nicely though, moved on to 85 in this Middlesex total now of 264 for 7.
Question maybe, will he get to his 100 before the close? He's refusing to be hurried at the moment, John Simpson. There are 8 overs remaining, so opportunity he will have. We shall see whether it bothers him at all. I suspect he's been around long enough for it to not to do so. Chris Wright still looking for that first wicket of the innings. Runs in from the pavilion end and bowls outside off stump. Simpson leaves and then goes for a walk out towards Silly Point. Then he angles bat on towards the pitch, has a poke or two. Again, the players, you can see the shadows from the floodlights, but umpires don't seem to be concerned at all. Still plenty, as I say, of blue sky around to the south. Right in bowls. Simpson covers up, straight delivery, back down the pitch it goes to right.
In that Essex total of 107, Alistair Cook scored 40 of them.
Goodness me, what is going on there?
And a few others as well. Kent were all out for 165, but have Hampshire 41 for 5. So 15 wickets there.
A few 3-day or even 2-day finishes on the cards. Right is in, swings back in, but well played by Simpson. Out into the offside. Evans has to run to his right to field. Simpson takes one, moves on to 86, gives Roland Jones at least 3 balls to face from right. 1 off 22 for Toby Roland Jones at the moment. Chris Wright's ready to go, and then he just gestures at Sam Evans to go a little wider at extra cover. Just must have seen him in his peripheral vision there. Runs in now and bowls to Roland Jones outside off stump. Worked off the back foot out towards Evans. He's moving to his left and makes the stop.
Just glides past the window. Sorry, the man in black is back.
We both feel a certain vulnerability around the neck area.
I've got the garlic.
Swindle's trying to lift spirits out there as Wright is in to Roland Jones, who's looking to pull but not timing it. Wasn't quite short enough for him to pull it out towards mid-wicket and rather clothed it out towards Barnes at mid-on. He remains on 1, now he's faced 24 deliveries. 3 more here, lads, says Swindles. Right, probably thinking 1 will do. In he goes and bowls. Lovely. Oh, dropped at second slip by Ackerman. Took the outside edge down to his right, two-handed, about a foot off the ground, and he couldn't hang on. Yep, about a foot off the ground. Another chance, and another chance is dropped by Colin Ackerman. Roland Jones on 1.
Yes, it's been a funny old day for Colin Ackerman, hasn't it? He's taken 1 decent catch, but he's dropped 3, including 1 absolute sitter. And Toby Roland Jones has now been dropped twice on 1, we think. 1 definitely, 1 maybe.
Yeah.
So Feinen it will be, who has to actually wait for Simpson to get in position. So keen is Feinen to get into position. That's just bunted into the leg side by Simpson, who is very happy to give Toby Roland Jones the strike. We'll just run through a few more scores. Warwickshire at Gloucestershire, 251 for 8. We mentioned the Kent Hampshire, but Hampshire are now 45 for 6 after Kent were all out for 165. Somerset 258 for 3 against Northants, and Surrey have recovered well, 292 for 6 now against Yorkshire. Bad Light stopped play as Feinen is in once again, and Toby Roland Jones has finally got off 1 with a glorious cover drive. It was a bit short, it was outside off stump, and Roland Jones, there was relief in that shot as he finally managed to get off one, on the score on which he's had at least a life.
Yeah, well over 100 in terms of sort of runs given away by Leicestershire now to batters who they have dropped.
Yep.
Notably Simpson, who was dropped on 29, now 87.
And Eskenazi, who made 64 after being dropped on 11. Were the two big ones. There's a bit of a discussion going on between bowler and mid-on. The other scores, Glamorgan going well against Derbyshire, 338 for 3. And in Worcestershire Nottingham match, Worcestershire 288 for 7. And finally in that, as that's nicely played by Toby Roland Jones, up to the mid-off, with whom Feinen was in deep discussion. And Feinen coming round the wicket now to the right-handed Toby Roland Jones. Sussex all out for 162 at Durham. Durham in response are 53 for 1. So Feinen round the wicket to Toby Roland Jones, having been punched through the covers for that 4, has decided to tidy things up. Oh, and he beats Toby Roland Jones. All ends up. He was felt he had to play it, pushed at his outside off stump, and the ball swinging back just missed the outside edge and went into the hands of Harry Swindles. But absolute beauty, one of the more than several that have been bowled today by Michael Feinen. In once again. Oh, and Roland Jones has a wahoo at a short ball that was too close to try and play the pull shot. And Swindles took a pretty decent catch over his right shoulder as Feinen had really meant that delivery, bent his back, good angle too. It wasn't as wide as Roland Jones was hoping. The only way he could have scored off that was possibly if he could play the ramp shot.
Good job he didn't take a wicket with that one, because the stream has just been on the bowler for sideways on throughout that entire delivery.
That's weird. So Feinen on again, and that is off the pad of Toby Roland Jones down to fine leg. They'll take the single. I think that is the last ball of the over. Camera, everyone getting obviously a bit tired towards the end of the day. And the score goes on to 271 for 7. Toby Roland Jones is now on 5 from 30 deliveries. Middlesex were 91 for 4. And the decision by Leicestershire to put them in seemed to be paying off, but wicket has eased. If you get in, can't score quickly, but you can score. And Simpson 88 from 174, showing the way at the moment. And it will be Feinen in again, and that's down the leg side. And a good take by Harry Swindles, diving to his right. Just brushes the earth from his trousers. There's quite a patch there where he spent a lot of time diving. Oh, this is also where the bowlers have been running in, of course. But he has spent a lot of time diving down the leg side on occasions today. But Feinen is a bit like that. Not every ball is right where you want it, but when he does bowl where you want it, he can be very good indeed. But that, as he was looking for the Yorker length delivery, turned into a half volley and was punched absolutely brilliantly, almost Michael Vaughan-like by Simpson, up the mid-on, up through mid-on, very straight for a glorious 4, and he moves on to 92.
Yeah, it was just a low, actually got him on the full.
Oh, it got him on the full in the end. I always think it's
played
worth
it beautifully though.
It's always worth trying the Yorker out.
Yeah.
But it really was a good shot Feinen in again, and then he's gone short, and this has been put up in the air. Will it be caught by Ahmed? It will! And Simpson, 8 away from what would have been a remarkable 100, has managed to pick out the fielder. There were only 2 on that side of the entire ground, but Simpson has picked him out and given the Feinen, who deserves it, he bowled superbly to a third undeserved wicket. He now has 3 for 52. Simpson's gone for 92, and another breakthrough for Leicestershire.
Well, magnificent innings from John Simpson, and can't quite believe what he'd gone. A little bit of a sort of top edge, and Sol Budinger it was out there. Didn't look as though he was going to drop it. Got in position, but as I say, a super effort from Simpson. Had 1 life on 29, made no other mistakes, and he's put his side in a pretty good position. His 92 came off 176 deliveries. 279 for 8 now. Middlesex, 4.3 overs to go, and it looks like we're going to get them all. The umpires are having a word in mid-pitch, but as I say, that patch of blue away to the south, I think, is saving us a little bit at the moment.
The light looks better now than it has done for some time, actually. And there's some bright light above us as well.
Michael Feinen has his first-class best figures. First time in first-class cricket, albeit that he's just in his 3rd game, that he has taken 3 wickets.
So, how many wickets? This is his 3rd game.
In his 5th innings.
And he's taken 10 wickets now?
And this makes it 10, yeah.
That's a pretty good start to your career, isn't it?
I think for someone as green as him, and to come to it as late as he has, he can be pretty proud of his efforts in recent games. Updates time for BBC Radio Leicester. 22. Very late. The lovely Dale. They've just taken a big one as well, lovely Dale. John Simpson caught at deep square leg by Sol Budinger, trying to pull a delivery from Michael Feinen. Got a little bit of a top edge. He got plenty of the ball as well, but it flew high in the air. Budinger never looked like dropping. It was a really good effort by Simpson, though he made 92. Was dropped when he'd made just 29, an expensive drop as it turned out. But Feinen, his 3rd wicket of the innings, the first time he's picked up 3 wickets for Leicestershire in his first-class career, which admittedly is now only 3 games old. 279 for 8 then is the score of the Foxes. They've come back a little bit in this final session, having taken just 1 wicket in the afternoon session. 279 is still a decent score, and if Middlesex can get over 300, they'll be pretty pleased with that effort having been put into bat by Leicestershire this morning. Leicestershire have dropped 4 chances, we think maybe even 5, and they have that's cost them at least 100 runs in the innings so far. So they have fought back well, but Middlesex have made a decent fist of their first innings. They're 279 for 8.
Feinen to continue then.
Lancs now 2 for 4 in their second innings.
2 for 4, so that's 24 wickets that have now fallen. I think I could bowl on that wicket and take wickets by the sound of things, as Feinen is in once again, round the wicket to the left-handed Ethan Bamber, and that is punched out to backward point, no run.
4 for 5. Lancs
4 for 5
in their second innings.
This is insane. How can you? I don't think I've 4 for 5.
Yep, 3 wickets for Shane Snater, 3 for 4, and 2 wickets for no runs for Sam Cook.
He's both bowled pretty well this season.
Luke Wells bowled by Cook for 0, Keaton Jennings LBW for 2, Josh Bohannon 0, Stephen Croft 0, Dane Villas 0. 4 for 5. My goodness. Wonder what it's the groundsman. Has anyone
Yeah,
found him?
exactly. I think he's found handed it. The P45 might be in the post.
4 overs remain here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. 279 for 8. Roland Jones will be on strike. Will they try and hit out, or will they try and get through to the close? Chris Wright is in, bowls to Toby Roland Jones. He'll try and hit that one because it's down the leg side. Doesn't get anything on it, taken by Swindles. Extraordinary scenes at Chelmsford. I'm assuming it's in Chelmsford, not in Southend or somewhere like that, but yep, Chelmsford. Wright is in and bowls. Roland Jones is walking into a firm offside push. Out it goes to Parkinson at mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, they theoretically, presumably, they could finish tonight if they took the extra half hour, couldn't they?
Yeah. It's essentially it's 29 for 5.
Indeed. I mean, if it was 29 for 8 at the close, they'd surely take the extra half hour. Who knows? Barnes gives the ball an extra polish before throwing it to Chris Wright, who is in and bowling to Roland Jones, is pushing out into the offside, calling for the quick single. Ethan Bamber responds. Moving to his left, Evans doesn't bother hurling the ball at the stumps. Ethan Bamber, 79 runs in 9 innings at an average of 13, just over, best of 37 not out, and will be on strike. Is this going to be Wright's big chance? Turns, runs away from us and bowls and beats Bamber outside off Stumpy. Sort of twitches as it goes past his outside edge, Ethan Bamber.
Yeah, he's having a better season because he's got a career average of 10, and that 37 not out is his highest ever score in first-class cricket.
It is a bit dark now, you know.
Yeah, no, you could be right. I think it's time for spin. Well, there's there's only a couple of overs left anyway. There's 3 overs left after this one.
Nick Cook has got both hands on his hips in doing a double teapot. He's on the walkie-talkie to the scorers at the moment.
I don't think it would be too dark if they turned to spin, would it?
No, it'd be fine, I think, if they did that. Wright is in, bowls on the legs of Bamber, and he turns it neatly enough down towards long leg and runs 1. Tom Scriven is the fielder down there. 281 for 8. Three overs remain after this. We're only 10 minutes into overtime, so relatively speaking, that's not too bad. All sorts of changes to the field for Roland Jones. Are we at the stage where they're looking to give Roland Jones 1? It looks rather that way as Wright is in and bowls to him. A bouncer, that probably isn't the brightest delivery to bowl. He wants to keep Roland Jones down that end, but the umpires are okay at the moment, actually. The light meter hasn't been out. Umpire O'Shaughnessy, who's got a black band around his Panama style hat, doesn't try and catch the eye of umpire Cook, who has a white band around his. He has gone quite grey, completely grey in the last sort of year or two, Nick Cook, I must say. Still got a full head of hair, which congratulations to him for that. But it is now, I remember when I started 9 years ago.
It's quite dark.
It was quite dark, yeah. It is now exclusively grey. 3 overs to go, 281 for 8.
Well, it will be Feinen to continue with 3 overs to go, 281 for 8. Is there another wicket?
Yep, like 7 for 6.
7 for 6. Well, they must have hit out to get to 7. the lowest ever score is 9, is 8 or 9, isn't it? And Feinen is in again, nicely bowled, but nicely left by Bamber, who lets it go over or about off stump or just outside, through to the wicket keeper. Judged the length well.
Has it crumbled, the pitch? I mean, what on earth is going on? But Cook's a seamer, isn't he? I assume it's seamer.
He is. Harmer took wickets in the... got a couple of wickets, I think, in the first innings, but it's largely been seamers. But that is ludicrous. 7 for 6 from 5.5 overs.
26 overs in the day. 26 wickets, I should say, in the day.
Oh, I'd rather be quite upset if I bought tickets for day 3. In fact, day 2 looks as if it's going to be fairly short. Is in again, and that is just punched by Bamber into the offside, but there is no run. It is brightening up a little bit. I think we'll certainly get the last 2.5 overs in tonight. Certainly wickets not tumbling to the same degree as they are in Chelmsford currently. But it's been a hard-fought day for both teams, you feel, today. Though you always need to see the other side bat, don't you, to get a true picture of what the wicket is like. But Leicestershire have kept going. Middlesex have ground out the runs, and that is played down, I think, trying to take largely evasive action, but then was told by Toby Rowland-Jones, look, there isn't a fielder anywhere near it. So that is an easy single, and we really should take it. So Bamber moves on to 2. Score to 282 for 7. Toby Rowland-Jones has got a couple of balls left of this over to face. As the persevering Michael Feinen goes back to his mark. Still steaming in with that big... Oh, and that's up in the air, but is safe. It's short of fine leg. In fact, he didn't get much of it at all. Toby Rowland-Jones trying to play the pull shot. It would be harsh to even call it a top edge. And certainly it fell very safe indeed, but they could trot through for a single. Feinen probably trying to keep Toby Rowland-Jones down at the other end.
Umpires did consult there, and I think that O'Shaughnessy showed Cook the light meter reading. Well, Bamber is standing back. Feinen was ready to go.
Yes, Feinen came running in and then stopped. Bamber is quite busy at the crease, that is now set and ready. And it is pretty tough because Feinen doesn't wait for anybody. He just gets to his mark and steams back in again. And that carries overhead height through to Swindles behind the stumps. Good carry, good work, but an easy leave, and we have 2 overs left now. And after the 94th over of the day, 283 for 8 Middlesex. Bamber 2 not out, Rowland-Jones 8 not out from 37 deliveries.
Umpire's consulting again. Now, it'd be daft of Leicestershire not to have these last 2 overs. And looks like we are, because Umpire O'Shaughnessy gestured at that sort of patch of blue again away to the south, over not far from where your hotel is, I suspect, around the Wigston area, maybe a little bit to west of that.
So do you think the light was offered to the batsmen and they said we don't mind?
In goes right and bowls, turned nicely off his legs by Rowland-Jones, out towards deep mid-wicket, should be 2. They don't get offered the light these days, they get told.
Oh.
So, not their choice, I'm afraid. the only sort of element of choice comes when, and actually looks like Parkinson is going to bowl the last over, when umpires say to the bowling skipper, we're going to go off if you bowl pace, so it's up to you.
Feinen is a yard or so quicker than anybody else, isn't he? So you can understand why perhaps they said Chris Wright. That must hurt a bit for Chris Wright, being told you're not fast enough to go off for bad light.
He's still early 80s, right? He's still sort of 81, 82 often. Runs in and bowls to Roland Jones, who saw that one all right and just pulled him over mid-wicket out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. He had no problem picking that one up. Whacks it away. It wasn't so very short, but Roland Jones is a tall man and, as I say, saw it early. Just rocked back and pulled it over mid-wicket for 4. He moves on to 14, 289 for 8. It sounded like a rifle.
It did. That was in his swing zone, it must be said. If you bowl there to Toby Roland Jones, you are going to go.
Right. Not had a great day. Is in, bowls on the legs of Roland Jones and works it out towards wide long leg. Feinen, I beg your pardon, Scriven is quickly on to the ball down there, gets his throw away well, but Roland Jones picks up 2. And umpire Cook, having sort of got in position to judge the run out, it's taking an age to get back up off. He was sort of leaning with his hands on his knees and held the pose for best part of 20 seconds before sort of levering himself back up. It's been a long old day out there for umpire Cook. 9 balls to go, legitimate deliveries that is. Roland Jones on to 16 now. Right is in, bowls a bouncer to Roland Jones, who just ducks underneath it. 2 to go, says umpire O'Shaughnessy. Yes, says umpire Cook. And that is 1 for the over, Christopher. Can Middlesex bring up the 300? And I think if you had offered them 300 for 8 or 9 at the start of the day, having lost the toss, they would have taken it.
Definitely.
On that basis, I think you have to say it's been Middlesex's day, just about. Leicester have come back a little bit in this evening session, but Wright is in, bowls outside off stump. Roland Jones steps forward and leaves his bat raised behind the line of the ball.
Lancashire are staging something of a recovery. They're now 12 for 6.
Looks like it's going to go into a second day at least, anyway. I'm just imagining the groundsman going home. They hit the ground. "Did you have a good day, dear?" In goes Wright and bowls and pulled a thick inside edge that doesn't miss the leg stump by so very much. Swindles cleans up behind the stumps, as was it Woodhouse said. You'd get the look that Napoleon would give to somebody when he got back. "Oh, you're back from Moscow then?"
Oh.
A brooding look. 1 over to go, and it's going to be bowled by Parkinson.
P.G. Woodhouse still responsible for my very favourite in the front of the book when you do an acknowledgement, and he said this book is for my wonderful daughter, without whose endless help and encouragement I'd have got it done in half the time, which always makes me smile.
Yes, a sombre, brooding look.
It will be Parkinson, though, to bowl the last over of the day, who was giving a pretty sombre, brooding look when that LBW decision was turned down by O'Shaughnessy, the umpire O'Shaughnessy, earlier in the day, Steve O'Shaughnessy.
Yes, did his fellow Lancastrian no favours, as of course should be the case. Ethan Bambury is going to be surrounded.
He really is, isn't he? Yeah. There is a slip, there is a leg slip, there is a very silly point, there is a very short mid-wicket. Oh, and that just flicks off the pad. There's a somehow that has managed to bisect all the fielders who are clustered around Ethan Bamber, and it's gone for 2-leg buys.
Didn't quite turn enough again for Parkinson.
It's the first time we've seen him from the Bennett end.
No, did he bowled a couple of overs before Ahmed? Second spell
right.
at that end, didn't he?
Absolutely right.
Yeah. So he has tried both, but he's been very tight.
And that's a very correct-looking forward defensive shot from Ethan Bamber, who takes a big stride forward to smother any possibility of spin. On the man in very close. He's almost at the end of a forward defensive. And that is played nicely to the man at very, very short mid-wicket, Ahmed. But at the moment, Bamber surviving pretty comfortably. Parkinson desperate, and wouldn't it be if they managed to get a wicket just before lunch, if they could get one just before the close, that would be an enormous help. Oh, and there's a huge appeal for LB, and it's not been given, and for the second time it is an absolutely distraught looking Parkinson who can't quite believe.
I thought it hit him outside the line.
That hasn't been given. Here we are. We can have a little look at it. You've got it on the big screen as well. I think you're right, Richard.
But it's a good shout.
I can see why he thought
shout.
it would have been. That is what saved Ethan Bamber, was he got his front foot probably outside. Fractionally outside the line. But
Nick Cook did just gesture like that.
And this time, bat is placed on ball. It goes out to that short mid-wicket position, and Ahmed again. There's an of disappointment from Parkinson, who has a couple of wickets next to his name, but probably feels he should have had a couple more. With 2 LBW decisions now that failed to go his way, one from each umpire, so at least there's no bias. In again. And he very nearly cramps Ethan Bamber up, but Bamber goes back, defends just about, digs the ball out, and we are at the end of a really interesting day one here at the Uptonsteel County Stadium in Grace Road. 293 for 8 Middlesex after being put into bat this morning by Leicestershire. Leicestershire will probably be a bit disappointed not to have wrapped up the Middlesex innings before the close of play and got on with things themselves, but they only have themselves to blame, really. Drop catches at key moments really have cost them dearly in many ways. The two major scorers as far as Middlesex are concerned, Steve Eskenazi, who made 64, and John Simpson, who made 92, were both dropped early in their innings. Higgins also chipped in with an excellent, chanceless half-century. In fact, he was caught by Ackerman, which made him slightly unlucky, as Ackerman dropped 3 other catches in the day. But, well, Middlesex will probably feel they've just got their noses in front. But that is about it, I'd have said, from today, Richard.
Yep, the bowling figures we can give you. Chris Wright, 23 overs, 2 maidens, none for 71. Michael Feinen, the pick of the Leicestershire Seamers, that is for sure, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 54. Tom Scriven chipped in. He picked up a couple of wickets, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 44. Ed Barnes struggled a little bit, 10 overs, no maidens, none for 43, though he did have Simpson dropped on 29. Callum Parkinson, the skipper, wheeled away to considerable effect, left arm spin, 24 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 37, so kept it tight as well as picking up a couple of wickets. And Rahan Ahmed, in his second first-class appearance, picked up, and only the second first-class innings in which he's bowled, picked up his first-class wicket, 1 for 29 from 9 overs. But as Guy said, I think as the floodlights go off and we see how gloomy it actually is, and what an effect they'd been having. This scoreboard is very bright now over there to the right. I think 70-30, very much Middlesex's day, and Leicestershire going to have to bat very well tomorrow against that very, very good Middlesex seam attack. And you will hear every ball if you join us here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio London with Guy and myself. We'll be back with you bright and early, weather permitting. I think the forecast is reasonably good at around about 10 tomorrow. Those in the Leicester can hear the BBC Radio Leicester cricket show starts in around about 4 minutes time, and we'll get reaction from the Leicestershire camp to the day's play. But for now, from Guy and myself to those watching on the stream, it is a very good evening to you all.
Well, just starting half a metre back now, one would expect. In again, and that's slightly short and cut away not altogether convincingly by Stoneman. It was wide. Slightly after that. In once again, and that's a good ball and a shout for LBW, and he's been given. And Stoneman looks slightly...
Right. Is in, bowls to him, thick outside edge, that's going to run down through the gap between third slip and...
To the right-handed Robson. And that is shorter and wider and spanked away, thankfully, by Robson. In once again, Feinen, and he's bowled him round his legs and trying to flick the ball away on the leg side. Robson
is in and bowls outside off stump, edged wide of the diving Budinger, and that's going to run down to third man for 4. Little bit of extra bounce.
In once again though, Milan. And that gets
chance.
I think sure. That was off the glove. It really spat.
For 4 has also picked up the second, bowling the other Middlesex opener Sam Robson behind his legs with a ball that clipped leg stump. 29 for 2.
We saw from Michael Feinen. But then of course immediately finds the outside edge that I think might have tickled the fingers of third.
Hands on knees as right is in. Nice shape to that one, but it's over pitched and driven through straight mid off for 4. Again, clouds overhead. Right is in. Again, nice shape to it, but again, well played by Eskenazi. Wasn't quite to the pitch of it, but he got enough weight.
In the last over, didn't he? Scriven is in again, and there's an edge, and it's through the slips. That, I have to say, look. In once again, and he pushes that, and there is an edge, and the breakthrough has come. Milan has not made, as in comes Ed Barnes once again, and that is flicked nicely down for 4 runs by Eskenazi, just to relax much so far. In again, and then of course he bowls a horrible wide long hop, and it gets slapped away for 4, as much as been given the word. And that is a lovely shot. Glorious cover drive from Max Holden. It was slightly...
Goes over the wicket to the left-hander, who goes back, edge caught.
Brilliant.
Brilliant catch by Budinger. Got his hand underneath it at short leg.
Mark on the surface of the ground, and that's wide-ish, and it's a full toss. It's wide-ish and full. It wasn't a full toss.
Right, he's in past umpire O'Shaughnessy. Bowls a full out, swinging delivery, but too full. And once again, the batter can lean out and put it away.
Now seems to be bowling to the umpire's satisfaction, and that was Fuller, but it was really well dug out by Eskenazi, and the ball flying across this.
There was necessarily a great amount of turn for Parkinson, as right is in. Bowls a full swinging delivery that's got through Scriven. Looked to be behind it at extra cover. He was.
Looks as if he's untucking his shirt now, Tom Scriven, before bowling the second ball of this latest spell, and again it's. Well,
it is. Would like to see a little bit more of that. At the moment, Middlesex are looking good and beginning to build now. They're 125 now for 4.
Beautiful.
Jogs in, bowls, gives it some air, slog swept and effectively by John Simpson out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Effect run-outs and now round the wicket. And it's short and it's wide and it's just clipped away for fun by Simpson. It did really love. Brighter over to our right, so at the moment no danger of. Oh, and that is extraordinary. That really is extraordinary. This comes in once again and has to reach for that a little bit, but reaches for it beautifully and ends up a wide.
Parkinson is in outside off stump and played firmly off the back foot out to cover, a deep cover.
In again, and that's wide to the right-hander this time, and he's cut away delightfully by Higgins, who does manage to reach long hop, but it's funny how you do get the wicket with the bad ball, but you need to keep bowling well, and that's nicely played. That is beautifully. And that is played very nicely indeed.
South is going to be bowling to Higgins, who goes back and work off his legs out towards, is in down the way to Simpson and hitting it high over long. Did that go just over the round? Did. Almost chipped.
And it's taken 2 wickets, and that's really nice. It was a bit wide. It wasn't a full half. Barnes in again, and it's flicked away nicely, really nicely by Higgins, and he moves to 50.
Parkinson in, bowls, forward, edge caught. Well, it won't be a century partnership. Ryan Higgins went forward. It did turn.
Handed Simpson right arm round, short, and Simpson has just pulled that away, and he really did drag that down, Ahmed. That's only the second time he's. And get yourself in trouble doing that to the leggy. And that is swept on this occasion straight to the fielder. So Ahmed has to enjoy a little purchase. Ahmed in again. He just hurries Simpson up a bit, but Simpson does well. Also, fine bit of fielding.
I'll give you those scores in a second.
Wow. And that's driven really nicely by Simpson. He's just found the gap and on driven. Sheer bad light stopped play as Feinen is in once again, and Toby Rowland-Jones has finally got off one with a glorious cover. It's a bit like that. Not every ball is right where you want it, but when he does bowl where you want it, he can be very good. As he was looking for the. But it really was a shot. Feinen in again, and then he's gone short, and this has been put up in the air. Will it be caught by Ahmed? It will! And Simpson.
Still sort of 81, 82 often. Runs in and bowls to Rowland-Jones, who saw that one all right and just pulled him over mid-wicket out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. He had no problem picking.